Good morning, one and all, to a dead pigeon. Oh my god. That sounds even worse than I thought it was going to be. Okay, maybe this is an entire mistake of a stream. We'll find out. I don't know, dude. Like, my voice sounds pretty chalked. I'm double checking because I changed some things with the setup to make it sound better. When I tested it last night, it sounded good. And now today, because my voice is so cursed, it sounds so bad. Alright, hopefully this is tolerable to listen to. So we are going to be storming through quite a few series today. So on the agenda, B versus Aval. We're looking at Sas versus me and Micah, CSO versus Core. And if we can squeeze in Kilyatti versus Scatterbrained. We have, of course, got quarterfinals today. A few of them are already penciled in for a few hours from now. So we have got to plow through it. I thought it'd be interesting, though. Start off with Aval versus B. Just get the stream nicely warmed up. Especially considering how absurdly ridiculous some of Aval's games were yesterday. The clownery was pretty extreme, actually. In a good way. I think, like, especially that deciding game was insanely entertaining. So, let's turn off the Sonic music and get underway. Why? What? Why is the map there? Oh, wait. Did we never... We maybe did not fix the map in this scene. So, forgive it. I need to find some time at some point to fix the graphic overlay. Like, are all of them correct now? Yeah, for now, they're all correct. Okay. I'm dying. Yo, what's up, Romox? Appreciate the Prime sub. Thank you very much, mate. Appreciate the support. Well, he created the map, so that has to be like, I don't know, plus 500 elo. One and all, welcome back to the Midweek Muster. Apologies, my throat is a little bit rough today. Hopefully, the audio is palatable. And hopefully the games are divine. We've got Aval on the Shushi going up against B on Jean d'Arc. I thought this would be an interesting series simply because of the chaos that happened in the round of 32. Like, Aval versus Give You Anxiety delivered possibly some of the funniest games I've seen. B, you add him into the mixture. Definitely, I think it'd be fair to say, I don't think Aval must be saying, like, B is the more talented player, at least when you look at performances in tournaments. But he's a little bit of a meme star. We literally watched this guy in an S-tier tournament give sheep to the enemy. I am not exaggerating. That'll be up on the YouTube at some point, if not already. He legit just passed over like a quarter of his sheep to the enemy. So you never really know exactly what you're going to get when you get into game with this guy. But Midweek Muster is more serious than EGC. Yeah, I said it. There, I meant it. Think about it. He hasn't got a reigning title to protect in Midweek Muster. But here, B is the undeniable champ. He has got more wins in Midweek Muster now than anyone else. He's currently on a 3-win streak. He's a scary dude. Like, at this rate, B will be the most decorated Midweek Muster participant by far. Especially considering, like, some of the people who are in the running aren't here this week, right? People that come to mind, like, you know, Poppy Ball, who has the previous record. Marine Lord, who came in just temporarily to snatch away a few dubs. Avi, on the other hand, doesn't really have as much time to commit to competitive as the other players. Does a good job of keeping up with that in mind, though. It's not easy in the current state when you consider the amount of hours that a lot of these top players are putting in. The fact that you can even actually compete with that is damn impressive. It actually deserves a lot of praise. So, Squad Cavalry coming through Medigarden, nothing too unorthodox so far. I'm wondering what they could actually do here. We'll have the 2x until they're in H2. Usually in this matchup, I feel like Shushi, they used to just take the pro scouts, ignore the problems, but I don't think you can do that here. Look at the state of the map for a start. The deer spawn's quite nice just for a deer shove-in. I don't think you need to go like too far. You're going to have to open spears just to protect. Like, this is pretty much just a mandatory element of playing PS against Jean or French, or even just playing against Jean and French. So you know you're going to be up against spoiler opening as B. That's free information. With that, we do often see people just go for the melee beginning. But this is... Alright, it's happening. This again. We just watched Corvinus attempt this against Beastie yesterday, and it got completely dismantled. Well, I remember in chat, someone was like, but this worked. He beat Beastie on the ladder. I was like, works once doesn't mean works always, and that's the tricky part. I think the shock and reveal of this build hit. But now, people have had enough time to kind of think about it a little bit. I don't think it's as guaranteed as people imagine. 2TC Shushi. Meanwhile, B, he's actually going to go for the Pro Scouts. Yeah, so we've seen a lot of Jean players actually just peel away from Pro Scouts. This is a matchup where you kind of feel obligated because your opponent could go Pro Scouts and take your deer away. I think if he knew that it was the 2TC build, maybe he wouldn't have actually wasted any resources on Pro Scouts. Because he actually has a really good spawn for it. Look at this. Double deer on the east side. He could have just walked out here, gathered to his heart's content. So yeah, probably would have been a lot cleaner doing it that way. Because remember, you save quite a lot. I think with French and Jean players, they just simply don't care because the discount is big. Getting 40% off is huge when the number is so big. So you only pay, just under 300 resources compared to the 450 on people. It's a pretty ridiculous savings. The impact that 450 would have on a standard Jean/French build would be 2 knights down, which pretty much loses your tempo. So, we've got the melee Jean on the way anyway. Spears plus Horseman coming out from Aval makes a little sense. Because the thought process is that your opponent is going to go into Knights, Archers. Like pretty much every Jean-French player in the world. Wait, is Aval going full comp? Oh, looks like it. We have got archer ranges. What did he see that encouraged this? He doesn't know about Pro Scouts. I guess the formulation is just to go full all-in, but, like, this is funky now. Like, why do we go Jiangnan for this? Is he really doing this almost memeful build? The infinite army build? Whole idea is every time you build a production building, you get a unit for free. It's good for timing attacks, but I don't think there's really a timing in mind here that early against Jean. And yeah, okay, so we do have the granaries now. Okay, so I think I know what Aval is up to here. This looks like it's going to be delayed feudal fall-in. Goal is to basically completely structure the farm area and then use that to just pump units non-stop. While B will be on a limited timer. But that does leave you very weak right now. And weak is exploitable. And nicely done. B, he's just going to stop a deer shove in here. Force Spinman is not going to be scary for Jean. She can actually take that on pretty easily. Beautifully microed. Aval didn't even notice. Wow. Okay, so he finally gets a strike in on the Cav. But that was a lot of free damage for B. Really good timing as well. Needs to do this early before the tube count gets too high. Because then it's not just about the knights, it's about Jean herself and how easily she'll die. Does have Divine Restoration also coming in, so that could give a Rejuvenate into a Recharge. It's going to just back off. Pro Scouts did come in. I guess he didn't want to reveal that he has Pro Scouts here. It's also probably a case of, now that he sees that there are combatants, you don't really want to be without a Scout on the front side. Leaves you very vulnerable. I mean, the Archers kind of give you the vision necessary to do it anyway, though. But because there's Horsemen, I don't think he wants to risk it. And yeah, I don't know. I think your idea of audio sounds good and mine might be different. You made a joke about gargling marbles yesterday. It sounds like I've been gargling marbles. This feels so hard. The more I'm kind of like stretching this out in my mind of how Aval does it. I mean, like a year ago when people were more chill, maybe. But with aggro timings, I'm not convinced, and oh my god, I look away for a second and 3 villages are dead. Yeah, the village placement is good for the goal, but if your plan isn't to tech here, then maybe there was a better placement closer to here? Not really. The problem with placing a village here is your villagers start to run, and they'll run towards the enemy. The ideal position actually would have been where the Medigarden is, but for obvious reasons can't be there. He could have probably built the Meditation Garden in a tile, and then a village fort, and then it's like close enough that I think you can garrison, but it's still wonky. Village placement is really important, by the way. Whenever you're playing a defensive strategy as China or Shushi, it matters a lot. Great strike there, by the way. Aval able to actually get a kill in the gold line. That is going to slow down B's timing slightly, and that's the world. Aval needs time here. His entire build lies upon the idea that he will have enough length to set up 15-20 farms before he's being broken into. My concern is, like, is it not obvious what you're doing right now? Because if it is, he could just go for a tech up. What happened to your voice? I thought you told me it was fine. Fat Bop lied to me. GG. This is called having children. No, don't stick your mind in the gutter and tell me that that's the wrong hole. My daughter brought something back from nursery. My partner didn't tell me. I got infected. And the delayed stages, day after day, etc., arrive at this. So yeah, basically killing myself to do commentary work for the community. With a very roughed up throat. Oh, B, he's trying to get anything he can here. Makes sense, he's got nothing else to do right now, so you might as well fish the horseman kills. He's moving for the surround. Funnily enough, actually, if he didn't move the archers, he would have had it. Now I've infected chat. Yeah, sorry, let me just... There you go, you've got it. That's how that works, you know? Just coughed right in your ear. Well, there are a few people in chat that won't be infected. Like, anyone who's subscribed basically has immunity. That's how that works. I'm wondering if, like, Aval's had much success with this type of approach. Or if it just felt like the alternatives were futile. Because Castle Rush is redundant here. The relics are way too smushed together. You're not going to be able to sneak out. 2TC? Way too greedy. I think you run out of food before it proves worth. So I guess this is what he was stuck with. The composition, I think, is kind of okay. The idea of the horseman does make sense. It looks silly now, but like the idea was to raid. It's just about having a small flank raid group, because this way you can poke at your enemy, but also you can intercept reinforcements. He didn't really intercept any, though, unfortunately. And what is up, Dragon? Appreciate the prime sub, mate. Thank you, thank you. Blessings upon you. Uh-oh. We might want to bless the dead here. Oh, God, that seek shelter! I'm actually starting to wish that Aval did go 2TC. At least it would make these losses a bit more acceptable. You've worked with children in the past that got you every variant of COVID imaginable. Well, that's what you get for running a sweatshop. Working with children. They aren't meant to be employed. Oh, you meant... Oh, yeah, okay. Honestly, B doesn't have to rush now. He can just take a tech up. He's got Chivalry coming in, but like this is actually scary for Aval. I've seen this comp play out so many times in the past. Usually it's French versus Chinese, and it's actually like an amazing comp to watch with good micro. It's not that it's impossible for Aval to win, but he has to be the better micro party by far. Because against French, it's a case of, oh, you know, whoever micros worse loses units. Against Jean, it's a double problem. Because if you micro worse, she's getting a lot of XP while winning the fight gradually as well. So yeah, this matchup, Jean definitely the more snowbally oriented version. Guildhall on the way. I mean, B's not really that much weaker militaristically. He's going to back away though. Aval, there's a timing here. He need the horseman to peel for Jean. Because if you get between Jean and the main army, then B's likely to turn to defend. And then you can follow up. But I think it's It's too late. So you're going to presumably follow the castle age, because not chasing that pretty much locks it in what B's doing. He'll at least move in to intercept the Pro Scout, so that'll slow down a little bit of long-term food, but I don't think B really cares that much. He's gone Guildhall. He has a lot of more security for the late game. And I imagine with that wood supply, we're probably looking at an immediate monastery drop just to rush relics. Pick up complete. Veteran C4, the full army is going to be on the way. Did actually cancel Cantor Saddles. And we have got a marketplace drop coming in, interestingly enough. And Sacred Sites to cap. Which is going to be, yeah, more or less exactly what you need. With the passive trickle of XP plus the Sacred Site capture, Jean's going to be maybe, after the capture, 10 seconds away from leveling up. No monastery is a little bit surprising, though, no? So B's concern is if he rushes monastery, there's going to be a counterattack. And if there was a counterattack, he'd be in trouble, because he would have invested 200 wood and, let's say, like 300 gold. That's basically 2 less knights. Reality check is there is no counterattack. Aval is just mirroring a tech up from behind. Yeah, B's taking a very vanilla approach to this matchup. Or rather, to Jean. It's... The way he's playing this is just strategically very reminiscent of Marine Lord. The whole idea of you chip a lead and then you just play it out long term. Raider's going to come in. Shivs are out, though. Those are only feudal horsemen. Yeah, only capable of doing so much. And by so much, I mean maybe nothing. Oh, God, he doesn't even get... He doesn't even get the one kill. And now, this isn't even the full army defending. The rest is going to the base. Mountain Academy complete for Aval, but that doesn't really give him an immediate upside here. Double Sacred Site. Monastery drops, so Relic's going to be rushed. I think Aval is dead here. Level 3 Jean is in, and he doesn't have a clean answer with the Shug now. Also needs time for the upgrade. Is he not supervising? No, the veterancy is 50 seconds away. Jean, Divine Restoration is forced out. But the spear count, I mean, where's the supervision? There's no spear upgrade coming. This is it. Feudal Spears against Castle Age Knights is just as simple as that. Aval, I don't know if he just got distracted, forgot about it. He had the gold. Fired the veterancy on the Duke instead. Never queued up the spears. Never supervised it. It feels like never stood a chance here. Yeah, this is definitely GG. Knights have leaked over into the economy now. B, he's just waiting for Aval to tap out at this stage. Peels a few knights to keep the Duke busy in the choke point. Says everything else scurrying into the economy. What is everyone's obsession all of a sudden with Xiangnan? Yeah, there does seem to be maybe a little bit too much love going the way of Xiangnan at the moment. Curious, though. I guess from his position, it was worth the punt. Like, I don't know if you really ever feel confident playing out onto the map there. It does feel like you have to full out micro. Okay, so game 2 is going to be Dry Arabia. Rus versus Chinese. I don't think you actually need to pro scouts here. He probably will, but like you could actually, instead of pro scouting China, just kind of all in. Yeah, like an unordinarily safe play from B, to be honest with you. Yeah, game 1 was weirdly safe from B. I was expecting something a little bit more wild, but just a very orderly strategy here. We hop into game number 2 to see if maybe someone else is just using B's account this week, because this isn't the wild mother ducker we've come to expect. Or the wild buzzard, shall I say. The way he played game 1 was more akin to, you know, a meta setter like Marine Lord. Nothing innovative necessarily about it, just really solid execution. Maybe he's hiding strats. Or maybe we need to put more wild maps in the format. So, Roos versus Chinese. This used to be a Pro Scouts race, both having upsides. Roos would have all their scouts out sooner. China would have Pro Scouts quicker. Since then, I think it has changed quite a bit. I think now with this matchup, China can actually play the aggressive party with Imperial Academy Archer spam builds, forcing Roos to play the Age. And the tricky part about that is they'll have to spam Knights with a Civ that doesn't often want to go into the gold. If he has to, though, this is a good spawn. He got a retracted gold, double tree line next to each other, pretty nice as well. Not really wallable, quite actually wide, but a decent spawn overall. The deer is a little bit worrisome, though. It's all forward spawn. Meanwhile, B got an outrageous spawn here. Double deer stacked on top of each other. Good news for Aval is you will see it early. Honestly, worth laming. The problem is he has so much map to cover, he's probably going to focus on that instead. Then again, okay, this actually might be perfect. So B, he has extra vision. It's very important that when he sees the enemy scout, he darts to the side. Because then Aval will waste his time rotating instead of laming the deer. And instead, he does see him. Okay, so Aval should now know there's nothing here. There is actually maybe a small percentile chance, but yeah, surprised he doesn't value the deer lame. What a peculiar start. Well, let's go to 2x speed now until the checkups are complete. How does it feel to be a G? Then you mean how does it feel to be an ill? I'm very ill. You know, most lines of work, you get ill, you're phoning sick. Streaming, nope, hit that live. It's content. We're no longer like, you know, a commentary channel or like a Race to Pro channel, whatever it is. It's a survival channel. Just have Gambas set up at the beginning of the day. Will KP's voice survive until the end? I guess the problem with that would actually be you guys wouldn't get your Gambas in between. Is Imperial Academy better than Golden Gate? That's a very interesting question. I think they are quite tight. Golden Gate gives you a lot more flexibility, but Imperial Academy just gives you so much accelerant in the early game. And, you know, if you think about what these two civs want to do, I don't think Roos does as much with the flexibility element as China does with the accelerant. China's weakness used to be they were slow to get started. But once they did, they were a wildfire economy. Now it's very different. Sick micro, by the way. B min-maxing on the deer lane. Horseman is coming out. But he's already got spears. Yeah, so he will be able to protect himself here. Scares him away. Damn, that was sick. But yeah, so like to round back to the question, I would rate Imperial Academy slightly higher. Even if you think about it from a which one of these is more important for the Civ to function, I think they are almost equally important. China without Imperial Academy is a middling affair. When is anime YouTuber version of me coming? I'm sorry, have you got a problem with my face? What the hell? What the hell? I can ayaya. It wouldn't be very convincing with this voice, but I can ayaya. What the hell? Okay, so B with the spear spam is just to camp onto the deer. This should force Aval into archers. We already saw him drop the range, but he's kind of reluctant to commit. He's only now getting pro scouts. This is crazy. B, he does a delayed build, and it works out a lot better for him because, of course, he can rush pro scouts. Roos cannot. Yeah, 24 seconds to get the tech is pretty nuts. Looks like he did actually scout that he's blocked here. So, like, B, just build 2 more spearmen, send them over. You're secure. His deer, by the way, have not been lamed. So, like, a really cool thing here that B could do. Start collecting the first tier, spear shove the second. Oh, this is just suffocating right now. Aval has to wait so long to pick up the deer. Not just because of, obviously, pro scouts not being in yet, but It's spear plus horseman, so it's not enough to just have the archer. Aval, you gotta be feeling the discomfort a little bit. It's never a good feeling when you have to be forced into knights like this as Roos. It's nice when it's the game plan, but this feels very reactionary. Gets pinched on the horseman as well. Does finally get access to the deer, but that sentiment is going to be mirrored by B. And now we probably just have a castle age race. I don't know, man. The more I think about it, the more compelled I am to say, like, I do prefer Enlightened Horizons early game shenanigans to what it forces. I don't know if it's the fatigue of Season 9, but whenever I see Pro Scouts on Pro Scouts at the moment, I kind of roll my eyes. After it really shakes out the system, it'll probably be really cool to see again, just the intricacies of how you face off on deer. But, like, because we just had a season where it was 95% plus of games, it does kind of leave you with a roll the eyes type feeling. Oh, this is muddy. Archers, I'm going to try to snipe down the spears, but the horsemen getting on top of them. That's going to force the turn with the scouts to absorb shots here. Nice peel back. B just goes with the horsemen onto the archers, try and maximize the damage remaining. We'll get cleared up in the end. Aval did get slowed down on the deer return. Didn't really lose any of the scouts for it, though. And this was a full sack by B. He sends the army to the death to cover an inevitable tech up. And also to get walls up. This is... Wait, what? Okay, if we look back at the way that G1 and G2 are played here, and I told you to name the player up here, be honest, how many of you would have said B? Because to me, this is 100% not B. G1 just had the very kind of calming approach. I was not to say B could not do these, but like B usually likes to throw the curveballs. I feel like it's rare to see B walling this entirely so early. Yeah, especially considering it's an age-up strat. Maybe his paranoia was that the knights were seen early and he thought they were going to rotate sooner, so he needed the walls. But then, like, the walls weren't going to be quick enough anyway. Because he's going lances, and lances will just mirror the knights and keep them out. But I think for B, it's a little bit deeper than that. So your opponent's got mass archers. Walls is going to stop him from getting in, because it takes 1,250 shots to get through a wall. The other interesting thing here is, if you have walls up, your knights don't have to mirror defense at all. Like, you know when you watch a French player, you're like, why doesn't he just attack the enemy? Oh, that's right, because he's more worried about being attacked. You get these walls up, that concern evaporates. You just full send it into the base. This is still a curveball because it's B. Wait, so the curveball is him not playing curveballs? I feel like we're halfway in the hopium at that point. It is still a strategy because it's not my normal strategy. Maybe this is Miss B. It could be much more depressing than that for Aval. Imagine if B's just letting his kid play. Aval already getting 360 no-scoped by, like, a toddler. Oof. Oh, dear. Oh, dear, oh, dear. Knock at the wall here. He's prepping something else. I was about to say, like, he's been forced to defend anyway. So this feels a bit odd now. He could go for a Clock Town STBs here. Honestly, one STBs would push Aval all the way. Then again, maybe he just doesn't care. Lances charge in. There are not that many spearmen on the front line, actually, but the bigger problem is B is not as tanky as he thinks it. No, and missing some key techs. Luckily for him, Aval did not have Steeled Arrow. Actually crazy to think, if Aval had Steeled Arrow, that fight would have wiped all Lancers. Might still. Goes in for the clash. The Knights are absorbing a lot of hits here, which is important because the Spearmen are dishing out more damage. Wow, okay, yeah, so he gets the wipe. B is in dire straits right now. More Lancers coming in behind, though. He has got enough gold in reserve. And now, all of a sudden, you're trickling in reinforcements. Spears are going to pinch him, though, and unfortunately, that Lancer is attacking the wrong units. Okay, so Aval exhausting the archer count a little bit, but the Spearmen are living. Unfortunately, that's now going to be a problem with B switching to archers. The issue is, how does he get enough together fast enough here? And also, how do we not have a blacksmith play still? Especially now that you're going archers, it feels even more valuable. Can't get the upgrades at this stage. I mean, it's kind of forgivable now, but a little bit earlier with the intent. Probably would have had enough to at least finesse something like Steeled Arrow. Which goes a long way considering the outposts. But this is ridiculous. B. A lot of out of time in the base right now. Aval cannot afford to retreat. He's not in a position to get a valuable tech up here. The Knights, I don't know, man. I think this has just failed Aval. This is the difficulty in Feudal Age. When you all-in summon in Feudal, it's all about that initial punch. It needs to be good enough that they're on the floor. Because otherwise, it turns into this. He's now trickling troops across the map into a technologically superior opponent. The Archers may be the same, but the Knights most definitely are not. And all of a sudden, the B's out of the bag. Aval nowhere near going castle. He's going to have to rally back towards the defensive side of this engagement and just try to actually find that age up. I don't think a double down here serves you well. Even getting the early information with the scouts says, okay, so you're posturing center map. Looks at the army, really not that threatening. And B, kind of get close to the point where veterancy on archers makes a lot of sense here. He's got the Imperial officials to supervise for it as well. Aval, unfortunately, you know, with the main army, sure he's able to break that wall, but on their lonesome, these knights are going to take way too long to try and break through the defenses. We do finally have Steeled Arrow, by the way. Unfortunately for Aval, there is going to be veterancy coming for the archers. Yeah, which stage B can kind of just trend towards winning the engagements with archers alone. Remember, he also has supervision, so following up blacksmith techs is easy peasy. Only negative is going to be the layout. Okay, no, he's got room down here. Just build a blacksmith here, and then you get 64 gold back per tech. I'm a bit surprised we actually haven't had supervision for the vet. Now that he has 4 taxmen, would have made a lot of sense. Instead, he seems to be very highly prioritizing those lancers. 14 seconds to produce. Is Aval just dead here? It's not looking great. Aval needs a strike point. Because his opponent got pro scouts, he hasn't run out of food yet. He's about to, but it's double retracted berry, so there's still runway. Meanwhile, Aval, if he now backs up, he's in trouble himself because he also ran out of safe food. Check this from B. Cuts the reinforcements. He's in position for a backstab. So actually, yeah, if you peel the knights here, you body block. Archers can hit from the back. A little bit risky against the knights, though. So instead, it's just going to take the frontline fight. I mean, you don't have to get creative here when you've got veterancy advantage. About to get the miracle advantage too. Aval just trying to force them out of here, but oh god, that initial hit already puts him behind. Yeah, and the spears are going to get targeted down. The archers are trying to deal with that back line, but the extra 10 HP the better damage exchange. I mean, you've got an Undermesh plus Steeled Arrow just to have less health than the Vet Archers. There's no Blacksmith upgrades at all, and yet it matters not at all. Entire army gets wiped, and Aval just calls it right there. 2-0 victory for B, through to the quarterfinals. Yeah, pretty interesting game too, actually, though. Like, there was an uncomfortable moment. I don't know if that one's per se uploadable. It was kind of intriguing. Aval, like, actually, for a moment, looked, like, competitive in that game with the push. So, one game down. Still playing to come, though. Where did I say we were going to go next? Excuse me. So, I think next up, we want to have a look at... So there's SAS versus Miyamika, CSO versus Core, or Kilyatti versus Scatterbrained. I think we want to do CSO versus Core. Yeah. Let me just get the drafts for that then. So CSO on the left. And then we had map draft. There we go. That was a bit laggy. That's a coastal for first map. Knights Templar getting through. On this map draft, not crazy, but decent for Relic River. Actually has some credence there, some value. So G1 is gonna be Chinese versus IU. Interesting. Last game, Lash kind of went the same. He won the feudal and can follow it up. Yeah, it's very tricky to win a game in feudal. I think I've been over this before because it's a very interesting detail AoE4. Ending games in feudal feels way too difficult. It's why most people win a fight and then just take Castle Age because it's so much safer and easier that way. I can almost do a Batman impression. I can already do Batman impressions without a sore throat. Doesn't need a sore throat for that one. If I do it with a sore throat, I'm going to kill my throat more. That's for sure. And I just remembered we need our name cover. Oh, look. Last time I used the name color, it was for CSO. Pour les chocs. He is returned. One and all. That's right. Core is back in the midweek musters. And this week, although we're AoE 4, it's feeling a little bit like CNC. We have got CSO up against Core in the round of 16. Opening up with CSO, the Chinese boy, on the Chinese. Meanwhile, Core and the Ibits. Ibits an interesting pick on this map. Oh, I just realized. I just done the name covers, and I should have done them the other way around, because they're in, like, the opposite ends. So I'm going to go ahead and do this. So yeah, the Ibit pick is quite interesting here. I always have a few different strategies in mind these days. Growth Wing into Dervish can make a lot of sense. Dervish aggro can also work. Against China, there's a high expectation of Pro Scouts, so some people like to play for the Desert Raider opening. But that can be dangerous against the Archers. So we'll see which strategy Core really wants to opt for here. My instinct is when you're playing against China, you're probably just thinking about fast tech up. Speaking of fast, we are going to go for the 2x speed. Just to get through the first 2 or 3 minutes. Scouting patterns on this map aren't usually that intriguing, just because it's very linear. Now, that makes it sound like a boring map, but actually what it makes it is a very well-designed map, in that, although you can't get crafty with your scout rotations, you don't have to worry about just getting out cheap. If you approach this map in an orderly fashion of approaching the center of the map, you then either see the enemy scout and then dart to the other end of your side, or you don't and go deeper. It's really that simple in most games. And that's why I'd say, like, Coastal Cliffs is probably, by far, the least decided by sheep game map that exists in AoE4. And I personally think that's a good thing. Actually, that's not true. There's another one that is even less sheep won the game, and that would be Scarguard, which is also made by Aval. So gold clappers on that. And it looks like he is going to be focused on blocking the pro scouts. So military wing reinforcements going to be the choice for call. Normally you do this because you generally think your opponent's just going to rush scouts. It's very easily countered these days though. Just open 2 to 3 horsemen as China and then build scouts. I wonder if he could actually just deer shove. He can. There we go. Caught. He's learning. He's evolving. Man's becoming more dangerous. So we do have the deer shoves coming in. With 1 scout, this is a lot more difficult than you think. But that's the point in the Desert Raider. Your opponent doesn't have pro scouts yet. So instead of like rushing to deny the pro scouts, you could actually assist the deer shove. Yeah, and there you go. Course doing it. This really like is interesting with Irobids because they have multiple ways of getting cavalry units early on for free. And it shows you the value of the deer shove, that people prioritize this over any attempted poke raid. So we'll be at the deer mostly home. You're probably thinking about sending the Desert Raider across the map now, but the move is being mirrored. Sorry, my throat is really scuffed today. Was being mirrored for the most. It's starting to. So CSO will at least be able to get 5D at home. Pro Scouts did already come in. It's going to be Stables plus Archery range. Does he already know what Core's up to? Because if you did, I don't know if you want to be going Stables Archery range over Stables Racks. It's tricky. So the reason it's tricky, guys, is that Camel Lancers don't seem to care about Spearmen. And what I mean by that is, like, you know how you're meant to charge in and get stunned? Camel Lancers don't get stunned by spears, weirdly enough. Pretty heroic to cast in that condition. Thank you. I mean, I don't know. Maybe it'll be a terrible stream because people will like click on and go, "Oh God, his voice is bad. Why are we listening to this?" and leave. But trying to give the people what they want. There we go. Logistics it is. So pretty standard. Could have been Growth Wing actually, in fairness here, but it's a relic race. Your opponent's gone Pro Scout, so presumably he's not going to have much on the map. All of a sudden, the Archer Horseman play feels a little bit better for CSO, because he can now play blocker to your win condition. You crave me with a roughed up throat? Like, what the hell? Monka, what? That was me thinking about modding you. And then you just say you like to see me suffering, you know? Like, what the hell? Actually, I think that's like a prerequisite to being a Twitch mod. Enjoying watching the content creator suffer. Double Desert Raider, though. Oh, 4 Archers, if it got direct fight, could kind of fight this, but that's not the way Desert Raiders work. Also, with the Logistics Wing coming, there's kind of a worrisome detail that you can't let this exist. Because if you do, they're going to get healing. So, like, that means that with the triple Loggy Dervish, Cole can come over and just fight on a relic without being threatened at all. Because you just don't have enough DPS. 4 Horsemen plus 5 Archers should be good enough. You're going to do 18 damage, minus 5, so 13 damage per. So that means from the first flurry, you're going to do 52 damage, and then the Archers are going to add in another 25. So that's 77 damage against 120 HP unit. And then with the focus heal in combat, 3.5, 3.5, 3.51, your opponent's going to heal for 11.5, so he'll heal for about 22, due to the difference in attack points. It would probably take 3 rounds of attacks to kill a Dervish being prior healed by Dervishes. So the Desert Raid is not going to melt straight away, but you will eventually beat him back. Wow, look at this. KP's dying and he even done maths. And he done it well. Gold Flappers. So Lancer's on the way now. Walls are coming up, which is the correct response from CSO, but he needs to catch up, and he knows it. Castle just around the corner. The problem is with China, I don't know if you want to go Camel Lancers, Lancer versus Camel Lancer here, because the problem with going Lancer into Camel Lancer is obviously you're debuffed, but the more important thing is the map. This is a very tight map. It's not wide like a Dry Arabia or Carmel, where on those maps, you know, you tip the hat and you say, well, Lancer play all the way, buddy. Here, there's almost more desire towards just playing infantry comp, especially once you have these walls up at CSO. So 3 relics already on the way home for core. CSO is going to be too late to really intercept. He can maybe take 1 relic off the map. This one feels so hard to deny. We do at least have the pro scouts bring back more goodies. Remember, there's only 3 deer stacks in this map that he could have got. He almost shoved back an entire deer stack. So there was really only about 2.2 deer stacks up for grabs. Oh God, I just realized we have 4 quarterfinals today. Maybe a semifinals as well. My throat's not going to survive this. I can tell. Question is, how does CSO survive this? He is going to be going for the Lancers. So thought process here is if he focuses on raiding, his opponent has to come out of his base sooner. So he can punish him for that. It's a solid thought process, actually. Because your opponent, like, despite the fact he got good sheep, you basically split the sheep between you. His berry's already gone. And the deer have been tapped. So, like, there are risks for core. And also, he does have forward berries. He can't touch the boar on this map. Yeah, IU definitely feels like it's on the clock a little bit, but the way he's playing this, getting 4 relics home. Actually, is it going to be 5? Oh, yeah, he already dropped it in the base. Yeah, this is 5 relics. Okay, this is great then. So 5 relics. His food gathering, is he going Imperial? No, I don't know what you would rush Imperial for here. Growth Wing? I mean, you could go Eco Wing Industry and Trip TC, but Trip TC sounds like griefing. I think instead, like, your goal here should probably be... What, Spearman? Spearman actually makes a lot of sense here. You wouldn't think about it often with IU. It's probably the least built unit. But your opponent's going crossbow lancers. Spears is the perfect counter. I just think the issue is right now he doesn't want to give up mobility. Hence camels only. Meanwhile, those boars that Core can't not touch, CSO will happily take. Well, maybe not easily take, though. Camels do engage. Okay, yeah, I mean, the crossbows aren't here. The dervish comes in and... Oh, no. I've seen this tale too often. The spread heal. Okay, so the problem with this build, like, genuinely, and this is why I think, like, Iberds actually can thrive in the Chinese Shushi matchups. You can't fight them directly for obvious reasons. 20% debuff. It's actually worse than that, though. Think about what Lancer spam means. Lancer spam means that we're walloping each other with distributed damage. That's bad against dervishes because of AoE healing. The answer to AoE healing is focus fire. You either focus fire the healer or you focus fire the units one by one. Hence crossbows. Lancers don't achieve that same goal. So CSO's opening a Lancers really only makes sense if he's achieving an objective such as blocking relics or hitting economy. He done neither of those things. His opponent has 5 relics, 2 sacred sites, and no villager losses. So the Lancers' role in this game for China failed. It didn't hit. If China kills the ball, can a non-ball see if they touch it? No. Pretty sure they can't. So this is rough now. I mean, if CSO had basically built like 4 or 5 Lancers and then just gone crossbows, he would have been limited into his base, but that's where he finds himself anyway. The difference is he'd actually be able to threaten when he needs to move out for food here. I mean, needs a strong word. He does still have the pro scouts, but preferably you want to be onto the ball so that you can fall back to the pro scouts play when you don't have as much control. Other issue with going for the crossbows like this is now you know the follow-up is going to be archers. It's pretty much the bread and butter of either picks. Camel Lancer into archer. Still would have been really cool to have seen spears here for you. It's just you don't want to have mass melee in castle. Usually in castle you want to divide it between melee and ranged. Speaking of which, big melee off here. Between the cavalry, the dervish healing is making a big difference though, making them last a lot longer. The archers not really dealing with the crossbows quick enough. Lancers, are they actually holding on? No, the camel's going to break through. It just wasn't enough crossbowmen. He had 8 here. Not enough for the insta-kills. Now the villager is going to get insta-gibbed. Chases on, and also those veteran desert raiders kind of mudding things. If he hits them, he might not be killing them with one shot now, as you can see there. That's bad. Realistically, you want to be killing the camel lancers because even though they're not one-hit kill either, they do more damage than the desert raiders. But just a great trade by Core. He throws away the entire lancer battalion, but it pays off in droves here. Dervish debuff also means the lancers remaining aren't exactly good killers. We'll finally mop them up, but tail end of the fight, we're talking a 3 villager kill advantage. More lancers arriving. Crossbow count shrinking. We're getting to the point where actually the camel lancer could just be prior healed by the dervish throughout the damage. Why is CSO so eager to die with these villagers? This man is obsessed with getting that boar. The deer shouldn't be gone yet. He's probably aware of the timing. I mean, he could just play berries though. Would Barbican be good? Barbican could be amazing here. So, with the correct spawn, you can get a double Barbican on Coastal. Unfortunately, this is not the correct spawn. The other boar is all the way over here. So really, really far away. On top of that, the reason why he didn't go for the Barbican play is because of Desert Raiders. So to bring it back to Core's choice to go into the Desert Raider wing was multifold. It gave him the advantage to try and push the deer. It gave him the advantage to try and contest pro scouts. It then also has the knock-on effect of stopping your opponent from barbecuing. Because if he runs out into the middle of the map and there's a Desert Raider there, he's going to lose at least 2 villagers. At which point, CSO's play not really worth it. I like these walls from Core. Yeah, he's just going to fix it on the north side because his opponent wants to be here because of the ball. So he wants to be able to park. Because that also gets the win condition on Sacred Site. Meanwhile, south side, your opponent's got Lancer crossbows. Not exactly the healthiest way of burning a wall. And yeah, to the point of like going Barbican defensively for Song. I think going Barbican can sometimes feel weird on formats like this. If you're going to wall in, the Barbican loses some value, if that makes sense. And it takes time to return its value. Because if you've already got walls up, the Barbican doesn't really achieve anything in your base, but to activate Song. And while Song is good, it's going to take a very long time to return its investment. So you're going to increase your production rate of villages by 1 per minute. That's an extra 45 resources per minute. Barbican cost is going to be 600. So it's going to take you 10 minutes to truly pay off if it's just for Song. You see the conundrum there. Doesn't really feel like a game where you had 10 minutes. Instead it feels like a game where it's been had by the long curlies. Q attempt. Wait, actually more than a Q attempt. He gets 3 worker kills. That's a lot more than I would have expected in that flank there from a single Lancer, so well played. Okay, CSO may have just sprung to life. In fact, wait, I think that was more than 3 worker kills. And more to come. Cool, the focus on walls around the sacred site, but the lack of any at home may cost him dearly here. Wow, I was ready to write this game off. I mean, I thought CSO was just dead with the way he played this. But finally, he's actually doing the work that Lancers are intended to do. And he's going to find more. The camel debuff does come in, but there's not much of a counterforce here. Archer army just not in position, so he can go in for the villagers. No textiles either. Why we built houses in... Oh, no. Like, that thing's not even moving away. What? Okay, this is getting a bit ridiculous. CSO, in what should have been a GG state, I feel like. All of a sudden, now 10 workers up. Now, he does still have to overcome the Sacred Sites and the Relic difference. Not to mention the army size. But this at least gives a semblance of hope for the Chinese player. Let's go get better than that. Look at this trade right now. Crossbows are getting added in, but there's only 4 here right now. So the archers are getting chowed down upon. That's crazy. Camel Lance has now arrived with the debuff to make it a little bit of a slow chomp through. But cool, that big military advantage he had, shrinking a little bit here. He will still maintain the numbers. And there is an argument to be made that maybe, actually, the actual GG play would have been a sneak onto the Sacred side, but unfortunately, I think the outpost deterred him. Which is unfortunate because spring replacements only just came in. That is crazy. What's crazy is still his military academy. Does he actually have the food for that? I don't think so. Okay, he's playing Risk now. Berries and Boar on the front side. So to utilize military academy, he needs to roll fast. Oh, this is dangerous from CSO. Wild from Core, though. Manganiques. If he adds in more Spear, I like it. He added in Spear at some point because he has a Rax. I just don't know where. Ah, here we go. Yeah. So Rax is going to be the way you get away with the Manganique comp. You're basically just ironically using China's traditional comp against them, Spear Nest of Bees, instead you just Spear Manganiques. Which feels like a poor man's Nest of Bees, because you do have the Incendiary Shot that has the widespread. So you can kind of mimic the behavior of China with that play. Yeah, so you see why the wall's so valuable now. By the time he breaks through here, army's going to be there. Even with siege. Also, because he went for the outpost, he gets early warnings before they even start burning. Pause on the timer. Can't hang around, though. Did at least force the deletion on the wall, so Core's going to have to rebuild that. But he's already got villagers here, so he can rebuild the entire area. Goodness gracious. This is a lot of crossbow now for Core. I don't know if this is the play for CSO, really. Full Lancers this deep into Castle. He saw crossbows before from his opponent, which is why I'm questioning this. Okay, this is going to sound very weird, but if he had Lancer Mass plus Nest of Bees, which would be doable with his eco access because he doesn't have food. It's wood and gold that he has a lot of. I don't know, this looks like a desperation play. Mobility to try and guarantee the decap. Unfortunately, not going to be quick enough. Camel Lances. Now go for the charge in. CSO needs the body blocks to get the full decap. But the Sprint shots are coming in. There's no way it's going to work. Meanwhile, the army chases. Manganiques. Deploy. Well insulated here. The false around. It's just not working out. Can he actually break through and kill the siege before he loses the army? It doesn't look like it. It's an absolute massacre here. Core camping on the gold vein. Ruined any hope of CSO getting the surround he needed. Decap is going to be a big fat L, as is this game for CSO. Whew. Core winning on my channel? God damn. All right, well played, Mr. Core. So that's going to be IE versus China. God damn it. It's a cough. China too weak or too hard? I just think it's just maybe more of a strategy choice issue. Also, specifically Ibids in that matchup. I think Ibids do quite well against China. IU feels really good against Civs that want to castle rush, because you castle rush too, and it kind of does it better. Alright, let me... Who's where? So CSO's on that side. Boom. And we're into Relic River. Oh boy, this might be a tricky one actually. Game number 2, we're heading into Relic River. Mongols up against Knights Templar. Knights Templar have a lot of good situations. Is this going to be one of them? Because technically, KT is a really good outpost rushing civ. The problem is, Mongols aren't really outpost rushable. And that is disgusting. He moved the TC onto the nearby deer. Wow. Okay, so he skipped on a lot of villages. Is that like 1.5 vil? No. Wait, what? How is that less than a villager of skip production? That's crazy. Sick play by Core. Okay, this is a huge edge, though. So, problem with what's happening here is, like, technically, Core could just not interact with the Dark Age and be ahead. Because CSO is very unlikely to build a Rax and then go for a dock. Usually, the Mongols look really broken on this map. Well, broken might be a strong word for a weak civ. Very good on this map because of the shoreline fish. Any map that has a shared access area for fishing, where it's not deep water, like it's not a giant ass pond like Baltic, Mongols look really good. Because they could technically outpost rush you, they could Rax rush you. And because they could do that, you have to act accordingly. And that is a sick read. He did cancel it. So the reason this is important is normally what happens, you assume a Mongol player is going to Rax rush. So what you do is you don't go docks. Most cases, it's advisable to just not even bother doing anything but going feudal. And we're seeing exactly why in the case of CSO. He goes for triple spear, make it quadra, and they're worthless. Now, he can actually fabricate some value here. It's going to turn into a deer shove. But the original intent should have been to stop a dock placement with this, or to deal with Mongol aggro. But because Core is doing neither of those things, he has disincentivized KT's play. He's devalued what CSO has done. This is very smart. Is Lancer Knights ever a good play against Abba Iabids? Yes. For the opening, it's fine because you raid them. But if you're not raiding them, it's bad. Drink some tea? Might be a good idea. Maybe some rooibos tea. I mean, you know, it's only going to be like a 7 or 8 hour stream, right? Not like we slowly kill ourselves doing this. I wondered if Core was actually going to go for the pasture. A little bit surprised he didn't. I think he just wants the clean efficiency into Keshiks. And yeah, obviously, because the gold's so far away, outpost over pasture makes a lot of sense. Stop smoking cigarettes? Brother, I don't smoke cigarettes. What are you on about? Did you take a wrong turn and end up at a KP stream when you were looking for a Mr. stream? Okay, this just looks very sad for CSO right now. 7 spears? What? What? I guess shove more deer? I mean, he's going to have to try and find some value, but look at this spawn. I don't know what you got. I guess you can burn the Uvu. There might be enough time to burn the Uvu because, yeah, okay, so your opponent doesn't actually know. No. See, why is his TC here? I actually feel so bad for CSO. Wait, surely he scouted this beforehand, though. Oh, that has to be so tilting. Like, it's such a ridiculously forward TC. We may end up calling him CSO because 0 on the score at this rate for this week. Uvu's at least going to be torched. A villager could come to actually repair this, by the way. Yeah, so timing is actually good for him. He'll complete the Deer Stone. He can send 2 villagers and then bait his opponent underneath the TC. Moves forward for the archer range. Is he just going to sack the Uvu? Because he can actually repair this. Like, the TC is edging on range. Yeah, almost perfectly. Okay, so he just accepts it. That's smart. Yeah, so cool. He preempts it and queues up the Magadai. Double pump. Double twice. Because remember, even when the Uvu's gone, as long as you actually have it queued, it can't be taken away from you. So, all the stone invested. He's going to go for the Uvu rebuild. Magadai is going to be a perfect solution to the Spearman. But Core's cooking, actually. Like, what? I want you guys to think about this. Why is this such a good play? Well, part 1 is your opponent has built mass spears that can never touch the Magadai. You just kite them. But it's deeper than that. It's actually a lot smarter than that. What is CSO going to do with Kingdom of France? It's going to build Knights. Now, Knights normally don't really care too much about Magadai because they have free ranged armor. Except Chevalier Confrère do not have free ranged armor. They've got 2. So they get hit a lot harder by Magadai, actually. Instead of taking less than 50% of the damage, they receive over 50%. It's actually quite smart. Props are cool. That's creative. That's something new. We're not used to really seeing knights with so little ranged armor. Passive smoker because you live in Britain? And you inhale from other people? Wait, like, you assume I go out? I'm like never around people that smoke. Where's the Khan Hunter? He's on the way. You don't tend to like rush the Khan Hunter. It comes out the same building, so you prior Magadai first. And it looks like we do have a dot play. Okay, so that's... Well, that's greedy. It could work out, but look at the greed that Core's doing. Is this a fast... This is a fast imp build. Whenever you see someone open up with 4 Magadai, be suspicious. And here we go. Reveals himself on the Chevalier Confrère. Gold now blocked out, so CSO actually can't scale more heavy cav. You can go archers, which is the solution to this. Problem is, what's your opponent could have done by the time you're there? Core, does he have enough food for these plays? Considering that he started on the deer, yes, he's got 8 sheep remaining. He could even shove in the secondary deer or just move out to it naturally. And there's also boar here. And now to dive in. Oh my god, what are those villagers doing? What? One Magadai goes down, but he's going to find the worker kills for it. And that's... What? He actually calls it after that. That is absurdity. We didn't even get to see the fast Imperial. Core with the 2-0 stomp. But you didn't see that one coming. That is crazy. Like, nani? Nani? Okay, so just having a look at what we're going to cook with next. Yo, what's up, Q-Mamba? Thank you much for the Prime sub, mate. Appreciate you and welcome back to the Swarm. So, if I quickly update the overlay, I think I know where we're going next. What was the series I had coming up? Yeah, we're going to have a look at SAS versus Miyamika next. So I'll update the bracket. I'll get their draft. And then after we look at SAS versus Miyamika, we'll check in on the winner matchup live. So let me go ahead. We had... So we start the day with 2-0 for B. We just watched Core 2-0. Pictures are starting to be painted very nicely. Oh my god, I'm dying. I don't even know if I want to drink a Red Bull today. I mean, caffeine's meant to be bad for you when you have a sore throat, right? So, let me get Unkraft. Game 1 on Coastal. AI KP casting? Yeah, that's what I should do, dude. I should, like, you know, instead of being a person who, like, just tries to do all the, like, OG, like, content, original content all the time, we should legit just, like, pre-record, reuse AI gen. Okay, so we actually have House of Lancaster for me and Micah, by the way. How? I don't like this pick on Coastal Cliffs. I actually think it's like really, really weak on Coastal. But he's gonna do it. Showing 2-0 Vold, but Eliona, but it's 2-1. Oh yeah, wait, was it 2-1? We did cast that series, right? I'm pretty sure we did. Who gives a crap? He lost now. Maybe it's COVID, dude. Like, that's literally people's response to everything. Maybe it's COVID. Did you ever consider maybe it's Maybelline? Gargling salt water? I find the salt water crap never works. Can you make me a Roy Boss tea, please? Pray. Ask Emma. She's got time today. She's only looking after one of the kids. We sent the other one to kiddie prison. All right, let's get ready to go, though. Are we on the right sides here? Let's get rid of the name tag. Yes, we are. Wow, that's a miracle. House of Lancaster sucks. That's right. You heard me say it. One and all, I'm here to make my stance. This Civ is trash. On Coastal Cliffs. Wait. Maybe not. Alright, this is going to be interesting, folks. So, Miyamika versus SAS here, midweek muster number 22. Winner of this faces off against B. And Miyamika, this crazy mother ducker, opens in the wildest ways with a Lancaster pick. A pick which you would think would be great, but on this particular map is weird. Coastal Cliffs, your stone doesn't spawn near your base, so technically you're very exposed, but this dude just hit the jackpot. He got gold, wood, and stone all in one location, so this is very guardable with a Lancaster castle. I still, by the way, with that detail in mind, that would put Lancaster less in socks and more in mid-range. I know people don't like to hear this, probably because they're still like the guy who waged war in Nam having flashbacks about it as if it's still happening today. Have bad memories of Lancaster and therefore think they're OP, but the reality check is they are not that good now. It's not that they are impossible to play, it's not that they're the worst team in the game. It's just that they are more mid of pack with the nerfs that have come in. Yeomen are very hard to scale now. The mana build is very linear. There are just better sets. Roos, I think actually it could be one of those. Yeah, so Roosts have a few possibilities here. I don't think you go for a Ram Rush all in because it's a back spawn on the Stone Gold. But Fast Castle, Relic Control, Map Control makes a lot of sense here. I wonder if Sass actually skips Pro Scouts as well, just to be faster. He has got 2 Scouts, didn't go for free. That isn't very revealing though. On this particular map, you don't really ever tend to go free Scouts, even if you're going to go Pro Scouts, because there's just not enough sheep. It slows down your tech timing. Hearing KP isn't crying about Hull. Why do you guys make up crap like all I do is cry about House Lancaster? By you guys, I mean Teshtop. I'm calling you out a name here. I've criticized their bad design from an economical standpoint. I don't think manners is a good element of AoE4 at all. But they're not broken. They're just not fun to play. What? Oh my god, scout your map. No. Okay, GG. No, okay, they do suck here. They absolutely suck here. What is that? Are you kidding me? There is literally a stone right there. And he doesn't know. I can't believe this. I am actually speechless. Miyamika, I mean, he's played a bit of Coastal Cliffs in the past, so he should know there's a stone that spawns further away. But this, I mean, this is a bit to the extreme. Like, theoretically, it would be possible, depending on the biome gen. But very unlikely. I can't believe it. He could have just won the game here. Now, before anyone's like, but KP, it doesn't matter. He's doing Abbey of Kings anyway. I don't think he wanted to do Abbey of Kings. Because, like, you can be a mana still with Abbey of Kings, but it loses some of its defensive value. To the point that I'm, like, not really convinced you should be rushing manas with this type of build. Oy, oy, oy. And all of a sudden, Horse Archers just became ridiculously good. Yeah, so like a standard FC build makes a lot of sense here for Sass. We've got the Deer Shoving coming through. Honestly, I kind of hope he just doesn't PS. Just don't Pro Scouts, rush Castle, spam Horse Archers. I don't think Lancaster can easily do Yeoman anymore with their economy. They're just too expensive. I'm flummoxed right now. Yeah, he sees the Lord of Lancaster. Sass at this point is like, huh? And then he sees the mana. Okay. Excuse me. This throw is rough. At this point, Sass just has, like, cha-ching noises in his head. Oh, no. So, guys, can you guess the biggest problem with Lord of Lancaster against Roos? What do you attack? You can poke a hunting cabin, so I guess that's kind of nice. But they're close enough to the TC that you're going to end up diving it to stop repair. You're tempted to say stop Pro Scouts, but how does one guy with a very slow attack and very slow movement stop Pro Scouts? He kind of doesn't. So it looks like he's going to go for the torch in on the hunting cabin. It is going to be annoying for Assassin that he'll have to pull a villager repair. Oh, wow. He's going to react. Yeah, he says to hell with this. I thought he'd just kind of like, let's shrug it and try for greed. We're getting knights. Wait, did he... he might have scouted me and Mike around the stone. Actually, no. It's simpler than that, guys. So Sass knows that the knights are going to get value. How does he know this without scouting the stone? Even if he didn't scout this... This map intentionally spawns stone further away from the base. And you just revealed that you did not build Lancaster Castle. Which means, even if you were on the safe stone, a knight can attack you here. You have nothing to defend yourself with. That's a sick read. And then we go, first knight queued up. Villager's going to be pulled for the repair. It's going to be double stable now. Second Lord of Lancaster's in. Mew feeling a bit de fromage about this. Villager is going to go for the repair. Needs to be careful because the marching is coming. No, surely not. Is he really going to survive this? He is. The matched movement speed kills the Lord of Lancaster. And that actually might have just saved the cannon. I mean, even if you lose the hunting cabin, you now kill the Lord of Lancaster. Yeah, good commitment there. The scout does guarantee the kill at least. But now with the Lord Lancaster going down, that's minus 160 to kill 100. And nicely done. You see that by Sass? He pulled away to recharge with the knight. Just gets a quicker kill. Lance damage higher. So Mio's 2 Lords of Lancaster down. Stone Access down, but he didn't want more. He just wanted triple mana. I thought he was going to go for Castle, but... Is he really getting racks now? So he's assuming his opponent's going to be playing long feudal? If that's the case, I've got really bad news for him. Sass is going Castle. Not liking the look of this right now from you. Yes, sir. Yeah, because for Sass from this position, he doesn't need to really go into your base. And wow, yeah, it doesn't even get a dent on the new Mercedes. Knight's able to move away. Castle is going to be locked in. Honestly, you can shove in a second deer pack as well, actually. He's got all the time in the world. He's going to try to be a little bit of a nuisance here because his opponent's probably going to split between resources. We can see me and Micah is actually already thinking about going on to berries. I think this is just for the wheelbarrow, though. There you go, folks. Get your numbers in. Oh, look, it's even a mill for the berries. That's nice. Wait, Mio's going Billman? Okay, so let's think through why Billman. Billman does stop your opponent diving the TC because the -1 armor means that the town center just evaporates knights. Outside that, there's not really much value to Billman right now. The thing about Billman is a support technology. It's not a damage amplifier for the spearman. It does increase your damage, but if you look at your damage, you hit for 28. So increasing your damage by 1 isn't that good. Thank you, Emma. Appreciate the tea. Because mathematically, it's the same reason why you don't really see Night Civs rush Bloomery for +1 attack. The exception being French, because they get it for free. Usually, these type of differences make sense on low damage units. For example, the Yeoman. So he's at least enabling the logic of this now. Problem is the timing. Your opponent's an age ahead. He could technically just build archery ranges here. And not go horse archers, just go archers. We do have him looking to rush the relics as well. Meanwhile, Mio rushing out the base. Could prove to be ill-advised here, because Sass still has knights waiting in the wings. We do also have double broadaxe on the way. Okay, so only 1 archery range so far by Sass. Just doesn't have the wood for it. High Trade House is going to be 116 gold per minute. More than enough to trend towards things like blacksmith upgrades, veterancy, etc. Oh, wow. Okay, Mio is sending it. I respect this. One thing that hurts me deeply is he stopped building Lords of Lancaster. Makes your Rams really tanky. Need something stronger than straight vinegar to actually disinfect. Got it. So, wait, are you telling me to drink bleach? What the hell? No. No, wait. No, I'm not. No, we're not watching that POTUS press conference again. Okay, so the Lords of Lancaster are on their way, but they're going to be slow to arrive. First racks, Ram Rover is being built into. Extra archery ranges coming in behind, and it is going to be stand archers. This is smart by Sass. Horse archers would get you killed. You get outranged, you get killed, you just wouldn't be quick enough either. Because you're paying a lot more, and you're waiting longer. So archers 100% is the play. We'd already have the veterancy for the knights in as well for Sass. This could prove to be quite a tough cookie to crack. He did, wait, did he go Springwood? Yeah, he actually just rushed his Springwood placement. Even better. If it was arrow slits, like maybe a little bit easier for you to sustain. But now, like, poking is going to cost you each time more easily. And smart move, Sass. Just a small wall like this delays the push. Against Rams, normal Palisades is kind of worthless because it's one shunt and a go. But fortified palisade walls are a different breed. Warrior Monk. Whoa. Okay, actually, the Warrior Monk's pretty clutch if you can get a good hit. We're not going to start trading out. We've got full garrison inside. Knights are going to march forward, though. And there we go. Saint's Blessing gets activated. Villagers pull to try and burn this down. Lord of Lancaster's gone straight away. That's not good. Just lost 5% HP on the entire army. And no villagers lost either. But I can tell you this. It's going to be a loss for Lancaster. This is not it. Nowhere near enough damage. Does not have the steel arrow either. The Rams are a complete waste. And so's the Lancaster pick on Coastal Cliffs. Oh, that stone hurt me deeply. I actually feel bad for the Lancaster player there. Is that crazy? You know, it's like, it's literally just like a if only he knew type moment. Oh, man, poor guy. Oh, whoops. 1 point sass, not. There we go. Did Sass push the deer? He pushed the left one. I don't think he got the right one pushed in. But it's a smart read. Like, that's the example where pro scouts just cost you more than you gain as well. So, really smart. G2, though, we're going to be having Japanese versus Mongols. I think Japan's a bit weird here. And, like, it's cheaper, but theoretically Mongols should beat you in a long spam. Let's find out. This has become my favorite map. One and all, we are in an enlightened horizon, and it is a Dark Age showdown. Japanese for Sass going up against Mio Micah on the Mongols. Two civs that play into Spinman very well. Japan because of the 75 wood cost on Iraqs, and for Mongols because of the double production. However, there is an initial edge for Japan here. Japan will be quicker off the mark because for Mongols, you have to build the Uva first, not the racks. So you're slower to get the merchant camp. Upside for Mongols is the longer that the Dark Age goes on, because you can spam more spears courtesy of the passive stone production. 70 per minute, being worth almost 2 villages of production. I wonder, does Sass maybe try this a different way, though? Because we've been seeing some English picks here, and the men-at-arms opening is looking quite impressive. So I don't actually mind the idea of going Samurai over Spearman. It's always tricky because they're going to slow down your comp, and also the deflective armor just doesn't feel that good against low base damage units anyway. In theory, deflective armor should be more impactful early on, but the problem is the regularity of fighting means it never really recharges for Samurai. And also, I think, in Sass's eyes, the biggest issue he has here takes longer to produce. It's not like English where it's 15 seconds for a men-at-arms. And also, because that higher cost, that higher production time, that slow movement speed, you're going to be likely to miss your wolf den timing, because this map is all about the merchant's camp into the wolf den. And nicely done. Micah just trying to slow down, idle out the capture a tiny bit here. Could have been prioritizing his own, actually, funnily enough. But does have the double pump of spears now coming out. I wonder if there's a world in which Micah just rushes in and tries to take the merchant camp away from his opponent. That's a sick play, theoretically. If your opponent rushes out for the wolf dens, you can walk across, take the merchant camp, and then come back to contest the second wolf den. Because you would have taken 50 resources away from them and gained 50 resources. And you could hold that for 2.5 minutes. So you more or less kind of balance out against what wolf den is, but the difference is you've dispersed your resources more evenly. Food, wood, and gold, not just a big bulk of gold. Alright, ones if you think Sass is going to win this, twos if you think Micah is. Ah, delicious rooibos tea. What's everyone's favorite tea? Oh my god, I just realized it's the most British thing I've ever seen on a stream. And my favorite tea is not even a British tea? No, it's a South African one. I'm pretty sure rooibos is South African. Yep, Western Cape, province of South Africa for good old red tea. Brits never drank English tea. I mean, sure, but like black tea and all that kind of crap is like the standard British tea, you know? I think it's very British to like a tea we import from the Commonwealth. True. I just think rooibos is like the less go-to for people because rooibos is more for its herbal, medicinal purposes, not for the caffeine. That was weird from Sass, by the way, and quite unnecessary. There was no point continuing to burn the wolf den. You don't get anything past the burn point. You don't need to kill it. You just need to set it on fire. And look at what it cost him. Me and Mike, he actually done it. We called it. He makes the slam dunk maneuver. Okay, so Sass is on the way home right now. He's switching into Samurai. He will be able to defend the racks, but building a house here felt like a critical mistake. Cost him dearly. Loses 50 resources, gives 50 resources. Also, the merchant camp capture is going to be there for at least a minute for Miyamiko. The Khan is also just still chilling, vibing in the area. Nice stab in there. Gets a freebie. And remember, you can basically turn around, stab the spears, and then run away from the samurai because of the movement speed difference. And Mio's vibing. He's already in the second age. This is crazy. What happened here? It's just such a big discrepancy. It's the samurai. Sass burned 330 resources on worthless samurai. This is why no one builds these in Dark Age. Even on this map, it feels weird. Yeah, because the biggest problem you have is each individual might be better, but quantity can beat quality. And you will always have less units if you go Samurai over Spear. Yeah, Micro, not quite on point with the Micro there, but turns it into a win with the Samurai kills. And this is an absolute routing. And now with a better movement speed. Okay, this is just trivial. Oh, Mio is just dunking, man. We have the decap attempt coming over here. He might be able to get it in time, but me and Mike will be swift on the recap. And the racks never got repaired, guys. And he can't afford to really produce out of it. Now, Coca will answer the Spearman, but it won't answer what's coming next. Yeah, Keshik should be reasonable. Archers could have made sense as well. I think Samurai might be the worst Dark Age unit in the game. It's pretty ridiculous. And there we go. So Rax killed off entirely. He never even went for the wolf den, by the way. He just ignored it. And this is very interesting. I don't know if this will be like an uploadable video because I feel like it's going to be a very quick game after this opening. I don't know if people really like these short games. Maybe they do because this is the thing about this map. This map actually makes watching the first 5 minutes of a video interesting rather than just like, let's check what their build order is, you know? Early Horsemen? I think Early Horsemen are better than Samurai. Early Horsemen can choose where and how they fight. Samurai can't. Like, imagine putting on all this heavy armor, and it's not even that good for how heavy it is, you know? Should Samurai bonus infantry be automatic like marching drills, but when it scales with age? It would be a nice improvement. I wouldn't be against it as long as it's balanced well. So, like, what? +1 in Dark Age, +2 in Feudal, and then... I'm trying to remember, I haven't seen a Duchy so long. +4, right? +4 in Castle. That can make sense, and there is already scaling logic for those type of things. Then between the deflective armor and the extra damage, which you already have high damage anyway, would make Samurai somewhat competitive against Spearmen. Yeah, Mio's just going castle now. This is... I think this game might just be over. Sasa's going Yumi, which, you know, in his brain makes sense. His opponent has spears, but those Yumi are going to feel completely pointless in about 2 minutes. So we might want to run. I like how for the extra confusion for people watching, Sasa's like, let's actually disguise one of the shinobi. Yes, yes. Never seen early samurai doing much. Oh, I see them doing loads. Like, are you kidding me? Dude, early samurai are like the most impactful unit in the Dark Age. When a Japanese player builds early samurai, they lose the game. Just didn't see that coming. Oh, God, Mio even gets the kill? It's going to cost him the Khan's life. But yeah, in a way, when you think about it, because they basically lose you the game, Dark Age samurai are like the most impactful. Ninja kills everything? Oh yeah, let me just build more of these. Oh wait, I can only produce them every 20 seconds once. Wow, wow, wow. You think that you think that samurai can deny tower rush? Okay, I might agree with that if they didn't take 20 seconds. If they give them the English buff where it's 15 seconds, maybe. Honestly, I don't know why Japan doesn't have that production speed and English do. You can argue the deflective armor, but you're paying more for samurai anyway. Theoretically, deflective armor is meant to be OP in the early game because there's not many units. So, in terms of the attacks exchanged, it's a bigger quantity than normal, right? But it never feels good enough. For the extra resources, deflective armor does not feel good enough. It's great on Mount Samurai because think about the implications. The point in the game where I'm getting Mount Samurai, like the damage per strike is much higher, so I offset a lot of damage. Also, it works against your counter unit. So, for example, Spearmen, they miss out on like 34 damage on a Mount Samurai. But let's say you build like a Dark Age Samurai here, not on horseback, but on footback, on foot. A spear's going to hit you for 7 damage in Dark Age. Compared to your health, it's a decent offset, but like, it doesn't have that same level of grandiose. And I think part of that is because obviously no Civ has a heavy armor unit counter in Dark Age. So it's not like you are situationally overcoming your counter, if that makes sense. Why not engage with Keshiks here? Nothing to gain, really. Your opponent's scaled into Yumi, so now you're not like in a rush per se. You have to be a little bit careful because what Sas can do in these fights is he can basically forward with the Yumi and then the Shinobi kill the Keshiks. Because the Shinobi actually have ridiculously high DPS compared to Keshiks. Keshiks, they take longer to attack, they attack for less. Even when they're up in H3. So I don't mind that he delayed that attack a little bit. Just showing the appropriate respect. Sas, in a very uncomfortable position by the way, has to move out in the secondary gold because he's pumped so many Shinobi. Yeah, this is getting a little awkward, actually. Like, at this rate, even if he gets Castle Age, he won't be able to afford anything. Interesting choice there. Mio actually could have used the defense arrow and attacked. Would have allowed him to wall up for 3 or 4 seconds and then disengage. But you see what I mean? He's basically now trying to punish Sas for using Yumi as a defense line. So because the Yumi will be offered up at the start, because Sas doesn't want to take damage to the Shinobi, all Mio needs to do is hit him once, walk away. Hit him once, walk away. Cycle charge. What Sas's counterplay should be to that is Shunshin. When his opponent charges in, you should blink past him. Because then, you've now turned the Yumi from a frontline unit into a sandwich unit. Doesn't let the Keshiks get away. Just feels like he's not going to have enough Shinobi quick enough, though. Well, Sas is at least saving for Castle. In theory, you could upgrade the Yumi here. Your opponent doesn't have blacksmiths. I don't know if you got time, though. This is a lot of ponies. And there we go, charges in, walks away. It's so vexing. He's actually kind of just begging Sas to blink. Because if he blinks, he can then just carve them up straight away. Because now you haven't got Yumi that you're accidentally hitting instead of ninjas. If it's got to be melee, you're fine with ninja versus Keshik melee. What you're not fine with is stupid Yumi taking a hit to the face when the Shinobi should. So yeah, like, this is very awkward. Sas, I think he knows it as well. Like, if he uses Shunshin, he's dead. You know? What? Oh, no, that was unnecessary. Okay, that might be enough to scare him away. Nah, surely not. We've got 19 Keshix. There we go. There's the charge here. And look at the damage on the Shinobi. One goes down, and the health bars are not pretty on the rest. Excuse me. We have got Temple Equality coming in. Yeah, so, like, this seems like a meme, but it actually makes sense. One, Keshix are full base damage, but the other reason is he needs gold. This is meant to be his clutch play. He knows he's going to run out of gold. He knows he's going to be pinned. It just doesn't matter. It's too late. Me and Mike are playing this game in the end, kind of how you'd expect. If you came in at the tail end and just saw Keshix only, you'd be like, oh yeah, me and Mike are built. But there's a lot more nuance in this game. That crafty mother ducker really did catch Sass off guard when he played for the merchant camps instead. Light Horizon continues to deliver new and intriguing strategies. We are not the same, I don't know. You burn wolves. Mongols burn buildings. I don't know. Maybe that one's like loadable. Maybe. Okay, so deciding game. We'll probably have to fast forward some of this. It's gonna be Hurley Island. Oh yeah, we're definitely fast forwarding some of this. Yeah, because we've got a new series starting in a few minutes, so we'll speed this one along to midpoint. At least this series isn't a white. Oh, yes. A little bit of back and forth. Let's swap that around. So, Shushi versus Ibids. Of course, the camel cheeser would choose the camels in the deciding game. Not even on a map where you really usually build camels. I wonder, though, is he going to do the Desert Raider build? Me and Micah, I think he... No, he just docks the enemy side straight away. This is crazy. Deciding game, me and Micah versus Sass, and he drops the enemy side straight away. Culture Wing advancement build coming in. And yep, I think Myriad sums it up perfectly. Ibid instead of China. He had a Chinese pick for Holy Island, which would have made so much sense. Except it's a me and Micah game. There goes the Ayu, the land of the camels. Honestly, I thought he was going to do Desert Raiders for a second. But no, he's going to fish alongside him. He's already got an archer ship coming out. We're on the 4x speed here just for the other game, because we've got an upcoming series, winner of this, up against the winner, B. So we have got Archer and Archer. That should come up, right? Oh my god, Mio does this so much, it's weird. I've seen him do this before. He loves going for double or triple archery ship. Yeah, this is ridiculous. Because for Sass, he's waiting. He needs to wait to get the resource stockpile, but he's also like, okay, so what's the comp? You know, do I now build a Skrill ship? Oh, maybe not, because you'll have a demo following this up, so I should really build a demo. No, it's legitimately just mass archer ships. Oh, one and all. Mio Micah is an absolute blessing to watch, I swear. It's one of the funniest players we have in AoE4. He's actually... Are you kidding me? Alright, we're on 2x speed in fairness, because, like I said, we're limited on time here. But this is wild. It actually is a dog killer. That's crazy. And there is no counter pressure. Sass is forfeited. He's chosen to try to go across the enemy side instead. What? How this works? It works because of the same logic behind why Shiganu work against buildings. It's 5 attacks. So you're not hitting for 1 damage, you're hitting for 5. It's actually a lot quicker than people think. It's still... You require a huge advantage for it to work. But, like, this is wild. Look at what Mio's doing. He clears double dock. Sass has only just started fishing. He's so late that his opponent has got a 5 fishing boat lead. He's rushing castle, but so's Mio. Now, Sass's timing is going to be better, so he'll be able to rush for relics. game is definitely not over. But this is an absolute clown fiesta. Yeah, I'm a little bit shocked that Sass didn't try to play Sprinkle Chips. I guess he didn't want to get bogged down. In Venice, I guess you could say in some ways he done it to himself. This meditation garden is really tame. But he was forced to rush it instead of finding a good spot. Like, preferably you would have came out into the middle of the map here. Something like this, for example. Double stone, gold, and 48 food. Instead, he got... What did I end up being? 46 wood. Okay, that is tragic. Our ship's now moving across. Oh, good. Another dock for me to siege. Like, why does this work? Oh, my... This is... This is a cloud fiesta. And yeah, he doesn't even go Dervish. He doesn't go Grove. It's me and Micah. It's going to be Desert Raiders. Because when anyone else plays a map like this, like, oh, yeah, so, like, you know, this better economy means I can then get a castle and build, like, camel lances, right? And then you watch a me or Micah game. Oh, good. I've got fishing. That means I can build more Desert Raiders. This freaking guy. Lances did try to dive in. Looks like he did find one worker kill. And we do... Finally, he decides to build a Sprinkle ship. Yeah, Mio's trying to get cute here. This is not quite enough dows to beat a Sprinkle unless he chases like this and let... Please. Look, please. Not like this. Yeah, the problem you're seeing is the extra tower rage. He is legitimately losing to archer ships. Okay, he does get the second one. That's important. So it's not enough damage anymore. They can kill the fishing boats, though. This is just ridiculous. Oh, Mio is just a vibe, man. I'm surprised me and Micah's ships don't sink with a brain that massive. I'm surprised, like, they're ever able to anchorage out a dock with balls this big, to be honest with you. Who just straight up builds mass archer ships? Neo does. More often than you'd think, actually. This isn't like a, haha, I know something about Sass. Mio actually just does this. And we do have the horseman reaction coming from Sass now, with very limited food. He's down to 7 sheep and has 1 fishing boat. Something tells me that's not going to end well. Meanwhile, the Desert Raiders, perfect solution to Lancers. Now, actually, Shushi's Lancers can do quite well, and the horsemen as well. The thing that Sass is going to be missing here is blacksmith daddy horses, but you don't really rush daddy horses. It's something you do over time. Oh, of course, because now, like, I've got Springolds. I'm safe against me and Micah's cheesy mass archer ships. I mean, there's no way that all of a sudden, 12 minutes in the game, me and Micah would decide to build a different type of boat, right? Right? He is so lucky that Mio didn't insta-chase him. Oh, I just realized. This is actually me and Micah's season on water, isn't it? Why do you guys think this would be a really good season for a Zerg main from StarCraft 2? There's a pretty good reason, isn't there? Because demo ships are now Banelings, guys. That they hurt you, not just the enemy. So, it's quite crafty, actually. This kind of change, I actually think, helps players like me and Micah on border. Because they're already used, they for years have that experience of having to dodge, be careful with their Baneling placement, because they don't want to kill their own units. Wait, don't they have your own units? I thought they did by default in this attack. Wait, is there even an attack? Maybe in the campaign. Is Kilyatti trying to bait me? Alright, this is an ugly fight. Those horsemen are tearing him. I'm pretty sure Kilyatti is lying to me. I haven't played StarCraft for quite a while. But I feel like I'm being trolled and oh my... That was a Baneling. A Baneling hit. I'm certain banelings have friendly fire. If Kilyatti's lying to us, we ban. It has no friend... Did they used to have friendly fire? I'm pretty sure banelings used to have friendly fire, no? You make a bet? Alright, that's when I know I'm being tricked. They never did. Did I just imagine it? Not even in the campaign? Yeah, Gigi. I've been bamboozled. But like, wait. Correct me if I'm wrong here, but siege tanks do have friendly fire, right? How is it some stupid aliens figured out how not to kill each other, but humans can't? That's crazy. So you just got like the Terrans role-playing the US military in blue and blue. And then like Zerg's like, nah, we never hurt our own people. We might like rip them to pieces and reassemble them, but we never hurt them. Anyway, this game looks pretty over. If you're wondering. Excuse me. The reason we're not focusing more on the gameplay is at this stage, SAS is just dead. Even with 5 relics, it's just such an uphill battle. And there's just so many Desert Raiders. Oh, that's true. Protoss can also friendly fire themselves, right? With Sonic Storms. So why don't I guess I kind of get why Banelings don't. But you would have thought there would have been a point where Banelings done what demo ships do in AoE4, where they hit your own units. Maybe I'm going to double check that after this cast. Maybe in StarCraft 1 that was the thing. And that's it. Yeah, he goes GG. Mio Micah, the most Mio Mikey-est of ways, is going to win. And books himself a date up against B, which is coming up now. That's going to be wild. It's not friendly fire, just exploding the banelings. If you manually explode them, though, I think they have less range and they can kill you. Can they then kill your own units? I'll have to double check that. Okay, anyway, let me get the drafts ready for these boyos. Oh, dear, dear. What a crazy set that divulged into. I'll say divulged. Devolved would be more appropriate, yes. Okay, so B versus Mio Micah. I'm going to have Coastal Cliffs. And no, so demo ships now do full damage to friendly boats. But it wasn't intentional. It was a mistake. Which upsets me because I actually think it's a good change. I think it should be kept. Okay. So G1, we've actually got Malian versus French. Excuse me. Leave. We're actually, yeah, we're in the game. Okay. Let me start predictions. Give you guys 2 minutes. Oh yeah, Krakeny lost his mod. Oh dear. The power is gone. It's weird, when I click on you, I just get options to ban, not to mod. Maybe that's why you lost the lash on her. Do you not really... Kilyatti, I swear, like, you know what? At some point, I'm going to have to, like, charge you coaching fees. We just keep illuminating your brain, don't we? I still remember when we dropped the knowledge bomb on you that French get discount keeps. Like, wait, what? Every game suddenly French keeps. Yes. Demo ships, whether you manually detonate or they get killed or whatever, they will hurt your own boats. That's why I'm here. Love to hear it. All right, hype it up, get big, get loud, get proud, because this one and all is a crazy matchup. Me and Micah versus B. B, always creative, always different. And me and Micah, about, you know, 2 cats in a bag away from being locked into an asylum, maybe called Arkham. This guy is definitely not human. You can tell he played Zerg for years. There's a little bit of alien brain in there because he thinks on a different level. He's always looking for that creativity. Unfortunately, he has picked a civ that maybe will not allow him to do so to kick off this series. French is a decent pick into Malians, though. Coastal Cliffs. Map like this, sometimes the spawns are just merciless for Malians. This one is, I don't think, terrible. Oh my god, there it is! The alien brain! The alien brain has arrived! For a second, I tricked you all. I must apologize. You all thought that you were going to actually get him playing a normal civ a normal way. We are on the 2x speed, by the way, just the first, like, 4 minutes of the game. Because I think we're literally 20 seconds out from live. It's happening, though. Lecoq Sport in my video games. Should this be illegal? I quite frankly can't believe we're getting it. It's Chamber of Commerce, but like out of all the maps to do it on, this has to be so unexpected. So there we go. We're up to live as it can get. It's gonna be coastal cliff trading, which isn't actually very good. I mean, but if P doesn't look for it, right? Right? Wait, wasn't it me and Micah who attempted this on Dry Arabia? I can't remember who it was against. But it's a very weird build. It was basically Fast Imperial. It was on Borderland? We've seen him do it on Dry Arabia. I'm pretty sure we saw him do it on Dry Arabia. So he walked all the way to a corner and built a Chamber of Commerce behind a small stealth forest. I think it was Mio anyway. It was against, I think it was against Vortex like 2 weeks ago. Sickness has been going on for long. I mean, let's think about this from me and Micah's standpoint. It's free eco units. It's an extra way of building eco units. You know, everyone talks about how like 2 TC beats Malians, so why wouldn't trade TC beat Malians? You know? And also, you get this quicker than you get at Town Center. Yeah. Town Center, we have to wait a few minutes. This, get into the game, drop that bad boy straight away. Boom, baby. I think he knows. Oh god, he definitely knows. '07's in the chat for me and Micah. Joke's on you, B. It might look like a cavalry, but it doesn't bleed like a cavalry. Oh, no. It's so cursed. Can I refund it? Okay, so the good news is, me and Micah, he's now forced Donzo out of his opponent. There's no way he wanted to build Donzos against Knights. Like, that's crazy. Could you imagine building Donzos against heavy cavalry? Like, Spearmen against... And then, now, me and Micah, he's like, whoa, you built Spearmen. They don't move quickly. That's fine, then. Because I can now just trade with... I can just trade with... Oh. Oh, there's nothing else to trade with. I think me and Mike giving RT's a subscription clip. I forgot what that one was. I mean, it could be worse, you know. You could be like a Divine DFP situation, right? Like to doter up that, when I think of Divine DFP, I'd think of Arise. It's like, oh no, it's like the best Magnus in the game. Bad Magnus. It's crazy to me how this guy is top 6. Oh my god, Core, chill. Look, you gotta use your brain like Miyamika and you make it deep. Oh, this guy's crazy crap. He's got to be a molly or some powder. I swear to God, like I said, Mio's got alien brain. You know? Like, y'all here attending the nice kingly court with the fancy classical music playing, sipping some tea. And Mio's just in the basement, like, living up some punk rock and roll. With questionable powders on the table. So, guys, you're missing the real trick here. Your opponent's building mass Donzos against mass Knights. Just use the traders as meat shields. Because then when he tries to attack them, he's going to do, like, baby damage. He's going to need to attack him 10 times. Now, that's smart, because a Knight can't take 10 hits from a Donzo. He'd die. We figured it out. It's just math. And traders are cheaper than Knights as well. How is he trading? Like, for real, how is he trading? It's not even like your opponent is... I mean, he's got pro scouts, right? It's not like he's got Fulani coming in a rush or anything. To toggle food on the traders? There's still a lot of deer, to be honest with you. It's not like B has rushed all of the pro scout deer already, you know? Which is crazy. We're like almost 10 minutes in the game. But that's what happens when scouts do not move at the sound of light. The sound of light? The speed of light. Okay, so B's getting sofas. This is so he can kill traders. It's not great into like mass knights, but it's great for chipping with the trade. I swear to God, if Mio wins this game. After Core's comments, if Mio wins this game, I think Core's gonna have to eat a shoe. It won't even be like he lost a bet. He'll just be so, like, brain confused and tilted. It'll just happen. Okay, that's sadness. Mio, when are we building this mill? Like, for real? It's just... I think he's forgotten about it. Core's giving all this smack, which is dangerous because like it could happen if B slips against Mio, man, and then Core needs to just beat Dimu, right? Do I want to look up Core's win rate against Dimu in competitive? Honestly, I feel like this is looking okay for Mio. I mean, he's still got some food issues now with the way this is playing. But Smimmer now coming in? Ah, maybe not. Like, I think I'm just like, I want to believe in this because it just doesn't work. I think for me, the problem is the Knights need to be raiding, and they're not. Archer Spimman will deal with what he's up against right now, but that does kind of encourage Javelins. Then again, it looks like B is just going to take the tech up. Yeah, you could just rush into Sofa next. Villages. Oh my God, please, no. No, no, guys, please. Mio, no. Honey, buddy boy, not like this. He finally realizes, he pulls them away. But they're gonna head straight on back. Oh, lordy. Mio, please. He's chasing, he doesn't realize. Oh, God. Okay, this is over. Brain lost contact with the mothership. So that was a game. Oh God. What did I just watch? It's okay, so like it's still not the worst Chamber of Commerce build I've seen. I'm going to defend him. it is still by far not the worst Chamber of Commerce build I've seen. That title still goes to the low elo player that built Chamber of Commerce on mountain clearing. So, like, you know, at least he's got that swinging for him. We've seen worse. Yeah, it's probably not much of a, like, inspiring statement, is it? Wait, what are you guys arguing about? What happened in the qualifiers? Yeah? Wait, did Mio and Core face off? I can't remember. Alright, so, win for B. What a big surprise. Very unexpected. They better have remembered to make the game public, or I'm going to beat them with a stick. Me and Micah beat SAS? Yep, 2-1. Their game does not seem to be public. Give it a sec. Might just be possible one of them has a potato PC. Do me building Silver Tree with no trade? Yeah, but like that was different. Like mountain clearing, like you don't dock, you know? Dimi was just being extremely big brain when he done that, of course. I think they maybe forgot. Oh, no, they didn't. Okay. It's just he hadn't left that lobby screen. The after game screen yet. Excuse me. So, G2... Oh, wait. Yeah, we didn't talk about this, by the way. What is that draft? And why is H3 allowed? He banned... Did he really ban Lancaster instead? It's the one game he lost in the SAS series, picking Lancaster. I don't know, man. I don't think you can ever justify a Lancaster ban over an HRE ban. Like, maybe my take is crazy. I don't think it is, though. Like, I think HRE is just the king ban. It's too damn good. All right, let's get predictions started up. Oh. Oh, Lord. I never thought I'd see this in 2025. HRE is not banned. Yeah, that is that extreme. I'm not even exaggerating. One and all, welcome back to the channel for B versus me and Micah. An absurd game number 1 that featured Chamber of Commerce for the French. Can me and Micah maybe follow up with Silver Tree trade here? I mean, why wouldn't I? There's just a trade post right there. No, ignore that. There's just a trade post right there. Right there. And right there already is going to be B in the green with the forward racks plus the house. Ooh, that's dangerous. The house is dangerous. In fact, me and Micah had to educate SAS on this earlier on. When you build infrastructure out like this against Mongols, it gives them a target painted right on your merchant camp. I wonder if B's going to realize it. I wonder if he cares. So the game between SAS and me and Micah was Japanese versus Mongols. And the issue there is Japan gets the cheapest racks, but no other eco upside. The HRE, they have an incredibly powerful eco at this stage of the game. The prelate buff's going to give them 40% more. And then on top of that, their spearmen are quicker. So yeah, instead, B is going to directly yoink the merchant's camp away from Mio. Oh boy. Yeah. I don't think this is looking good for Mio right now. I don't know. Do we just turn this into the KP rants that we know you all secretly come for? You just don't want to tell yourself that you enjoy them because that would be to admit that maybe we have a point. HRE is too good. They are way too... They are by far the best Civ in the game right now. Mongols is going to look like a baby by comparison. Look at the spear count already. Has got the maneuver speed arrow, so we'll get 1 kill. And, you know, normally, you know, for Mongols, that's a win. Like, you kill 1, you're like, you're ahead. Yeah, but look at the spear count. Oh my god, the sheep. He's going to lose 1. Like, this is the problem. So, it's not just your opponent outmasses you, he then outchases you, on average. You do have maneuver speed arrow, but he has permanently better movement speed than your spears. Sick little play there, by the way. I don't know if it was intentional. Me and Micah's sheep actually ruined the chase, which is why this looks a bit better for him. But just a reminder, if anyone's like, KP, why are you like dramatizing this? It's an even fight right now. We're next to Mio's base. He should be ahead. No. Wait. If he gets the... Nah, there's no... Your eyes did not deceive you. That was 0 HP. That scout had 0 HP. That was ridiculous. If he got that kill, that would have been all the sheep for Mio. Still gets the Khan afterwards. And he's going to brute force him now. Yeah, because Mio... No, he chased the scout. Unbelievable. Spears should be able to get a double kill here. Nicely micro by B, and now you can just walk away. I can't believe this, man. And yes, decimal health has been known for a while, so for those who don't know, the front UI does not deal in decimal points, but the back end does. So yes, you can have someone take, you know, on the Spearman, 79.5 damage. And it will show as like 0. This is crazy, though. B. I mean, credit to me and Micah. He actually done better than I expected. B got a little bit, maybe greedy at points. But now we move away from his base. Now we drag it out towards the wolf dens. The pinnacle detail about this spear spam. The thing that both care about. Mio does what he does best, though. The same thing that he done against Sass. He's going to run straight for the racks. Yeah, and E-Repairs doesn't connect here. It's nowhere near. Meanwhile, B has moved on to the deer. Is the burn free going to be quick enough here? Okay, so he goes for the easy target, house first, for the 50 bounty. Deerstone is on the way. B... Have we maybe overinvested here? Oh my god. All of a sudden, the game for me and Micah looks pretty damn good. He's got age up advantage. He has got sheep, but he just hadn't brought them home earlier. Yeah, so he had to go deer first. So this isn't too bad. He's going to exhaust the deer, fall back for the sheep. But like this could have been insanely awkward if he got found the deer. That's now to be rushed down. So he did get the 1 wolf den. He can't go for the second. He shouldn't be quick enough to stop the racks burn. No. So payday for Mio, and that's important. The Harden's on the way. This is an impossible fight. No, Mio, just keep stabbing it. He scares him away. If you get rid of the racks, there is no counterplay, even if your opponent completes a tech up now. Instead, he gets dragged into the main of the mosh pit. New speed arrow to chase. Khan can do a lot of damage now. Rax is on fire. He needs a villager to repair right now. Mio. It's full Toro moment. He's actually taking the bait. So Mio chases him away. New spears come in. That's going to be Rax cleared up. Mongols coming out of this on top? That is wild. And by the way, you're overcomplicating why a scout or Khan would survive on 0 HP. Remember what these units do. Watch his health. Scouts heal. Khans heal. That's why you can get a percentile. That's why you can get a decimal situation. He can't get a good break with this, though. He went for the Archon. So no mine work gimmick, no big hit back with your spears. Mio, meanwhile, a little bit surprised he didn't indulge in into the Silver Tree ways, but this is fine. We're going to have Keshik potential following this up. Might be even considers Pro Scouts. That Rax is a little bit awkward. Wait, is that our range again? Okay, no, thank goodness. He has got the E-repairs. Too late to use it, though, so he just paid Mio Maiko on the bounty. I'm not really sure what B is envisioning here. I like that we're finally getting the archers. It's a bit surprising it took this long. Wait, did he just repair that? Okay, so he actually uses the E-repairs in the end. Which means that Mio Maika can get paid again. Remember, guys, just like the Wolf Dens, it's not about killing the building. It's about setting it ablaze. Cha-ching. Why did he repair it? Is this B's version of a sheep dono for this series? Oh, God. So B, he's at least getting the archers out now. It might work out. It looks like Mio Maika doesn't want to commit for the mill burn. So we'll walk away. He has got Keshiks coming, though. B wants a challenge. He's definitely in a position to flex like he's ahead. I swear to God, if Atri loses against Mongols, I'm going to lose it. I won't live it down. I can already see the comments in chat. But KP, I thought Atri was broken. They are. They're not meant to be in this type of position. Oh, those body blocks. Oh, that's dirty. Won't quite get the kill. Nicely microed by Mio. Although he has a problem. Gold access, he can go for the backside, though. He already gathered plenty of gold anyway. Did he go for the other Wolf Den? No, that hasn't been touched yet. B did sneak for the Ronin, though. Double Ronin's interesting here. It would be great if your opponent was going archers. Unfortunately for you, he's going Keshiks. I swear to God, anytime I see someone in a chat say Atri needs a buff, I know they're an Atri main. Best map for wolves? This is a pretty good map for wolves, which is what makes Mongols feel weird for sure. Well, there's control points. They generate resources. So merchant camps give you a villager worth gathering per minute. The wolf dens give you 150 gold when you burn them. And then the Ronin camp lets you recruit samurai every 2 minutes. So they can die in the corner, alone, when no one will remember them. That got dark. Oh, God. Alright, this game's about to take a dark swing. Mio Maika experiences the pain of something more gigabusted than Yeoman in Feudal Age. Meet the Atri Archer. That's right. For the low, low price of only 80 resources, because of what kind of chump would pay 95, you will get better movement speed than Yeoman, less range, but thanks to your better economy, plenty more comrades. Atri Archer is a thing? Have you been sleeping under a rock? It's like, I think it's the strongest thing for Atri. Lets them dominate the Feudal Age. He is trying to rush castle. I don't blame him here. Just the more archer blob that happens, the worse you feel. Technically, you could combat it with Khan Hunter plus Yam, but it'd be tricky. That's also another reason, by the way, why he did not go for Silver Tree. You just get rotated and killed all the time. So B, I think he knows what's happening here. Looks like he's prepping to mirror a castle timing, roughly. And yeah, like something I've said multiple times is that marching drills should not affect range units. It's silly that it does. These archers move at 1.38 movement speed. Like, with a civ that has one of the best feudal economies in the game. And best scaling economies. How is that even remotely sane? Marching drills applies to all infantry units, and does so automatically. So step readout in the corner. Step readout feels a little bit weird. There's definitely not a lot of gold in this corner, but he'll have to crawl out for the bigger veins. And what is up, Jondo? Thank you very much, mate. I appreciate the sub. Hope you're having a good day. Is Mio just... Is he going to be okay on this tech up? It's going to be tough to get the space. Like, Spear plus Archer kind of has your number here. The difference is huge. Okay, this is good for Mio, though. He's dragging the army away from the base. The bad side is you're now stuck spamming outposts for maximum 1,500 gold. Imagine paying 60 resources for archers that have 1.3 minute speed and no one uses them in feudal. Yeah, but imagine also you're a civ that has a really bad feudal economy and those archers hit for less. Dog, are you really trying to get HRE buffed and Yumi... No? In the same Twitch chat? Whoa! In fairness, you agreed with, like, the melee infantry detail. But yeah, Yumi are totally reasonable. They're fine. The problem with HRE is, like, where HRE felt balanced before is they kind of had limited options when it used to be fast castle, but good economy. So they were balanced in that regard. But now they have great options and great economy. They have everything. They have the world in their hands. They have Mia Micah's balls in their fists. And it's time to squeeze. Murder on the gold vein. Army, economy, maybe even occasionally a deer. Everything dies on this screen. Mia Micah, he might be able to scare him away. Nah, okay, there we go. I thought maybe eventually the spear's running out, but despite an insane start to this game, Mia Micah looking like he's in control, the HRE cannot be denied. Where are the men-at-arms? It could have slowed things down. I think he just gets dove past. He definitely needed a unit transition, but I still think it's a hard hold. Okay, so mark it up on the board. Oh, God damn it. I'm trying to edit the name of something. But, dude, like, stupid thing. It won't let me edit the name of the file. Because it's being annoying. Why is it... Alright, anyway, we got the next game. We need to get ready. For like the quintillionth time. Okay, actually, we don't have next game. We've got enough time. So I'm basically trying to edit the name of a file so it's easier to find later. I have clicked on about 8 different files, so it should not be in use anymore. And it's still like, files in use? And I don't know what I've done different with this new PC, because this was never a problem in the old one, I don't think. Probably the player I'm using. I could... Wait, yeah, because I don't think it's using VLC. So this time, let's copy and paste the statement in case it... Okay. It's still not working. I'm getting very impatient with it right now. All right. It should just work. What? It's not open in runtime. Can you, like, stop saying that, PC? It's so stupid. It's not actually, like, being used at all. Let's force end runtime tasks in the background. There. Oh my god, that's so annoying. It's almost like I closed the file, but it was lingering in the background. But we're just waiting for the next game to start. Oh, we didn't mark in. It was Mongols. So Relic River is going to be a little bit awkward now. Because I think Mongols was like his best pick there. He's probably going to punt House of Lancaster. Possibly something like Dry Arabia. But B's got Delhi though. Like if your Lancaster pick's pretty obvious, he just picks Delhi. Have to check your laptop again and again, and you realize his stream. Oops. What do you want from me? Let's see. Knights Templar Japanese. This is Relic River. I know how Mia Micah cooks. This feels like Relic River. It's definitely not Carmel. Could it be Dry Arabia? With Mio, it wouldn't be too surprising. But I think it's Relic. Yeah, Relic River. Okay, so Japan fishing. Be expecting that. Probably looking at Iraq's drop opening here. This was meant to be a back and forth set of craziness. Now, admittedly, those first two games actually had a lot of cray-cray in them. One and all, we're watching Mia Micah. A man who I think plays Age of Empires 4 upside down. I think he also bathes in energy drink at least 4 hours a day, submerging his head. Because this guy doesn't cook like you or I. He doesn't cook like a bee or a Vortex Marine Lord, whatever. Mio's kind of crazy. So let's see how crazy he can go, how full anime mode he can activate with the Japanese. With me hopping into Relic River for what could be his final game of Midweek Muster 22. B on the other side has gone for the Knights Templar. Makes a lot of sense for this map. It feels like this map is kind of designed for them, the split Sacred Site options. But in theory, Japan's very good for the dock drop. The wild part is that Mio Micah didn't do it. No, instead, he allowed the Civ that is better when given fishing access. I'm surprised. Japan, in theory, is very good at playing for fishing. They get discounts on their boats. On top of that, they also can play blocker because of their spear spam. In theory, a long Dark Age is bad against Knights Templar because of their efficiency on wood, but at the beginning, it should actually give you a good pressure point. Instead, he's going to rush the age up with the Coca Township. B, of course, is going to be lagging behind a little bit, but the whole reason why Knights Templar look really, really good when you play docks here, folks, is because of the effect it has on your age up. Going Feudal Age is a huge hit to your economy when you do it. When you go Feudal Age in a game with Knights Templar, you're going to lose out on like 10% of your economy. 15% of your economy. Most of the time, 15%. That's a huge chunk to be missing compared to your opponent. But when you fish, you balance it out again. You're not behind. Technically, quite often, you're ahead. And that's why we've seen Knights Templar look really good on Relic River. We've seen them look phenomenal on Dry River as well. Just any map that has a pond. Is going Buddhist monks trust me? If you think your opponent's going to go Templar Brothers, sure. If you think your opponent's going to go Mass Archers, probably not. We have got Kingdom of France on the way. Also, I don't know. I'm not crazy about the Buddhist monks against Kingdom of France. Chevalier Confrere don't really hit that hard. Shift across. We know it's going to be likely fast castle here by Mio. I think it's just going to be a standard floating gate game. Could you go crazy with that, though? Cow. Onibigeisha? Onibigeisha wouldn't make too much sense with 14 sheep. It's not crazy. He has got a good spawn, though. Berries, deer, berries. Shoving the deer in as well, maybe? Okay, not. I think massing monks might be a surprise. I mean, sure. Like in game 1, going Chamber of Commerce was a surprise. It doesn't mean it's a good surprise, you know? Like, you can go to the doctor and be like, hey, surprise, you've got the big C. You're like, colonoscopy? No, a lot darker, buddy. I'm so sorry. Like, you know, surprises aren't always a good thing in life. You know? Like, I woke up this morning and surprise, my throat is absolutely dead. It's not a good thing. But the surprise for B is going to be the lack of ability to defend himself on the dock here due to double shinobi. So remember, that's going to be perma sabotage, no opportunity to get an archer ship out. Fishing boats didn't really pay for themselves at this stage, per se. It's been quite an expensive investment, actually. Good news, at least for B, is the pressure here distracts from this. Pilgrims are getting through for free without any harassment. B is going to start priming those Templars. Chevalier Confrere on the way. Decent answer against Shinobi because you can cycle charge them. You don't really want to commit into a melee mosh pit against them because Shinobi, like you've seen, they can actually do weirdly well against Knights. They'll do phenomenally against weak Knights. Wait, did he sneak in? Okay, he got away before it became a problem. That's important there. He hasn't cancelled it, though. Okay, so let's think about why you wouldn't cancel that dock. There is a reason why B delayed it. The villager. Because if you cancel it straight away, the shinobi can go looking. So I think he was worried about losing the villager. So kind of just let it up. Left it up and lost a little bit of resource. Neo, not really showing signs of aging, by the way. If you were going to go for a fast castle build, you'd likely be outposting by now. He's gathering so much gold, though. It feels like it's FC. It's just a very greedy FC. And smart read, by the way, going Horseman. Horseman can easily intercept the Pilgrims in a way that other units cannot. Because think about it, he's already guarding the south side theoretically with the Shinobi. And then the Horseman can rotate between center and north. So this plan by Miyamika seems to be designed to stop pilgrimages entirely. Then again, if at first you don't succeed, try again. And if you don't succeed again, you might as well just keep trying, otherwise you're a failure, right? So B, he's going to go for the third dock attempt here. You could Shinobi Shunshin in to get the kill. It would not be worth it. Because you lose all tempo the moment the Shinobi die. So he has to dive in with both the Horseman and the Ninja, but the Ninjas are already gone. That was not worth it. No, he doesn't even mop up all the archers. B just completely out-micros him on the fight. And Mio, well, if he turns this into car slaves now, those outposts need to be coming up ASAP, otherwise he's dead. Yeah, this is... I think this actually just might be a brutal 3-0, folks. The interesting thing about Mio versus B is I think B leverages a lot of reactionary elements in his strategies. He's very good at pivoting in the middle of a game. Miyamika has been able to slip big wins by very powerful opponents because, by comparison, a lot of the other top players, I'd say, have more order or structure to the early game. It's not that they won't deviate. It's more that the deviations are more spanned out across minutes. Whereas B, what we've seen over the years, he's just evolved more and more into this reactionary player. If he sees something, he does something crazy. I think that's where a player like Mio will probably look very disadvantaged because his de fromage, his cheesy strategies, his off-the-cuff weirdness usually has 1 or 2 layers to the cake, whereas B's has 4 or 5. B should have gone... sorry, Mio should have been going for the Room of Anima for the fight. I think B won that fight so decisively because Mio Micah couldn't decide between a tech up or a fight. If he wants to fight, put everything into the fight. If he wants to tech, raid. He didn't raid. He tried to aggro the food. Now, good news at least, Mio distracted enough to pull the pressure away from his gold. He has not outposted still. He got away with it. Bad news is B has very good economy again. Got fishing boats, nicely structured. Plenty of fish still to work with. Army size isn't bad. And also, the army that the Knights Templar built here, Chevalier plus the Archers. Usually something you think to upgrade here is Knights Templar. Archers in this game shouldn't really have as much value because usually you're expecting Mounted Samurai. The Chevalier, although they're not good against Mounted Samurai in a 1v1, it's the snowball effect of a unit that you scale into that gets more health for all the units the more there are. Japan using ninjas? Yeah, they do it a lot these days. I think the last week or two I've seen people shift back towards Kura. But for a long time, actually, Coco has felt like the meta. And look at that. We trusted, and it was not the Buddhist monks. That's false advertising. Mio? Wait. What? Mio? What? Did he select with the monk? Oh, no. No. What was that? I mean, that might just be game. Obviously, B still has to execute here, but he could play towards an H-up now. That's the edge he was looking for. Spearman gonna run in as well. The Mad Samurai just standing their ground here. I am flummoxed, man. I can't believe that. And now, Mio has no gold access. No game. No series. It's a 3-0 stomp. Oof. Well, that ball of yarn unraveled a lot quicker than expected. You still think it's really good if you go FC? Well, FC into Buddhist monks? FC is debatable. There's a very fair argument that Flowing Gate is better for FC. Because very early on, you're getting good units out. Hydrate. Yeah, someone tells me that much hydrate's not going to fix the problem. But thank you. All right. So that is our first quarterfinals of the day done. Let me just mark these up also. So, because we have some catch up here. So, for those that didn't see, SAS versus Mia Micah was a reverse sweep. It was 2-1 victory for Mia Micah. We did just see a 3-0 shellacking. B through to the semifinals already. Dumu versus Core, I believe, is happening a little bit later. What else we got? I know I've got another series starting live in about 10 minutes. Midweek must have been not the middle of the week. Technically, we're in the middle of the week. I don't know what you're on about. Wait. Like, do I need to pop your brain for you? Here you go. Ready? Let's open paint. I'm going to educate you on how middle works. What is this space here? The blue area. What would that be? Red is end. Red is end. This would be the middle. Right? So you got Monday, Sunday. What's everything else? Although we do it a bit differently. In our brain, Saturday, Sunday. Wait, no. Sunday, Saturday. There you go. Sunday, Saturday. Everything else in between. That's like scuffed handwriting. It's not hard to figure out. Calling us a scammer. Doesn't even know how middles work. Bah. All right, anyway. We have got Dimu versus Core in 10 minutes. Loving those graphic design skills. Thank you. Only the best. What's up, Sockton? Thank you very much, mate. Appreciate the sub. No. Sunday to Saturday. Wait. Yes. Sunday to Saturday. So technically every week starts on a Friday, ends on a Thursday. But the primary focus of the games is Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday. So literally the whole concept is it doesn't take up the weekends like every other tournament and their mum want to. In Vietnam, Monday is called the second day. Yeah, but like Vietnam has a really weird like work ethic, to my understanding. My friend was explaining like the days start and ends are not like they are in like European jobs and whatnot. It's a very, very, very different vibe. So, we're going to be looking in on Dimu versus Core next. Let me update the stream name. And then after that, we should be able to do... We should be able to look in on Ano's set. We don't have a time yet for Louis MT versus Voldemar. I imagine that's going to be this evening. Some exclusions apply. Wednesday? Yeah, because, like, you got to have your days off. And that's literally the only day in the week I have off. And even then, I don't really have it off. We're kind of busy around the clock. What can I say? Okay, so let's have a look. I presume Mr. Dumu is probably in a random game. Oh, he's offline. Really? Did he just go for lunch and was like, I'm just going to get ready?
Say overall, or no? Package to pick up. And I need to also prepare a little bit for the KPM match. So I'm actually going to throw Beastie a raid.
Okay. Yeah, so he's just gone off already. I thought we would have streamed this game. Alright, so in that case, is Core playing a pub game? Let me have a look. Because we've got like 5 minutes until it happens, so... If Core's playing a pub game, we can watch a pub game. You think he'll come back online? Probably not. It doesn't, like... Because of the hours that Dimu streams, it probably wouldn't make sense for him to come back online for one series. Because he'd come on and then go off. Like, I've been over this as well. It's why I don't like when I'm forced into a situation where semi-finals is happening on Wednesday. And it's like, oh, why didn't you cast it? It's like, because it's my day off. And even if it wasn't my day off, we're going to come on for literally one series and then go off. Which is terrible for someone whose primary revenue source is live streaming. Because you attract sponsors based on averages. So, like, for Dimmer, for example, that situation, coming online is going to decrease his average for the day. In theory, anyway. It might increase it if, like, everyone gravitates to him straight away. But, like, he'll be entering Beastie Primetime. We'll be casting the match as well. There's a lot of reasons why it probably wouldn't be good for him. But, depends. I'm not sure how many deals he's, like, closing per month to sponsor a stream. So it's a bit different. Don't mind me just dying. God, I'm kind of tempted to have like caffeinated tea instead of a Red Bull. Some streamers who have a second channel in case they don't stream the main game and other stuff to keep the average up. Yeah, but like that's not what we're talking about here, right? We're talking about his main game. But the thing you have to keep in mind is like when it comes to streaming, longer is considered better because longer allows you to attain a higher average. Because when you go live and then you go like this, so like I'll show you something, right? So let's take a look at his Watson. Awesome stream. When he goes live, this happens. His viewership tends to go upwards. It might have like dips here or there, but like on average, it will do this. As will Dimmu. Dimmu will do this. Right? You want a little like tip? If you ever want to spot who's embedding, if you find anyone who like their viewership immediately like goes up, so like BC won't have it, right? Like BC, like whoop, 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 whoop. This is like organic viewership, right? Or like if we look at Corvinus, is Corvinus 1? That's 1 Corvinus, right? What's Corvinus's Twitch? Oh, it's because double I, that's why. Like Corv as well. Like, look at these. Boop, 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 boop. Those are like organic. So, like, for someone who's not going to embed or whatever, you want to be on longer because, like, that trends your average. I don't really have someone off the top of my head who, like, I can show to embed. I guess, like, historically, one would be Fextra Life. This guy was infamous for embedding. He stopped streaming because of all the controversy he received. But, like, for him, like, his... because of the style embedding. So he embedded on... he ran his own Wikipedias and then embedded his streams there. So it's a very different style. But then, obviously, if you embed big enough, people... like, the real people are going to come by. But you'll find there's a lot of people out there that embed for, like, 1,000 views or whatever. And they hit that... so their average is, like, this. It's like, the point I was getting at, and it sucks I haven't got, like, some off the top of my head like I can show you. But, like, a very easy way to see, like, if someone embeds is if you look at their charts and it's just a straight line like this. Like, they go online, they go like that. It's like they're embedding, right? But if you're not embedding, that means you need to be online longer, as we said for the example of Dimmu, because if you're not online for longer, the way that most people figure out, like, sponsorships, the way that most people, like, go about who do I want to sponsor is they're going to be looking through the directory, they're going to see someone that's quirky, and then they're going to go check this type of statistics, and then they're going to price you in based on this right here. This is called average viewers. So now you start to understand. That's why, like, going online for an hour, if Twitch is your primary revenue source or one of your primary revenue sources, is quite silly. Usually the people who will just hop online for an hour or two on Twitch are those that don't really care about that. It's not their primary revenue source. Instead, YouTube is. Obviously, for, like, someone like me, YouTube is not my primary revenue source because, like, on Twitch, I rate in the top percentile. On YouTube, I wouldn't come close because we average maybe, like, 800, 1,000 views a video. And for Dimmu as well, like, his primary revenue source out of those two would also be Twitch. Because he doesn't, like, make 20,000 plus views per video. So, a little bit of insight in that. Hope that makes a little bit of sense to people and paints the picture of, like, the content creator life and some of the things you have to consider. Where is our draft for Dimmu versus Core? A day ago, I saw the Miracle OD clip where he gets a rampage. I was like, wait a minute, I know this voice. Oh, yeah, dude. Yeah. I remember that. That was, like, one of the most absurd rampages in the history of AB4. I don't know, like, it's a long time ago. I'm trying to think. I think at the time I felt like I didn't do it justice. It's hard to tell, like, in reality check, though, because, like, a lot of the time you just kind of get imposter syndrome with these things. Yo, is this argument still going on with this, like, artist dude in my Discord? I don't think he understands that, like, the way he commented just felt like he was attacking everyone, so no one's on his side. Oh, yeah, sorry, yeah, the crazy rampage in Dota 2. Why did I say AoE4? Sorry, my brain's in a weird place today. But like, there's this guy. So basically, like, there's this guy who was. I don't know. Did we kick him? Maybe we kick him. Oh, mods kicked him. Nice. Wait, no. I think they purged him. They purged the comments, which is correct. Good job, mods. Like, this guy in my Discord was arguing about like AI gen being used on EGC. He's just trying to take a crap on the tournament. I was like, why are you in my Discord trying to rouse people to take a crap on a tournament organizer for the community? And then, like, as the conversation went on, it was revealed what it was really about. It was about him being an artist and, like, basically wanting work. Wasn't very subtle in the end. But, like, I don't know if this guy apparently watching my stream, so if he does. I mean, to anyone in life, if you're trying to convince people to come onto your side on anything, starting off as if they're the bad person and attacking them is not going to ever work. Right? Shaming someone and, like, I didn't call them idiot, but, like, feeling like you're calling them an idiot or names or whatever is never going to work. Unless, of course, you're on, like, one of those S&M type subreddits, in which case, actually, yeah, like, that's a pretty solid strategy. But, like, my favorite part is you got to a point where it's like, it's not even about the money. I do it for, like, free to help the community. It's like, okay, that's even worse. I hate people like that, right? As a caster of the years, nothing has given me more distaste than when someone in a position where they should be talented enough to charge for their work tells you they'll work for free. Because as a caster, what that would end up doing is hurting my lifestyle, hurting everyone, and not even benefiting the person who's hurting us. It's like an artist, you offering to do work for free. Like, if someone can afford to pay you, you shouldn't be offering to do it for free. It's different if the person can't afford you. Like, we've had people volunteer services, etc., around KPMM. And that's different because I legit don't have the money. If I had the money, I'd pay people for things they're trying to offer to help with. But, like, if you know someone, like, for example, ESL, if someone says to me they'll go work for free for ESL, I'm like, I don't want to know you, dude. Like, ESL has got money. They can pay everyone, all right? They don't need you to volunteer for things. Anyway, do we not have a demo draft? Progress has always been has always upset people. Exactly. Like, this whole idea like AI is ruining jobs. No, it's just changing jobs. Just adapt or die. It's no different than when people start using PCs regularly and you have your grandpas who are like, oh, I don't want to use a PC. Like, that's so stupid. Like, typing? Who will care about that in 20 years? Like, jokes on them now. They can't even get a basic job. Semifinals be streamed today as well. Unsure. It comes down to availability and the pacing of the rest of the draft. Guys, we might just switch on to Anatan versus Kilyatti because I don't know where Dumu is. And Core is. Is Core in a game? Because I didn't see him online. Okay, yeah, he's online. I don't think Dumu's back from his package or whatever he was doing yet. Maybe. So we might actually hop into Anno Kilyatti instead. Because they are literally... Yeah, they just completed the draft. Not here yet. Okay. Alright, thank you for the update, Core. In that case, because we don't have an ETA, I think we'll do the Anatan Kilyatti series and then hop into Core versus Dumu afterwards. So let me type that in. Anatan Kilyatti. Okay, all updated. Let's get ready. I think our boyos just hopped into game. Jean versus Malians. Very Kilyatti-esque to go for the Jean pick straight away. Are we on already? Nice. Excuse me. Let's get predictions up. Please cast Dumo. Okay, thank you for the input, but we can't cast a game that doesn't exist. We literally just said we're going to cast both. So, relax. Okay. Are we the right way around? Doink. It's time. One and all, welcome back to the channel for Anatan up against Kilyatti. Yes, my throat is being killed, but not as hard as this man tends to kill in games. Jean d'Arc feels like the signature pick for Kilyatti. Possibly his most comfortable Civ these days. Anatan and the Malians fits a lot more for Coastal Cliffs. Yeah, so pretty orderly beginning in terms of map selection, Civ selection here. God, part of me has been wondering about some tournament formats to get a bit more variety. I feel like whenever we see Coastal, these are the type of picks that are just head of the pack. Like, you know, where's the English pick? Okay, we don't talk about that. Where's the Knights Templar pick? Yeah, we don't talk about it. Like, Knights Templar would be pretty bad here, guys. You can't get maximum gold, so it's kind of sadness. Sheeples early. Looks pretty even. In terms of what we've got here, by the way, winner of this series... Oh, we didn't update that. Yeah, Kilyatti beat Scatterbrain 2-0. Winner of this series will go up against either Louis MT or Voldemar. Anatan versus Louis. Has that not been a tricky one for Anno to bypass recently? I'm trying to think back to results. I mean, Louis has just been looking like an absolute beast on another level, the newest meta. Kilyatti can be just as upsetting sometimes. I think Anatan will want to take more of a defensive alignment here, considering Kilyatti feels most comfortable when attacking. It's different. Some people feel like with a player like Vortex, who also fits the same category as Kilyatti, the approach is just to attack them first, because then they're too busy reacting to you to play the comfortable style. I think Kilyatti takes it to a bigger extreme, though. I've seen Kilyatti go more all-in than Vortex has on average in the last year. It's kind of wild to witness, and I think with that type of approach, sometimes it's easier to let your opponent come to you and make the mistake. Especially in this matchup, Malians tends to benefit a lot from just hunkering down and letting their opponent barrel into them. Especially if you scale, because you reach a point where Jean can't participate. So for a start, you know it's going to be melee Jean, because range Jean is suicide against javelins. And that means that you basically have a comp that is guaranteed going to have to dive to do damage. Unless he wants to pro scouts. I think there is some alternates to pro scouting here, by the way. Anatan could go for this deer shove right here towards the TC. And that would give him more than enough to just go into Fulani and play hunkered down. Yeah, I actually think Malians do reasonably well in this matchup now. The pro scouts meta being so required changed things a little bit, but with the deer shoves becoming more popular and just ignoring pro scouts makes a lot of sense. Also, compared to French, Jean doesn't have any true villager scaling to speak of. If anything, they ended up weaker economically rather than French. God, words are hard, but my throat completely screwed. This is too peaceful. I just realized we're like a minute behind live. We can make it less peaceful. Am I the only one, by the way, since watching Enlightened Horizon and the way it plays out early on, I'm kind of just reaching a point where I'm rolling my eyes at the first 2 or 3 minutes of standard maps. It just doesn't hit the same once you've had a different flavor, you know? It's like going your whole life thinking vanilla ice cream is the bomb. It's not that it can't be the bomb, but damn, when you get that strawberry mixed in. Actually, no, it's simpler than that. It's like having flavorless ice cream and then discovering, like, rich Madagascar vanilla. The difference it makes. Range on? Okay, we said this is like the taboo don't do it thing, and it is true. Like, against Malians, this is usually a death sentence because of javelins. But it seems that Kilyatti expected pro scouts, and I think that's why he's doing this. Because if your opponent's going pro scouts, he can't go archers until third. He has to open with the plane to stables to get the scouts. He has to follow up into racks because Donzo's to beat knights. And it leaves javelins as very late to the composition. So this is a timing attack by Kilyatti. Cornish clotted cream ice cream. It's not bad. I think good quality Madagascar vanilla though. I'm trying to think what the best ice cream flavor is. Mint choc chip is never going to be the best because it goes back and forth between being absolutely god tier and feeling like it's trying too hard. You know what I mean? It never seems to be the one you'd want all the time. Like, if you ask most people, say, hey, you can only ever have one ice cream flavor in your life. What's it going to be? I feel like you'd have barely anyone choose the mint choc chip. I think banana's underrated. Oof. Yeah, and these scouts are going a little bit bananas into the wrong target. He reacts with a second Rax. Whoa. Okay, Kilyatti's getting insane value here. Cookies and cream. Cookies and cream's not bad. I mean, like, maybe one of those dough ones hits pretty hard, too. By the way, I think we'll have a choice after this game one of, like, continuing the full set or switching Dimmu Core like we want to. And then we double back to the other off of recordings. This is definitely a very interesting opening game between Kilyatti and Anatan, though. Could easily be a very quick one as well. Nightcalm looks pretty good. The Donzo is just non-existent. I mean, he's got double racks and barely anything to show. Oh, because this Pro Scouts play, I mean, did it really pay off? He got some home. It feels like the rest of the deer maybe just getting blocked now. He got, wait, did he actually get any home? 1, 2, 3. I think he picked 3 over here. These tracks. So like, okay, I'm upset. I think chocolate ice cream in its sole self is a bit overrated. It's just, there's better ways to have chocolate, you know? As an element in something wider, yes. But on its own, I don't know, my feelings like chocolate, same as like a chocolate milk. I feel like chocolate milkshakes are eh. Compared to like banana, strawberry, vanilla. Okay, so I have confirmation in, by the way. I think Dimmu and Core did finally draft. So because that was the original intent, I think we might like hop into that one after G1 here. And then we'll hop back into this series later. Because we actually haven't watched much Core in a while. Okay, so we can 2x a little bit here. We've got the army building up. Donzo count actually looks good now. We're getting the javelins. And this is the point where I just don't like range Jean at all. Even if you get level 3 Jean, she can still get countered by jabs. Like, actually, it's range 3 Jean. Like, this might be the single worst matchup in the game for her. Javelins counter you, but so do Donzos. Like, the entire composition of what Malians will build will counter Jean. So what Kilyatti is playing for right now is the idea that the other units won't be countered. Which is crazy considering how many archers he's building. Coffee ice cream? Yeah, that sounds horrendous to me. I've tried like coffee type desserts before. I'm never a fan. Ice cream, no. Tiramisu. Eh. So I guess Anatan's strategy here is just hold until the Filani's ready. I mean, Kilyatti's comp looks a bit odd now. It's a lot of archers, nowhere near enough knights to scale himself. Definitely feels like he was going for an all-in timing, not like a more passive, slow-paced game. A little bit of poke damage. If he can clip Donzo's quick enough, this will still be cleaned up by the Knights. He's being careful with Jean. He's trying not to actually feed her over. Wow, gives him access to the scouts. Villagers on the backside as well. Archers are going to tug that down. Kilyatti gets himself 2 worker kills. Not bad there. Feels like he lost a decent chunk of archers for that dive, though. The javelins are still mopping up more. XP-wise, I don't know if I'd say that was that crazy either. I know it definitely feels a bit stung by that. So Kilyatti, I mean, he likes to go for these, in his own words, big brain bait plays, where he'll keep investing hard into something, he'll force you to overreact, and then he'll hop to the next thing. Is that what he's trying to do here? You know, for example, he has a very infamous game on this map at King of the North, where he built mass archers as Jean against Byzantines, and they built mass Limitane because the logic is he's going to build mass knights, so I need to counter him. And they just rolled over him with a full range comp. I wonder if that's what he was trying to go for here, where in a minute or two, we'll just see him start to spam knights. Could definitely make a lot of sense. I don't think you want to be on archers long-term against Javs unless you're targeting a fast castle-ish build. At which point, archers can trade out kind of okay against Javs. How do you guys predict, by the way? 50-50. Okay, pretty tight. I think that's reasonable with this matchup. There's still some unexplored areas of it. Normally it ends up being Fulani. Apparently it's rhyme time. Okay, this is the only gold Anatan realistically can access with this type of generation. Both his other golds are fall to the tree lines, so dangerous. Ram's already built, quite swiftly actually. The 9 count is just so light still. He's genuinely trying to beat mass javelin and mass archers. The crazier part is it's kind of working. I believe he has enough to insta-kill a Jav with a flurry of arrows. The problem is the range difference. Makes it very difficult here. Yeah, I swear. I swear Kilyatti is just obsessed with picking French civs and not using their best unit. Use up 9 more. I'm dying. What concerns me is Anno might not be dying. Jean gets targeted. Actually, a quite nice bait there for a little bit of trade, but the problem now is the retreat. Meanwhile, elsewhere, we do have the scouts being a little bit of a nuisance on the flanks. I wonder, is there ever a point where Kilyatti thinks about the next stage? Like, he has got level 3 Jean coming in. I think for him, the win condition is this never leaves Feudal. For Anatan, you can see the real intent here. This could actually, at this rate, turn into a Farimba build. Javelineers makes a lot of sense for just keeping the distance. I remember what we said, actually, about that as well. Like, what makes Farimba feel even better here, if your opponent's going to go into Jean ranged, the Javelineers remain the pristine counter. But here's the switch up we were talking about. Kilyatti has for 15 minutes been spamming archers, begging javelin count to increase. And Kilyatti is now pivoting to horsemen. Yeah, but backing up like this, I don't know, this timing feels weird. It is going to be Farimba. A small count of horsemen is not going to be a solution to javelins. He needs a lot. We'll at least have the second deer pack, or at least most of it. Is he in trouble if he doesn't secure the front golds? He has a decent amount of passive gold gen. He'll make his way there. The whole goal with the Farimba rush here is now you go into the Javelineers and you approach the enemy side of the map. So then the pressure isn't on your own gold anyway. This does feel a tad bit weird though. Wait, something's wrong with this image. I just can't put a finger. Oh god. Kilyatti, please. Well, at least he has wheelbarrow, I guess. It could be worse. Oh god, I wish I could unsee that. Alright, Javelineers have been upgraded into. This is Kilyatti's moment to stand. He's not going to feel strong. Not against these, no. Health on John already down to about half. Champions will be swiftly mopped up. The horseman count is only 9. Wait, is Anno overextended? The Donzos are pretty much just thrown away. They're not that valuable right now. There's not much cavalry. He needs to be careful with these javelins, though, because the problem I'm seeing right now, yeah, finally Jean goes down. He's not keeping his distance. Superior movement speed, superior range, and yet Kilyatti is always in range to exchange. Now, that exchange is abysmal, by the way. It takes him 80 shots to kill a javelin. Luckily, he has 53 archers. Unluckily, they found the true counter. Whoa. Okay, like, the fact that Anatan is even standing this close is kind of crazy. I think he doesn't want Kilyatti to leave, though. Maybe he fears loneliness in life. For whatever reason, though, he wants him to stay here. What is... Okay, this might be the most silly fight I've seen today. I can't even believe he done that. He punted 50 archers into Javelineers. Not even, like, worker kills, really. Now, the trade-off is obviously Javelineers can be weaker against archers because archers attack quicker, but there are exceptions to the rule, guys. You had at least 10 Javelineers, which means you can one-hit an archer easily. Meanwhile, 53 archers isn't enough to insta-kill a Javelineer. It's just ridiculous. But Kilyatti, he's now switching the horseman like we talked about. This is his big brain strategy he loves to do. Overzealous into one unit type and then immediately hard steer into the other. The problem is he revealed the horseman earlier. So Anatan does know. Also, another problem for Kilyatti, I feel like he threw away a lot of archers on that wall. Which means his counterplay to Donzo is a little bit weaker. He's definitely still stronger right now. Because one of the big issues with Javelineers is it's a great raiding unit, a terrible defense unit. You don't really get any upside over standard javelins for defending. Because when you can run away quicker, it doesn't mean your villagers run away quicker. As I know, is at risk of now finding out. Horseman the choke point is a little bit messy. Villagers are idled up and not working. The archers pushing back against the Donzo. Countdown to just 7. Jean does get sniped down. But now the dive comes deeper, and this is an absolutely abysmal mess. 32 villagers with nowhere to feel safe. Horseman count has been thinned, though. Kilyatti, he's going for the tech up behind this, but he's realistically not done any lasting damage. That's going to be a rush to just harvest all the cow you can. Now, upsides for Kilyatti. Guildhall's going to give him scalability later in the game. He also has started picking up relics. No, wait. What am I on about? He isn't in age up. Anatan has. Okay, I'm like scrambling to find the upside here. I really don't know what Kilyatti got from that. That's crazy. You know, sometimes we talk about getting in the mind of the player, like getting in their head, understanding the thought process. If you ask most people to climb into Kilyatti's brain, they say, hell no. This guy, it must be like an eternal thirst. Like, he's more bloodthirsty than a vampire. What an insane build. What an insane strategy. And now what a silly death. Oh god, the javelins have arrived. I mean, if he had time to get castle into veteran horsemen, maybe it's different. Veteran archers as well, but yeah, there was never realistically going to be time for that. Cheeky wallows. Anatan is going to push the villagers away while snatching more relics. Sofas have arrived. This is over. Kilyatti just ran out of gold, safe at home. He doesn't have a secondary vein to tap here. Instead, he taps out. What did I just watch? Oh, Kilyatti is crazy. That is absurd. What did I just watch? All right, guys, the question now is, what do you want to watch? Do you want to continue with the Anatan versus Kilyatti series, or do you want the Dumu versus Core series? I'm going to put a poll up. What to watch? Dumu versus Core, or Anatan versus Kilyatti? Will anyone play Otto in these series? These series, maybe Anatan. Okay. How are we looking on predickies? Anno vs Kilyatti slightly winning. Like, we'll probably come back and cast the other series afterwards. Still upset they did what they did to our beloved Abba? What, made them more viable than they were in Season 9? What's the problem? Technically, they are more of a civ now than they were before. Okay, it looks like Anatan vs Kilyatti is going to slightly win. Like I said, though, don't worry. We'll check in on Dumu Core afterwards. We should be good to do that. So we'll continue with the Anno Kilyatti series, and then we'll hop over and cast the Dumu Core games. Okay. Ooh! Byzantines versus KT for game 2, by the way. Let me start predictions up. Is this one of the rarest matchups we see when you consider how popular these two civs are? I think so. One and all. This could be a really fun one. We've got Knights Templar up against the Byzantines. Yeah, we very, very rarely see this. So we just had game number 1. Anatan is off to an early lead here. Dry Arabia to see if Kilyatti can nibble back. Now, his Knights Templar is a bit crazy. And this is a bit of a crazy matchup. In fact, I just got flashbacks to the B Kilyatti game on Highview. It's going to be just like that. Byzantines are actually one of the most susceptible civs to outpost rushes. And Knights Templar, believe it or not, are actually secretly very good at outpost rushing. Kilyatti is about to show you how. I think we are a minute or two away from live, so he's a 2x for the Spearman running cross. The reason why Knights Templar are so good at outpost rushing and spear rushing is because of the value on wood. They get food from gathering wood, and that also sets them up for the outpost, but also the cost of the spearman. There's a lot of value in this type of play. He is going to start on the gold, but the end target is going to be the berries, which is crazy because it's a stone berry spawn. Nicely done. Anno does get what he needs for the tech up. The Grand Warrior starts to be built, but if he pulls a villager right now, yep, Kilyatti's on the way. Probably could have been a little bit earlier about this. Would have gave him a better pressure point. One big problem, by the way. Do you guys see why Anatan can't defend this? There's a very big detail that will prevent him from holding this. What is up, Red Brooder? Thank you much for the Prime sub. Smart lad. Doesn't like ads. Likes to support the channel. That's a good way of doing it. Thank you very much. Did you guys spot why you can't defend this? The Akratoy would have to be activated before you even start running over. The Sistine is so far away because he prived the gold. So this is a one Sistine boy. There will be no additional Sistines due to the stone block. There will be no mercenaries due to the berry block. Rough start for Anatan. He does at least see the outpost. He runs back into the base. But he knows there's no play with villages here that makes sense. Upsides, at least, it's not your gold. And the reason that's important is it means that as the Byzantines, you can counter this play by going into a Kera Siphon. It's going to be expensive. We'll kind of sideline you a little bit. But unless Kilyatti wants to double down to protect, it's going to be hard to kind of hold against Kera Siphons. The reason is that the Kera Siphon doesn't have to get too close to the tower. It can burn from here. So the Spearmen can't just jump out like they would against a ram and stab it. It's much harder. Alright, Tech Ops about ready for Kilyatti. Are we just doing standard France or are we going Antioch? Ah, boo! Okay, hear me out. Antioch kind of cool because your opponent doesn't have access to longbow jab. Probably doesn't feel cool because, like, technically you've built rack, so your opponent's inclined towards archery. I like this from Anno, though. He's going to start shoving in the deer. Makes sense. Normally in a Byzantine build, this would be bad because you want berries. But right now, you can't have berries. Right now, they are forbidden. And this is the reason why KT are secretly very good at outpost rushes. They have to walk all the way out, but they don't have to walk all the way back. They can keep the villager here. That does offer up additional plays like additional outposts or proxy raxers. And although you'll probably eventually have to pull that villager home, the point is in the meantime, when you have very little villager count, you're not idling out a notable percent. Like right now, walking this villager back, that would be 5% of your economy not working. It also means that you can basically wait until you've got wheelbarrow to walk her home. So we do already have pilgrims coming out. Makes sense because Anatan doesn't have mobility. Keep the villager there to chop in the middle of the tree line. Are we setting up outposts again? The good old days? Sorry, the bad old days? The cursed old days? God, I still remember when that was the strategy for like Mongols. They come over, they chop into your tree line quickly and build an outpost right here. This, actually one of the most toxic opening strategies I can think about. Not quite at Mongol TC rush levels, but really not that far away. So what was the predictions like? 66% for Anno. Okay, who wants to refund their prediction now, though? The start does look pretty cursed. Anno's gone for super early Elf Groves here. Okay, so Anatan's strat is a bit weird now. He's got Limitane, his opponent's already gone Archers. So normally you'd be thinking like, oh yeah, I'll go Archie Limitane, but your opponent's already going to be a lot more diverse. Horseman would have made sense with Archers against what your opponent has. Horseman's Spear might be a little bit weirder. The reason why Horseman's Spear is a bit weirder is your Spearmen aren't about DPS, they're about damage absorption, which your Horsemen are already going to do against Archers anyway. It feels really odd with Byzantines to do Horseman Spear, because the logic is you are countering the same things in a way, if that makes sense. The Limitane already mitigate a lot of damage, as will the Horsemen. And also, because you tend to have shield wall up, your DPS is lower, which means Chevalier Confrère will do better. Kilyatti will be dominating and then have a feels bad man loss. Whoa! 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 He wins games. Sometimes. Let's not do the light dirty. It is a pretty hard position Anno's in. Like, you're playing Byzantines literally with no upside of Byzantines. You don't have your olive oil. You don't have your system buffs. You've only got level 1. This doesn't really feel like a Byzantine game right now. Kilyatti just making sure Anatan is not sleeping at the wheel here. Oh, Kilyatti actually has a really good swarm. We didn't get around to talking about that because of the wacky opening, but Deer Boar on the east side. And he's gathering stone. Okay, so a gradual 2TC here for Kilyatti. Ironically, the stone opening that you'd usually see from Byzantines. Looks like Anno is trying to intercept some pilgrims. Timing is going to be unfortunate for him, though. He is seen. Oh, no, and he doesn't know. Kilyatti's inviting him in to give him no escape. Whole army's now redirecting over to here. Expensive losses. Now, this is an opening. If Anno realizes what's happened here, there's a way that he can rush the tower. Unfortunately, the units that could rush the tower are the ones now being encircled. Perhaps he wants to upgrade the tower? He already has. It's way too much stone. So this is a very slow 2TC by the looks of it. Either that or Kilyatti really wants to end the game with a fortress drop in the enemy base. But I don't like to be too presumptive. Nice spot. Nice reveal. So practically all the Limitani here are going to die. Hasn't really been able to stop the pilgriming at all. And this feels really bad what's happening now. Anatan's building archers against KT archers is not great. Because Knights Templar are an archer superior civ. They don't have better archers, but they have more. Always. There is an argument that Anatan can surge produce, but that can be balanced out by Knights Templar just having so much more wood. It's kind of crazy how many villages he put onto the wood, though. Was it 24? Yeah, 26 to 13 villages on wood. But, like, it's kind of funny that Kilyatti's only 350 behind. It's not a double up in the economy. There's an interesting dynamic here. Like, this is why I was excited for this matchup, because for Byzantines, it's all about gathering food to get olive oil. So food, 20% more than out of the olive oil, or even more, depending on the food source and Grand Winery. For Knights Templar, it's gather wood and get more resource, get food. So both of these civs have a very intriguing kind of overlap target to certain resource decks. And that's why this tower right here was so impactful. So looks like Kilyatti has stopped gathering the stone, did upgrade. It turns out in the end, it was just an overgather. Do you remember KT bonus on archers? Their bonuses are economy. If you get food from gathering wood and you don't have to build lumber camps and you don't have to wheelbarrow or anything like that, because you just stand there, you have a superior income of wood, which means you are a superior archer civ. If you have to point to the unit that Knights Templar are best at building in Feudal Age, this is it. This is the easiest unit to block. You can see it in the count right now. Wheelbarrow only now coming in, by the way. Anatan definitely starting to feel the inefficiency here. Pressure is going to be coming in. Kilyatti doesn't have the undermesh yet. May want to slow down a bit. Also, no ram. Chevalier count is getting a bit worrisome, though. Anno has barely any Limitane to deal with them. Mass Archers isn't terrible, considering that the heavy cav of Chevalier have less armor than standard heavy cav. But when you think about the size of the lines, like 10 to 15 Chevalier is more than enough to just line formation, charge into all the archers. So for that reason, Anatan's going to want to play very hunkered here. It feels like he's trending towards a castle type build now. So hiding the base is good because it means the Chevalier will be less impactful. Is it a little bit awkward for the A-clicks in the battle because you're going to have to make sure you're targeting archers on the back. And unless you have two different control groups, that means you're very likely to overkill the enemy archers because you're trying to avoid A-clicks that would hit the Chevalier. Which merc should Anno go? None. What's the point? We do have him trying to sneak onto the berries in the back. Reminder that we are 13 minutes into the game, and Anatan still doesn't have enough olive oil for a single merc pull. He only just got enough. Yeah, this is pretty gruesome. Yo, what is up, White Walker? That isn't gruesome, though. Thank you very much. No, you the man. Appreciate the support. Triple Rams, man. It's time. Whew, this is going to be difficult for Anatan. He does not have an answer to Chevalier. No, he's trying to go castle, and the timing could not be much worse for him. Goldenhorn Town now being primed. He has at least got up to level 3 assistance, so in theory, he can rush Dialecticus into Archer. In fact, why did Kilyatti come from this angle instead of the back? He's going to approach on the Grand Winer anyway. Kilyatti. He's posturing. He's not rushing, though. He might feel an urgency, too, the moment he hears the tech up. Because Anatan has what he needs for veterancy. In fact, this many archers as you're seeing is actually not bad at dealing with rams. Okay, tech complete. Kilyatti, I think he just realized he's been rolling this a little bit too slowly. Archer's now with the dive in. He needs value. Veterancy. Being rushed just 15 seconds away. He needs to mop this army up now. Chevalier in. Start step back by Anatan, trying to minimize any losses. Western contract coming in behind this. He's going to vacate the tree line. Make his way through the back of the base. Veterancy is about to hit. Is there going to be enough, though? A risk of overkill here. Actually, not enough to one-hit Chevalier. In fact, he may have just pinned himself in the corner here. Yeah, there's no archers left. This has failed. Anatan. No leg to stand on here, and this is suspicious right now. Kilyatti, he doesn't know where the villages are, but if he just looks a tiny bit north... No way. Is he really getting away with this? Chevalier going to clean up the last of the vet archers. He comes back into the main base. He doesn't know. No way. No way does he get away with this. Kilyatti, there should be an inkling of suspicion right now. Where did those villagers go? But then we have to remember, Kilyatti, he's an old man. Memory loss is the realistic cause from age. Doesn't even remember that villagers left the base through the north. Oh my god. I mean, no military to speak of, but economically, they're even. The guys, it's fine. He has a cataphract coming. Cataphracts always win. Ready? Steady. Here we go. Look at that guy. Look at him. Shining knight of the Byzantine Empire. Who? Wait, come back. You're meant to defend us. Where are you go? I think he's defecting. Okay, this has to be over now. Anatan has got more caddis coming. But surely the villagers get seen this time. Oh my god, it's just so much idle time. Okay, this actually could be good. He garrisons inside the outpost if Kilyatti just camps here instead. I feel like he has to know, though, because with these dives, the maths doesn't add up. Where are the villagers? Every time Kilyatti goes in, that has to be the primary thought. Is like, where did they go? They have to be gathering somewhere. Lombo is now pumping out, but no veterancy for them. We've got 20 villagers running around like a lost child at the mall. Shh. Can the owners of 20 Byzantine peasants please come to booth 5? Shh. And he's been found. That's it. Mom and Dad came to pick you up. No more mischief in the mall. For these little Byzantine villages. Anatan has wheelbarrow. Oh, that makes it so different. Well, all right, yeah. You know what? Yeah, he's got wheelbarrow. It changes everything. Kappa. Playing Byzantines without mercs. So looks like we're going to get some distance in this series. How old is Kilyatti? How long is a piece of rope? You know? Is there actually a number? If we asked him, would he be cognizant in a way that he could give us a number? Or has age withered away at the brain so much that he doesn't know? These are all very good questions. Anyway. Next up is Enlightened Horizon. I just realized I haven't really been adding these in. Oops. And it is going to be the Ottoman pick finally coming out. Up against House of Lancaster. I don't think it's like a... Definitely not a broken pick on this map, I don't think. You asked for it. We're here to deliver. Ottoman picks from one of the best Ottoman players in the game. It's Anatan. Going up against Kilyatti's House of Lancaster. You want me to rate his English? How about we rate his Lancaster instead? A worse civ than English for this play. Oh boy. Yeah, so this is a bit of a tricky one. House of Lancaster on this map, with the new developing meta, may even be worse than they actually are everywhere else. It's tricky, guys. With this map, you have to play into the merchant camps and the wolf dens. At least with the current meta people are trending. Most people are not willing to ignore this detail. Because the merchant camps are going to generate a villager worth gathering per minute once captured. The wolf dens are going to give you a huge slug of gold in your pocket. And the whole logic is actually meant to be by building these spears and go after these dens, on its own it wouldn't be worth it, per se. It's the fact that you get map control and you can get 2 villagers worth of gathering. Because if your opponent isn't building spears, he can't defend his own. That's a huge difference so early on in the game. Which is why, at the pro level, most players are immediately looking to open with racks. Yeah, and Lancaster's just worse off than English, because Lancaster will get their hands on the men-at-arms as an option. Adds a lot more chunkiness into their formation. But Lancaster doesn't have early men-at-arms. Their men-at-arms don't come out until castle. What's the build of Kilyatti? It's becoming pretty standard. Use the villager to finish the capture on the merchant camp until the first spearman's ready. Sometimes you do this. Like, the difference, I think Kilyatti, where the slip-up was, he built the house here instead. Normally, what you want to do is build the house here. This is just vicious. We saw it first from Mio, and everyone is following suit swiftly. Because the meta about 3 or 4 days ago was to rush the wolf dens, we're already seeing an evolution to counter that strategy. Instead of rushing the wolf den, what some players have started doing is rushing the merchant camp. It's bloody smart, because also, with the pressure coming the racks, it means your opponent can only ever go for 1 wolf den before coming home. Like, realistically, if Kilyatti goes for 2, he's going to lose the racks. And he'll lose the merchant camps. Yeah, and trade-off here is you're missing out on 45 resources. Your opponent's now gathering an extra 45. Let's say you only lose out on a minute worth, but then you kill the den. Well, that's a 90 resource exchange for a 150, but then you can't get the merchant camps back at all because you can't produce spears. So you start to see why this new rotation into the merchant camps is so good. Meanwhile, we do have the scout nearby. Remember, you can actually yoink away here. It's not about who puts more damage on the wolf den. It's about who hits it to make it burn. You see Kilyatti is paranoid about it as well. Does have the Lancaster Castle coming in, so pretty standard stuff so far. We've seen him do this plenty of times on this map. Can the scout get in? No, just a little bit too late. Good idea there by Anatan. Needed to be about a second and a half sooner. But he took out the racks. And also, the merchant camps have been ticking long enough that I don't think he's unhappy with this play. Minaret Madras was going to be in the way. So, this matchup, I actually think on this map, Lancaster can probably feel quite comfortable with the mana spam, but Ottomans is an interesting civ. They're not that great at the ram all in, but they're very good at the aggro play. So usually, as Lancaster, I think you'd be better off here if you don't engage until your mana play is online. Hot take, mana's are only busted because of the defensive landmark. That's not really a hot take. Like, Lancaster Castle at the heart is literally the entire cause of Lancaster feeling OP. If you took Lancaster Castle away, not many people would have complained about Lancaster as an OP civ. They would have complained that manas are dumb, which is fair. I think they're a silly mechanic. They're not really in the spirit of participation. Right? Like, what manas do is something you'd expect out of a single-player game, not out of a competitive multiplayer game. Good Dishov. A little bit scrambled at the end, but he's going to spread it wide, so no goodies for Kilyatti. Would be nice to have a little POI UI. Bro, chill. We just, like... It's been 3 years and we just got Imperial Council added to the overlay. Let's pace ourselves a little here. You may be expecting a bit much from them. Manas are very fun and interactive. What? Because you select a unit and then you press W and D? Yo, wait. That's like a secret trick. You have to press W and then D? Weapons of mass destruction? Figured it out. Oh, wait. We're missing the M. Spears. Oh! Anatand! That is a nuts dive. He actually got both of them. He's faster as well, so he'll finish off a second villager. That was vile. Killed by your own mana. What a sick play by Anno. Barely cost him anything in return as well. Like, getting 2 worker kills, a huge edge here. We do have the Imam points. So you can come back and fight these spearmen, win easily. I mean, he can win easily anyway, guys. Like, one of the players has got hardened, the other has not. Yeah, you can see what Anna's trying to do. He's trying to buy time. Imams are on the way. I think maybe he didn't want to reveal the play, but he'll have to if he wants to stop these spears. It's also annoying because when people are torching you, try to distract them, sometimes they hold their torch. So melee is basically turned to ranged units. Villager being pulled? No. Okay, so maybe just... I think now you bring a villager out. It's worth saving the house. The Imam boys here, though, like, there's no kills to be had. So Kilyatti is going to lose all spearmen. Mana spam is not swift here. He's only got 1. In fact, wait, what happened here? He got the tech for more manas, and he doesn't even have 3 yet. Why do people build near this? So this is because of the timing. If you bring a villager out here and build a racks and a house, you'll have barely any downtime before the merchant camps is captured. And most importantly, a house is going to take you 15 seconds. A spearman takes 15 seconds to produce. So if you drop a racks and then produce a spear straight away, by the time the house completes and the villager starts walking back, the spearman will take over the capture. So it's very important for getting the merchant camp time. If you just built a racks and left, you'd be a lot less efficient. Because you're already keeping a villager standing here to build the racks for 30 seconds. Okay, so what's Anno's mindset here? It has to be rams, right? I'm not really seeing what the value point is. I guess you could just dive him. Needs to be careful. I don't think he was expecting Yeoman this early. What is he missing? He's missing a meta. So once he has the meta, he can dive with complete prejudice. And also, Kilyatti really needs a Rax. Because Sipahi, they have got the undermesh. They'll get the extra ranged armor on top of that. Hold on a sec. We have a dive in. Fortitude gets activated because remember, there's no melee units here. And are you kidding me? He actually gets away with... No, there we go. One goes down. Other able to escape. Barely. Imams are going to come for the heal, sensing the other Sipahi. Ottomans genuinely feels like the most high skill ceiling execution civ in the game in the first 10-15 minutes. Because of this vizier point interaction, the early imams, the meta, the positioning, the comps, there's a lot going on with this civ actually. It's not just build military schools and play Imperial like it once was. I honestly like it. I wish more civs had this level of strategic depth for micro interaction in the early game. There's a lot of civs that it just turns into kind of like an A-click blob. And it's more about your macro and your composition. But the cool thing with Ottomans, they have a lot of choices with their vizier point, in theory early on anyway. And a lot of opportunity to express themselves. So Archer's a bit ambitious with the dive there. Maybe not needed alongside the Sipahi. Tech up is following soon, by the way. So I know you can kind of see this was the idea by the fact he wasn't building Rams yet. It's not about an all-in. He's just trying to slow Kilyatti down while he gets an edge elsewhere. And those edges come through multiple things. So one thing is Sipahi are never at risk of using Fortitude here because your villagers don't have shivs. If they had shivs, using Fortitude is dangerous. Without that, you just get to keep diving. And even though there's all these manas, he doesn't really care because of the meta. Yeah, the mana damage is being reduced by 50%. Yeoman damage being reduced by 80%. And the relics available on the map may be about to be reduced by 40% as well. Remember, with the double Imam, he's already in position to take risky relics away. Oh, hello. He was left with the Ronins. Oh, excuse me. Okay, so that's quite interesting. That is going to be annoying on the deer gathering, actually. Meanwhile, meta. Whoa, boy. Oh, that was beautifully done. However, Sipahi get thrown away for this. I guess at this point, he's like, screw it. I don't really want them anymore. But now your tech up is pretty obvious. Like, why else would you throw Sipahi in like that? Why wouldn't there be more Sipahi? Think about how many Sipahi Anatan would have if he wasn't aging. And by the way, I think he played this right. Because if he scaled more Sipahi, they get less valuable the more you build. Because you're fighting into base. Daddy, maybe feeling a bit ambitious with this dive out. Spears are going to get thrown away, but I don't think he wants them right now. We have got more Sipahi getting queued up, though. Yeah, to like come back to the Sipahi point, the reason why more is bad, guys... And, oof, that's a bit awkward, the meta. The reason why more is bad... If I dive you here, and you run into this choke point, 2 Sipahi are going to attack. Maybe 2 more run around the side. Then maybe 2 more run around the other side. Okay, so if we have like this kind of crisscross area, and I can only get 8 Sipahi attacking you maximum, there's no point in having 20. Relic. Whoopsie. Anasand. Oh, that was a slip up. Yeah, if he walked straight away, this just would have been home and safe. Unfortunately, Kilyatti now has a camp point. Anno's going to have to engage, but he is waiting for veterancy. Smartly done. No walls up is a big deal here. Kilyatti needs damage, and it's going to come in a big way. Check this. He's got Demi Lancers as well. Spearman being queued up. Sipahi need to intercept. Veterancy still 10 seconds away, though. Not going to engage. Demi Lancers go for the charge through. The upgrade is still not in for the Horseman yet. Taking in a few seconds, but Demi Lancers absorbing a lot of blows here. Yeoman hiding behind them. Spears are starting to arrive. Right now, what you want to be seeing is the Yeoman taking out the archers. Now that Spears do arrive, and Anatan, man, this game just got so discombobulated for him. He played this so well up to a point, but I think some details are missing. The Sipahi throwaway maybe a bit premature. The Relic pullback a little bit lacking on the timing. Kilyatti just finding that infamous timing with the Demi Lancers. It is such a ridiculously powerful tool. So, you know, the way I think of that Demi Lancer play, it's... Imagine if the Janissary point for Ottomans were good. That's the easiest way to summarize it. It's not that Janissary Company is bad, it's that it's super situational. It requires you to scale military schools, which people aren't doing as frequently anymore. And then it requires your opponent to dive you. The difference with the Demi Lancer play, you always are building manners, so it's just there. When your opponent dives you, it's useful. When your opponent doesn't dive you, it's useful. This play consistently turns L's into W's for Lancaster. I think if you took this element away, this Civ would be bottom 4 or 5. Because the current build just wouldn't work. Nor will this Relic Ball. Pretty much gets it home, though. And we do have Sipahi now diving in the back of the base with the extra ranged armor. Hard to deal with. Activates the Fortitude. Oh, Kilyatti. This is painful. Wheelbarrow wasn't in yet, so you can see how quickly he just claims a few souls. Marches away just in the nick of time. Not just that. Check the amount of Sipahi now on the front line. Mango's going to be protected here. Gorilla, the Spearman's a problem. Uh-oh. These spears, they are Billman as well. So Yeoman damage is adding up a lot. Demi Lancers get thrown away though. However, the Yeoman count is getting absurd. God damn. Sipahi, they rule the day in the end, so they will clean up the aggro force, but there's a second wave on the way. Yeah, Kilyatti, he was thinking about teching, but the moment that happened, well, full reinvest comes in here. Lancaster Castle should be a castle landmark. I think if it's a castle landmark, it would just be bad. I think the concept just needs to be completely reworked. I also think Lancaster needs a full rethink on a lot of their landmarks. I get that the House Unified is really circulated around the idea of having castles. So maybe they should have one keep landmark, but they technically have 3. Even if you don't consider Lancaster Castle to be one. Berkshire and White Tower to me is just very boring from a design standpoint. They made it more interesting in the English versions, but I've never been a big fan of defensive landmarks. I think they should be very rare and few and far between. So Kilyatti is still an age behind. That does need to be solved soon. We've got Springers coming out, which is the golden solution to this Spearman mass. Yeah, Sipahi Springle is actually not a bad idea. Because it forces the Spearman to defend instead of, like, diving. You're basically relying on Yeoman to try and take out the siege. Love this switch by Kilyatti. Hate the Aegis being done in. We've got Hobblars. Hobblars against Sipahi. I've seen how bad Hobblars look against Ghazi. I didn't think I needed to see how bad they looked against an even better horseman. I think we do have more relics coming in. Yeah, so third one being picked up and back. There's still 2 up for grabs here. Very difficult to attain right now. Perhaps the levy units lost HP like gremlins. The difference with gremlins is they're not a one-off. You keep getting them. The Demi Lancers are a one-off. Is Spy really better than Ghazi? Yeah. They have more health, more base damage, better like utility with the attack speed increase. The only thing like they cost more and they have worse move speed. So like Ghazi are usually better than Sipahi because the way you can scale them quicker is the idea. Actually, funnily enough, guys, at the absolute highest level, if you have the Ottoman player perfectly executing and Delhi player perfectly executing, Ottoman should have a slight edge. Because the thing is, like, let's say you build Ghazi and Spears. Well, all those units have to get melee range. Sipahi don't. They're technically a long melee range. So the reason that's really good is, let's say this full army engages. Well, in the current formation, only 7 Sipahi would strike straight away. Or 7 horsemen, rather. With Sipahi, 14 Sipahi can strike almost immediately. It's a very big difference. For Ghazi's extra damage versus heavy makes them more flexible. Think about the points in the game where you're going to build them. Early on, like, there's not that many heavy units that come to mind. And later on, I think just having a horseman be better at his horseman duties is better than having versatility. Because then, like, in the late game, do you really want a jack of all trades, or would you rather have a master? Speaking of the mastery, Kilyatti gets found! And the Hobblars get revealed. Oh no. This is early. I don't think this is the timing Kilyatti in mind, but if he can surround, if he goes past him. Yeah, and you see, that's why Anatan keeps turning around for the A-clicks in the retreat. He knows what he's trying to do here. He doesn't want to get sandwiched. So keeps the distance, stays alive. That is crazy. Hobbs so bad in Feudal? I think Hobblar's duty in Feudal is to be a throwaway unit to catch something. Their goal is to get in the way of a retreat. I think that's the only real purpose they serve. That and interception. Because you can have so many of them, they should be very good at intercepting. But yeah, just not really a straight-up fighty unit. It's utility in the fight. After all that damage done, Kilyatti starting to feel a little bit stung by this. I mean, the mana count is only at 6. Didn't go up to the 9. And the relic problem's becoming big here. He's going to go in for the dive. Army needs to react fast. It's not in position to do so. Instead, he summons the Ronin, but it's Billman tech, so they're not going to do very well here. The Sipahi, however, are going to reign supreme. 5 villages down. The base to be dove. Kilyatti, he's in feudal age at 91 military. What is going on? And he finds the 2 TC in the corner. Anatan was being greedy. Can you do enough here? The worker kill count. Look at the escalation. Hobblars. There's so many of them. They should be able to block the retreat here. The villagers are not safe. And here he comes for the sandwich. Gets in the way. Needs to attack right now. He's not attacking. What's going on? Kilyatti wasn't looking. Yeoman's start to catch up now. Worker count neck and neck. We have a dive into the base. The Sipahi did not come home to defend. They wait for blood. This is getting ridiculous. What is happening? Yeomen are camping on the backside safely. Villagers are also in trouble now. Still a handful of Hobblars. Oh my lord. This damage being done. And somehow, behind all this, Kilyatti finds the resources for White Tower. This is crazy. Men-at-Arms now added in. Janissary pull point as well from Anatan, so feeling the pressure. Wait, did he pull point? Yeah, he did. He maxed the military schools. The White Tower is being built in the center of the map. Wait, is Kilyatti going for a keep drop strat? Oh, that's sick. I haven't seen anyone try this yet. Guys, there's a reason why a keep drop strat is quite intriguing here. The House Unified. So, when you build castles as Lancaster, you get plus damage onto your unique units, your melee unique units, your Demi-Lancers and your Earl's Guard. That +1 affects both the dagger and the Warhammer. So if his strategy here is to keep crawl to the enemy base, build siege and build men-at-arms, it's actually pretty strong. I don't know if he's got the economy of the time. I mean, Anno's going to be at 5 relics, 2 TC with military schools. It's definitely an uphill battle. But hey, at least he's got manners. Damn, that was sick. Honestly, I'm so happy we're getting more games where players do that, by the way. Instead of just playing into a fight where it's maybe kind of more obvious who would win or lose on equal micro, I feel like we're seeing a lot more players go for base trades or eco trades. It makes the game so much more compelling. It's a lot smarter. And wait, is he doing... Wait, is this about Trebs? Or is this for archers to have the same range as yeomen? I can't figure out if this is about the Trebs. I think this is about the Trebs. But it also would work for the yeomen, so your archers have the same range. Oh my god, that is actually so Gigabrain. Door to climb up? Nah, we're not playing Stronghold. You can't build like a stairway to the cliff. Do Stronghold gamers know you could do that? If you built like a wall at the top of a mountain and at the bottom, you could build stairs all the way down. So sprung shots are coming out to play these boys. And now we have the dive. I think this is for the Trebs. Just build a gate. Wait, why is he not building a gate? I'm being scammed right now. Stone Tower? You could, actually. It just wouldn't be worth it. You're not really hitting anything, per se. Can we dive in now? Janissary Archers. Not much burn power, so you need to find bio units to kill. I do believe Kilyatti's... Oh, yeah, he's dead. He calls it. GG comes out. What a wild game here. Sick swing, sick turnaround by Anatan to take control again, once again, and show you just how good Ottomans can be on this map. Let me know what you think about this game, guys. This is crazy. I love to see more of Ottomans coming back in the meta, but also, the dynamics between these two. That base race to kill economy was one of the best ones I've seen in a long time. Okay, so Anno up at match point now. Choose predictions. So Anno win. I'm trying to think what the focus of the YouTube video would be on that one. Maybe the burn down early. Maybe the Hovelars. I don't know. Hovelars are deeper in the game. I need to think on that one. Okay. So a banger series? It's not over yet. Chill. We've still got potentially 2 more games. And Kilyatti does have the Mongols. So we're going to Relic River next. We've got a little bit of time. I'll run a minute of ads now. So yeah, Relic River coming up. I versus Mongols. How did we start the series? It was with Malian's Jean, wasn't it? And I've forgotten what game 2 was. Otto's ideal on what? On the Lightened Horizon? Yeah, they're a really good civ for it. Oh, Mongols. Yeah, like, because of the river. It's river dynamics. Okay, let's flip them around. I'll get predictions up. New mic? No. Although I did tweak some settings on the mic for the phantom power. What you're probably just hearing is the fact that my throat is dying. Like, ultra bad. And the cliff building walls thing is only a Stronghold 1 thing? Well, yeah. I mean, what other Stronghold matters? Wait, there are other Stronghold games? No. We don't acknowledge those. We pretend those don't exist, okay? You smell that? That smells like a 5-game series. One and all, welcome back. We are into Relic River game number 4. Anatand on match point, but he's gone Ibids. And I gotta say, Mongols stand the landmark. I think they have the number tapped by Ibids, but when you add in water, when you add in fishing, there's a very efficient play for the Mongols, which we're seeing coming out from Kilyatti here in the 4th game. Yeah, interesting map for it. Relic River has just looked like the new home of Mongols in competitive. Most of the time, the pick is reserved for this map, and I'd say they've been looking like a top 3 Civ when picked here. Ibids, in theory, can be a counter pick. You stop your opponent from doing things like Keshiks because of the Camel Auras, but with the extra food density, there's a lot of infantry plays available to Mongols. Curious to see how Ibids want to try to approach this. Anatand, I mean, he has got the point advantage. You could gamble on Tradewing. Tradewing Bazaar could kind of be a sick way of getting the extra level up. Because once you tech up, if you luck out, you have units to burn down the enemy dock straight away. Don't you think that the camera during the game casting would get more views on YouTube? People like to see how the face reacts real time. I'm not so sure about that. I think in the early days of the channel, on AOE4 content, we tried it for a little bit, and the reception wasn't that great. There are some casters in like other Age of Empires games that do it, right? Like Mem has camera on all the time, but then T90 never does, right? The thing you have to keep in mind is, you know, there's a lot going on in AOE4, and do you need more stuff on the screen? Is what I'd say. Like, we could even do a simple test right now. Ones, if you'd prefer there be a camera on, as in like face cam on screen with the cast. 2s, if you prefer not. And I will not take it as face shaming. We do have the Loggy Wing coming, by the way. Makes a lot of sense. You want to try to have some pressure play. This allows you to play things like Desert Raiders really early on and not worry about losing them. Yeah, like that's quite a lot of 2s. Because, like, here's the thing. If you had a face cam, you stick it, like, what, here? There's already so much happening on the screen. I think for competitive games, face cam for casters needed. I mean, like, didn't really need a competitive comment. It's just casters. You don't need face cam per se. One if face was prettier. Thanks. I'll remember that. So, Anatan has actually crept onto the dock. And Kilyatti, what? He didn't even know. That was quite the gamble by Anatan. He didn't know he wasn't going to be seen, so he assumed there was going to be some return aggro. Instead, he gets it with 0 pressure. Damn, that's sick. So he's getting an archery ship to follow up. You don't really want to build a sprint ship on this water. It's going to feel weird. Pretty big advantage now brewing for Anatan. It's good for brand building. I mean, like, there's different ways you can build brand, right? Like, the whole argument that you need a camera on to build brand doesn't really fit when you, like, we just use an example of T90. I don't think people knew what he looked like for a very long time, if I'm not mistaken. And we do have camera on at certain points, right? Like, we literally do things like patch analysis videos or other reaction type things where we're on camera. So we do have the Dervish into Deer Pump. We know that Anatan likes to do this shove a lot. Super effective, actually. Just gives you a lot of safety at home. And now on the water side, I said, I had to say who goes for a bagler, didn't I? He legitimately built it. Okay, so I guess this is maybe more viable now that demo ships damage your own units too. Because Kilyatti's doing it, but Anatan's so close. One demo is not going to kill him. What it will do is substantial damage to the dock. Yeah, watch this. Ready? Steady. Okay, he actually wasn't close enough. Ignore me. Wait, why didn't Anno get closer? Guys, did you see that damage the dock? Yeah, so if he'd gone closer to the dock, that would have forced a detonation that would have hurt it. He's going to be coming back in. Arrow Slits is on the way, followed up by another demo. This makes more sense. Arrow Slits does 1 or 2 hits, then demo finishes. Need to be careful. about that follow-up demo, though. I mean, I don't think I've seen anyone do this on this map so far. This is new. Anno be cooking. You've got the villager for the repair. You've got the dervishes for the villager. The demo needs to go beyond. No, no, not like this. No, no. It's so cursed, man. It's so cursed. If he went beyond, it would have been worth. Oh, that is tragic. And now the micro on point, beautifully done by Anatan. Gets the snipe. The Doc will not get another demo out in time. I can't believe that, man. Just one boat. And guys, think about what was invested. Kilyatti built 3 demos? Well, 2. The third one didn't get out. He built 2 demos, didn't get the kill. And no, dervishes cannot heal boats, but the villager can. So you have the villager to repair the boat, and then you have the dervish to ensure the can't never kill the villager. So fishing mode's to be cleared. Now he can fish instead. And remember, he has a desert raider. He has actually mass desert raiders. Okay, this is ridiculous. This is like Etagigi. So think about it. When you have Keshik versus Desert Raider, what is the one upside Keshiks have? They heal. Pretty good, right? The problem with that is your opponent's going to heal too with the dervishes. Nice little strike back here. Does get the double worker kill. Gold is not safe for Kilyatti. And this is just raw mass Desert Raiders, by the way. Since when did demos damage your own units? Since the most recent patch. It was a bug discovered. It's not intentional. I feel like we've been over it more than enough times by now. Credit to him, Kilyatti is actually getting some good raids in, but the new wave of Desert Raiders should be enough to scare him away. He's probably going to have to take a more static comp approach here. Just awkward dervish. Whoa, 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 whoa. Whoa, boy. Calm down now with that camel. Yeah, maybe a little bit greedy trying to go for the archer kill versus just sniping archers for damage when they come out. Does Anno just keep building Derv, or do we get a switch? Or sorry, Desert Raiders, or do we get a switch? Because Horseman, in theory, would make sense. I think he maybe... Did he see the racks, though? Yeah, he would have already scouted that. So what seems more likely for Anno could be kind of archers? Why don't Mongols do 2x vills with Uvu? It's very expensive. 2x production is not 50 stone. It's 124 stone. I think Anna's going to go castle now. Now that your opponent's going Archer Spears, Desert Raider scaling feels a bit weird. Good news is your opponent can't really attack you unless he wants to go into Rams because of Archership. B vs Aval happen already? Yep, we start the day by casting it. Oh, Kilyatti, for good old time's sake, is back into the base. Growth Wing? Probably Growth, unless he wants to keep going with the mean raiders. Nice hit again, Kilyatti. I love this, man. Even when the guy looks like his head is buried 6 feet under, he always finds a way to get back on the aggression. Dive onto the gold. Anatan. Slow to pull away. He actually gets the shivs out. Wait, what? Against Keshiks? Okay, that's a bit brazen. Does end up losing more because of it. Kilyatti has to sense the tech up by now. Because it's getting a bit suspicious. You haven't seen more troops arriving in your base. Only one Desert Raider coming out doesn't really convince you your opponent isn't aging. Yeah, you see how sad it is to be a Keshik versus a Desert Raider? He's 1v2ing. The Desert Raider costs less, man. Oh boy. Oh my god, he's doing it. He's actually doing it. It's trade wing time, baby. We are actually getting bizarre. So, I know I'm going to get questions about this. When, KBE, should I do trade wing bizarre? When you're winning a series. Like, it's literally the only time. If you are in an even series, I do not recommend trade wing bizarre. It is such a coin flip. Because if the RNG hates you and you do not get good tickets, you're dead. Reminder, the way this works is you will get options every few minutes. It is random though. You don't know when you're going to get the ones you want. You don't know if you're going to ever get the ones you want. So for example, Trade Wing, Bazaar, and Feudal, usually what you're looking for is skirmishers and the swordsman. You want the units, so you have presence. If you don't get them and, for example, roll double stone, why the hell am I getting double stone in Feudal as an Iabid, is the immediate thought you have. Husband finally got you to try AoE. Now you're glued to it. Damn, look at that. Finish 1, now working on 2, and you'll get to 4 eventually. No one ever remembers 3. Oh, dear. Oh, don't forget Age of Myth as well along the way. I think if you want breadth in terms of uniqueness, 4 probably has the most in terms of different Civ to Civ. And so many Civs as well. Alright, so trade wing in 10 seconds. Kilyatti, he knows. He 100% knows. The question now is, can he punish it? Anno has a lot of gold rolling on this. He gets triple swordsman! Oh my god! What? Cha-ching, cha-ching, cha-ching! Jackpot hit! 15 swordsmen! You've got to be kidding me. Now, it could have been better if it had been skirmishers. Skirmishers would have been S tier. This is like a solid A. Your opponent does have a lot of spears. You're going to need to wait for the camel lancers. Why is Marine Lord taking a crap on our Gamba wing? It's the problem with this wing? Yeah, like, you just don't have any control. Both units died to archers. Skirmishers are okay though, right? Because they trade, is it 6-star range and they kill light infantry. I think, like, this is fine for Anno. He just needs to wait for the lancers before you engage. The bigger problem is also, like, because he built Desert Raiders, he encourages archers. I think Trade Wing Bazaar for Castle makes more sense if you begin with archery play instead of camel play. Yeah, this Anatan even trying to posh with this feels weird right now. Alright. They look cool, but I think half the hopium. I actually wanted to believe it could be good. I think if he got triple javelin, like, that's actually fine. If he got triple Badone skirmisher, Kilyatti would have struggled with that fight a lot. But this is over. Because here's the other thing. By using all of the tickets into Badone Swordsman, he had no gold for Lancer spam. He has 1 Lancer. Alright, here we go. The boys. On the way to raid. Oh no, there's more archers. How do you hit the jackpot and still just lose? He's got an outpost coming up. That's going to be better than 15 Badone Swordsmen. I don't know what the rest of these villages are meant to do. And also, here's another thought, guys. When you go Gamba Wing, what do you need a lot of? They've got it in the sack, but they're about to get the sack. He has no gold access now. All Kilyatti needs to do is camp here, and it's over. A boy can dream of memes. I think at this point he's just kind of going through the motions. Lost the Badone, failed. He's got one more group, one more battalion. He just spawned them again. Yeah, he got double Badone again! 2 tickets. 50% of them are swordsmen. Get me out of this game. You can't make this up. He legitimately rolled double Badone again. Oh my god. I can't. Oh. This is just like, oh. Hold on, he hits the jackpot. Oh no, it's doing that thing again, isn't it? Even though it shouldn't be loaded into the thingy anymore. Oh my god, it's freaking not even renaming. Oh, of course. Still gonna be annoying. I need to go to Task Manager again, don't I? Runtime Broker. Oh dear. Wait, is it still in there? Dude, I just cleared the Runtime Broker and it won't let me rename my file. Let me listen.
This is looking
gobby
grim.
Voice. There we go. And now. Oh my god, it won't let me do it. I'm getting tilted. Wait, what's that? Whoa! Alright, yeah, that was the PC build stream. Okay, so. A win for Kilyatti. Deciding game number 5. The memes never end. What map they got left here? Did they do Dry Arabia? Yeah, they did. Oh, that was it. Yeah, game 2 was Biz French. No, Biz Knights Templar. Dry Arabia, so right, left. Wait, which one did he get mixed up? Left. There we go. Kilyatti will win Silver Lake? I think so. He's the front runner for sure. Baltoon will also be a strong competitor. It's not that Baltoon is bad. I just think Kilyatti's a bit more of an obvious pick. Okay, so are the boys set up for the final game yet? Let me have a look. In-game. Oh, there we go. Is it going to let me rename this now, please? Please? Yes, it worked. Oh, it's Carmel. Oh, get Predickies up. Ooh, apparently we're having takeaway tonight. And who's paying for that, Emma? It's me. It's always me. GG. Well, that may be the weirdest opening against Rus. One and all, we have a deciding game here between Kilyatti and Anatan. Kilyatti has gone crazy with the Japanese into Carmel. Meanwhile, his opponent has done something a bit more expected. Rus feels like there should be a very good civ on this map. Yeah, the reason is that gold is very hard to come by, and they have a lot of passive gen available, plus they get gold from food gathering, of which there is a lot of food on Carmel. The Japanese has been picked here a few times, though. The Swimman play is a bit odd. Is he going for a deer shove? Oh, no. No, this is fine, guys. There's no way Anatan can shoot 10 deer, right? Yeah, but also, like, when is Kilyatti going to push the deer? Oh, come on. Second spear's going to arrive. Ano's loving life right now. He's already lamed 4 of the 10 deer. Okay. This is Buddha stuff? I am skeptical. I was like, the Buddha build's great, the Buddha build's great. And then every time I see it lose. I think there's situations where the Buddha build can feel pretty impactful. It's not as simple as just bum rushing it and saying it's great, though. Is he really going to kill all these? That's ridiculous. Okay, so the deer shove has failed. Plan has gone wrong. But don't worry, guys. It's not like there's going to be an extra scout coming over to the other side to lane the other deer, right? Right? Because that would be, like, unfair. Golden Gate coming in. We're going to 2x the speed just the early game here. And yeah, like, Buddha... So the Buddha strategy is good against mass knight civs, usually, is the best way. Roos don't get forced into knights, though, and this is crazy. Yeah, he's... Oh, ho, ho. No, wait. Guys, please. He will switch over. So he's going to get the kill on the boar. This is a sick placement as well. Very good high-value hunting cabin. Probably would have been more worth here, though. No, actually, maybe not. But this means no pro scouts. Yeah, which it felt like we were heading towards when you saw that Anatan didn't go for a third scout on this map. He can also deer shoving himself with the scouts. Probably better just to lame your opponent, though. You're very, very sad, deerless opponent. Some are maidenless. Kilyatti is deerless. Whoa. Maybe we don't touch those deer. In fairness, just by doing this, even without shooting the deer, it's ruining Kilyatti a bit. Because his spears aren't cleanly shoving, right? No pro scout, you go 2 TC? No, you just play fast castle. Why is it when you tell someone that a civ isn't going to do the greedy thing, they're like, so they're going to do the other greedy thing? Right? No, they're going to do... Actually, I guess fast castle is the other greedy thing. Aren't you running out of food on this map? Oh. Japan isn't going to play aggro until castle, because, like, presumably they just want to build Mount Samurai. So you can be out on the map until then. But that gives you options. You can FC yourself, or I think what we're getting instead from Anno might just be aggro. Yeah, we've got a full send it. Feudal aggro, baby. Don't have to fear the Japanese if they can't even get online. Does this hit fast enough? I mean, the presumption is your opponent has slowed himself down a lot by going rack spears anyway. If he can wedge himself, he can block the food push in. Gold is going to be a bit of a predicament, though. Because Kilyatti should have plenty of that. Why has he stopped gathering on the gold, actually? Okay, so he sees the boar. The scout's at it again. Wait, why did he leave one spearman to shove? I'm a little bit confused as to Kilyatti's win condition here. Okay, there we go. He added in the stables. It's just the gold gathering is a bit funky here. So it feels like he's still going castle. But he just wants to slow down Anatan's acceleration here. Because right now, Anatan is rushing to intercept with archers, which means if you stick horsemen in the middle of the map, you can kill archers easily. Problem is, Anno sees all. And this has always been the problem against Roos. Even when they don't go pro scouts... If they have at least 2 scouts, which they're inclined to do because they have a hunting cabin, they will see your play. At a point in the game where one other civ would be dropping off sheep, so they wouldn't see what's coming next necessarily, Roos can do both. And it doesn't hurt them at all. No, because the pain point is, let's build a structure that's going to pay itself off a little bit later anyway. Without any additional investment or interaction. That's on the way from Anno. And that is going to scare Kilyatti back. Remember, his real win condition isn't to get bogged into a full feudal. In theory, there's some upsides. For example, the Umabanum makes your horseman pretty fierce. Realistically, though, it's a premium feudal comp. It's going to be roosts, heavy knights, and marches. It's not as good as French, of course, but it's combative enough that you don't really want to contest it as Japanese. I think the timings just don't align. Where Japan would feel strong, Bannerman buff-wise, is way too deep into the age. Why does Anno have more villagers? Because Kilyatti is old man, and something reflexes. Yeah, he skipped a villager. Pretty sure he didn't double scout opener. No textiles, Evo. Yeah, this is pretty painful. Yeah, okay, so I think what happened here is Kilyatti skipped a villager at the start because he produced the spearman so quickly. Because he saw he was going to get lamed, so he had to rush another spear and then didn't have enough food. Let him get down the way. It's going to be the stables build. So nothing too weird or unorthodox here. Kilyatti just playing standard. Anno's pretty invested at this stage. He can block the gold, so Kilyatti's very limited on the knight count he can get. But they are going to be substantially better than the Roost Knights. I do wonder if double archery range was overkill versus a 1-1-1. Maybe Rax is here for Anna's hand. I mean, he had to know this was going to be Mount Samurai. First deposited. We have got the marketplace drop as well. Logic being, Mount Samurai are really expensive when it comes to gold. And he can't access his right now. It's going to be a winner. Okay. Yeah, he's cooking. Oh, this is brilliant. So, Wooden Fortress is coming in. Rax is behind. This is well crafted by Anna's hand. I love that we're seeing more proxy Rax type play. This gets him a solution on the front line. And I give him a safety point in the meantime. You're not really going to want to dive this with 2 Mount Samurai. It's not worth it. There's also paranoia because for all you know, your opponent could be getting castle turrets. And castle turrets will shred heavy cap. Looks like the deer found their way home, either in a body bag or of their own accord. Which means, Kilyatti, my friend, you do not have that much food. No, 5 sheep remaining. And this Kura storehouse placement is a nightmare. Oh my god. He can't even eat the deer right now. I'm not sure Kilyatti's really going to ever feel like he's in Castle Age, to be honest with you. Oh, wow. That's actually very smart by Anatan. He goes for Castle Watch. This is going to give the extra vision. So the idea is he'll see the transition as it's happening. Whereas normally he might actually not get that info without the scout being perfectly placed. So boom, look at that. Yeah, all the area that Kilyatti's going to build into, you'll know. He also gets to see the tree line over here. He gets to see the secondary trees. And this is important because the archer range, check this. Ooh. Yeah, because normally you'd feel safe. There is no safety here. That's such a sick read by him. In the meantime, I'm going to be carrying out the berries, but that means that your Mount Samurai are playing defense instead of aggression. Which means things like this board play, not getting punished at all. More knights on the way. Can he reach from there? Yeah! I don't think he got that one. Wait, no, he did. Oh, no, and Kilyatti doesn't realize. That is a 6 eco lead now for Anatan. This is ridiculous. It's crazy because these tree lines are seen as broken. Like, when you get a spawn like this on Carmel, it feels like an overwhelming advantage because your opponent can't get you. He can't raid into you. You're meant to have tiny pockets like this that can be cycled around. But Anatan has found a marvelous way to make it a disadvantage for Kilyatti. Looks like he's going to dive towards it now, but yeah, there's the garrison squad. It's just not worth it to even try and burn this. I mean, it's almost 2,000 HP on this structure. Now getting ready for the castles. I'm scrambling my brain on Kilyatti's way out, like Yumi, but the problem is your opponent has 12 knights. He will upgrade it straight away. You can't really play Japan without gold. It is the most gold firsty civ alongside French. Now the clash comes in. I mean, Matt and Sam are usually favored here, but the numbers are just overwhelming. Barely any of them to make a stand. In fact, some of those golden glows are actually from ponies and scouts. And it looks like we're going to have to pony up a win for Anatan. A BO5 that went all the distance. A decent effort by Kilyatti, but the outcome in the end, undeniable. And a sick way for Anatan to do it as well. Yeah, he's just processing the loss at this stage. There's no comeback to be had, unless maybe a wall. Good luck with that. Just pick up a new relic. Go, go, go. Japan versus Rus is doomed to begin with. It feels pretty rough, yeah. I think Japan has struggled with this matchup a lot in the past. There's no early aggro points because Rus don't touch their gold. It just feels like you're basically playing a raid v raid lineup, and Rus don't really have any raid points. Oh my god, wait. What? What am I witnessing right now? There's so many knights here. Oh, just get out. Just like... Leave your keys at the door. Leave your pass with security. You're gone. Oh, what an entertaining series. And yes, I am ill. I am dying. It is sad. Life is hard. So, Anatan takes the victory in the end. And in terms of bracket, that means we're starting to paint the pretty pictures. So, we have got... Let me upgrade the Kilyatti Scatterbrained one. Anachad unbeatable. So close, Mr. Kilyatti. So close. You could almost taste it. We need to win that Lancaster game, but lost feels early. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing with Sapahi. They catch you off guard. I think, I don't know, like, I say, like, looking back, I don't know if you agree. I think you just maybe rebuild the racks and you defend with spears. Because your opponent can't really dive you with archers if you've got all the mana spam anyway, right? Oh, you mean on the mana. Got it, when he pinned you. Yeah, yeah. That was a sick play. Yeah, it's like, I know it's hyper early. You don't really expect it that early. Okay, so let me just print the update. And you guys can see the bracket. Boom. So, Anatan and B through the semifinals. Where have I seen this before? But we did talk about a Dumu core series. Emma, what's the plan with takeaway anyway? Oh, she's asking what time am I finishing. Well, we're gonna do the Dumu series. Oh, wait. Oh, sorry. I forgot to add the Kilyatti score as well. My bad. Oops. Not 3-0? Yeah. Like, they got crapped on. Right? Kilyatti lost 3-0. Yeah. It was 2 pity wins. Kappa. Yeah, one sec. Need to update it. Okay. So. Boom. kind of have to do Dimu? Nah, we could not. We were like, well, it's a good 5-hour stream. I need to go eat. Let me get the drafts ready and everything. Okay, so I think, where is it in this day? Let me get the draft and we'll roll into this one. Do I not have a draft? Oh, no. No, I did have open in the other tab, didn't I? Nice. Because I don't know if the map draft is here still. Yeah, we seem to be missing a map draft, but we do at least have a Civ draft. So, let me reset it all. When is B playing? B has already played today. We had the Miyamika game. Semi-finals, I think we'll be looking to get those done for Thursday at this pacing. Unless I hear something back soon. I believe Louis and Voldemort haven't even played yet today. So, those is very, like, Anno versus whoever there is very likely for Thursday, I think. And yep, cool. Kind of rolled CSO lol. So, let's open up. It's going to be I versus Japanese. Japanese. I guess he expected the I pick. Let me get, where is it? Coastal Cliffs. Add that into the overlay. And we'll get ready for the first game. Just messaging Emma about our food plans. Excuse me. Oh, this matchup has changed. One and all, welcome back to the Midweek Masters. We are here for quarterfinals time. Dumu versus Core. Hype it up big. This is going to be a fun one. Haven't seen Core up against Dumu in a while. Rax opening as Japan against Ibids is a little unorthodox historically, but these days, the Dark Age Spearman Rush from Japan has been on the rise. With that spawn, it's either going to feel like a blessing or a curse. Golden berries at the back might be a little bit rough. Are we getting kebab, are we? Poggers? Yeah, give me kebab. Give me an ultra large one. I think my taste buds still function somewhat. Maybe, hopefully. Guys, kebabs aren't cheap in this country, by the way. It's outrageous. It's crazy to think, just a few years ago, like, kebabs like £6. Now kebabs like double that. It's crazy. But we ain't earning double what we were 6 years ago. Follow me, people. We are going to lead a rebellion. Yeah, like, food cost inflation is kind of crazy. It's wild just how out of control it's got. And the depressing part is I don't really see it slowing down. Also, I'm envious of Germans because in the UK, there's certain tax proclivities. So, for example, anything deemed a necessity cannot have, like, additional taxation put on it, right? Germans, a kebab is a necessity, but for the Brits, apparently not. Anyway, we do have Blocker on the gold. Cool, he has got what he needs for the tech up. Growth Wing? Yeah, Growth Wing. Join the EU again. Something tells me it might not be that simple. Yeah, don't know. It kind of felt irreversible when we, like, unplugged ourselves from the internet and pushed ourselves into the Atlantic. Dumu, of course, got off that boat just beforehand and became Swedish. Hence why he's reigning King of the North champion. Core is King of the Sheesh, I guess. Okay, spears are, like, not too bad on the value here. Harassing onto the berries being a little bit annoying. Also, like, timing-wise, does Core have to pull back? He might have to. Yeah, the berries are going to run out, and he has Growth Wing coming, so you don't really want to exhaust them to 0. These 4 berries are not grabbable. He has at least got this one here that should be in TC range. But the Pathing's going to kill him, because he'll do an L like this, and the spears can hit him. Jimmy being a pain in the ass for these two. He has got 2 more spearmen, but those guys are busy elsewhere, guys. Like, this is the thing about this play for Japan. Japan has weak eco, runs out fast. The advantage play right now, the Spearman Open, why it's so good, it isn't just about aggro play. The value is in the deer. It's just Dumu took it to a new layer. We've seen people do it just for the deer shove. But what's smart about this play is his opponent doesn't really realize what's happening. Because he's being attacked. And oh my god, he actually got the worker kill. And the deer shove in is going to make it past the gold. The villager is on the way, so Core is trying to play for an outpost rush with no protection. That's... what? Wait, why would we give you the Scots? As a Brit, I must thoroughly object. We will not give you the shortbread. Get out of here. Shortbread and Scotch. You think we give it over that easily? Actually, like, there's a lot of things that Scotland has pretty good in, like, being part of Britland. Like, it must be nice not to have to pay for uni. And oh my god, what the... what? Core has gone for a full proxy base. This is crazy because, guys, this could have so easily went wrong if the scout saw it. You could have aggroed the boar and ruined everything. What? Oh, that is sick. Yo, Core is cooking, man. Dim, of course, has no clue this is happening right now. The deer did get lamed, which means he's now in a dangerous area gathering resources. And Dumu isn't even tacked up yet. Even when he does, he went Kura. He doesn't have an immediate answer to archers. Holy crap. This is sick. Okay, so archers revealed on the spears. That buys a little bit of time for Dumu. Unfortunately, he was going survival technique, so the plan was to move onto these deer now. Spears on the backside did not get a secondary kill, but they are at least blocking the food. And he's going into Bagatia. I didn't want to jinx it because Oda Bagatia against archers doesn't necessarily feel great. You are a light infantry unit. It is a wild idea by Dumu. Nice strike here, cool. Whoa, okay, so Dumu, he's just going to commit to the outpost at this stage. We'll get it up, but that's going to be -2 villages. Geisha revealed. I mean, this is the tricky thing. You don't really want to be building Feudal Samurai. They don't feel great. Geisha at least stops your opponent thinking spears or horsemen. But archers should be good enough then. For Dumu, I think he needs a stables to make sense of this. Actually, like, this is kind of good. If his opponent goes for a ram, Geisha shred rams. You could even garrison the Geisha inside so that when the ram comes in range, you jump out and hit it. You'll see though. And Dumu did indeed see the ram. He had full vision. More Geisha. I got a smile on my face because I actually remember when Japan first came out, Dumu was obsessed with the ladies. Yeah, he actually loved playing the Geisha spam a lot. It is a really fun build. When they live. Was this worth it? He forces the clown car. It's Scout's gonna get sniped though. Yeah, and he's gonna be forced off of it. Okay, so like this just looks awkward right now. Those are villagers, by the way. His lives are about to not matter. He hides inside. Only 4 archers left though. If he chases this right, he could get a villager kill. And there we go. Nicely microed. So gets another one. This is uncomfortable though. Dumu, I mean, he's got gold access on the west, but it's not secure. And there's the stables. Okay, but they are very late. Which is why he went for double. This is a cool comp if you can afford it, by the way. Horseman Onibugeisha are actually, like, secretly Japan's best comp in Feudal Age. It's a closely guarded secret because it's very hard to do. You need the right circumstances to align. Archer Spearman can be that. Your opponent's pretty heavily leveraged into Archer right now, because the logic is when the meta mosh pit happens, the horsemen just pull back, the Bugeisha go in, the horsemen go round. The biggest issue with doing this composition, it requires a lot of food, and it requires time, because you need the mass to justify it. You guys are talking about Core going fast castle? Are you watching the same game as me? He literally has a base in Dumu's base. We're not going anywhere. We shall not be... Oh, where are the ladies? Where are the... Oh, no. Archers dive in. They're going to try to block the outpost going up. More worker kills. This is ridiculous. Dumu's hemorrhaging so much. Gets the garrison in the end, so I guess Core's going to go back for another ram. This still hasn't secured gold. So Dumu is now going into the Ashigaru. The Yumi is going to be like the key here to solving this. Like the build I talked about used to be Onibugeisha Horseman. There is an argument that Yumi Horseman might just be better these days because, like we said, the issue is having enough food to build both of these. If you build Yumi, you don't have that problem. They're super food efficient. It's like, cool. It is going to be a tech up. A fast one as well. He prioritizes the speed. Culture Wing Advancement. Okay, but army can't hold anymore, right? This is 2 spears. So we're just going for flash. You need to tug down Spearman, and that is going to be a mop up the army. So Dumu gets access again. He is drastically behind, though. 6 villager lead for Core. And then on top of that, the time. What a funky game. I gotta give props to Core for being creative here. I do wonder if he could have actually justified investing more than what he did. Because Dumu didn't actually have much food left and had Berry forward. So, like, what actually might have been better for Core is just to keep investing and delay your tech up by 2 or 3 minutes. Especially considering what he done. Culture Wing Advancement doesn't really give any upsides. You tech up faster, but, like, what do you have? I mean, you're not going to ghoul him against Japanese. Camel Lancers is kind of obvious, and Onimusha can solve that. I wonder why Core felt the necessity to go out the age. I mean, there is a scary point in Japanese feudal. Like, in theory, deep feudal Japanese is really powerful. The problem is getting deep. It's almost like you've got this mining operation, but the outer core is, like, incredibly hard to penetrate. But there's loads of gems underneath. But you're going to break so many tools getting past that initial layer. It's hard to even think that you'll reach the point where you'll, like, recoup your investment. And that's the way Japan functions via the bannerman, right? The bannerman, the extra melee tech levels, it allows a very long feudal with bulk to feel good. With Geisha and numbers feels good. Uma bannerman with 20 horsemen feels great. But it takes so long to get there. It's like, I don't know if Core felt like it was taking too long to do enough damage in feudal. Whatever it was, he got spooked out the age. It's going to be the Golem opening. Oh, boy. And he has the forward rack, so it makes sense. Villagers are going to get found on the backside. Dumu, that's cheeky as well. He doesn't dive in because he knows they die to shivs. He wants to try and just poke raid. Core without... Oh, sorry, he has got wheelbarrow. It doesn't feel like it. So, Ford Golem. His arrow slits on the outpost, so we'll be able to trickle them down one by one. We have the undermesh in, though. Maybe just coyote the Yuumi to buy time here. Horsemen are going to try to delay their attacks. I like this. If you just keep obviously jumping in, your opponent's going to be ready to A-click you back. But if you wait until you think he's distracted, you're more likely to get worker kills. Claims another. And now Dimmu claims his age up. Mount Samurai on the way. Mirrored by Camel Lancers here. Horsemen do go in again. Spearman will be there to clear him up, though. Gets 2 more worker kills. Whoa. Dimmu has got the first of the Mount Samurai coming out, so that'll be able to push back the Golems here. The annoying part about playing Golem into Yuumi is, while you take no damage, you also cannot reach them. Wait, did he just accidentally click the back one? Oh, no. And here's the counterplay. Yeah, so the worrisome detail about Golem into Lancers here, and this actually is the truth in every matchup. You're baiting your opponent into crossbows, but is it really bait when it counters you? It feels even better for Onimusha sometimes. There is the Camel Lancer debuff, but the whole idea is you keep your distance easily. You can even be skirmishers against Lancers. Whereas at least if you force crossbows out of a normal opponent instead of Japan, they can't come out of their base. The whole benefit for Dimmu is with this type of comp, he doesn't need to stay at home. Be a little bit of a clash on the north side. And yes, it's going to be Onimusha Mount Samurai for Dimmu. Does that counter Camel Lancer Spear? Spear, not so much, but Camel Lancer, yes. So the issue is the Bannerman. The Bannerman offsets practically all the debuff. And then all of a sudden you have a situation where one Samurai on horseback has 20 more health than the Camel Lancer, but also has deflective armor. Then there's the extra blacksmith text. Like, it all adds up quite nicely. Usually the problem in the early days of Ibe Japanese is because both players would rush Castle Age, the Japanese player didn't have the Bannerman, so he sucked. He lost the early skirmishes and basically lost the game. Nowadays, it's very different. I think, in particular, players have got a lot better at leveraging Onimusha than they used to. Kind of crazy. Huh. I thought I'd fix the mic issues, and they're back. Yep. That's unfortunate. I don't know what's causing it. Okay, if I do this, does it change anything? Wait, one sec. If I do this, does it change it? Did I get quieter? I think I got quieter with that, right? Like, so testing, 1, 2, 3, testing, test. No, I think it's the same. We're fine. Let's see if that actually makes it work properly now. Okay, so this is a little bit rough. Map control's been lost for Core. He did get 2 relics home. It should be a 3-2 divide of him, though. So slight edge there. Militarily, though, the Camel Lancers, did they win this? It is Yuumi, so technically they should. I think if Dimmu scales an Onimusha, he could actually be an advantage, though. The problem is he doesn't know what he's up against. He's going to find out the hard way at this rate. Interesting, though. Core doesn't go for the direct engagement. Skirts around it. This could be dangerous for Dimmu. Check what he's doing on the berries. He's out of the base. He does have the outpost, though, so we'll get an early warning. And Core is pretty much just going for the predictable comp after the cheeky opening on Golem. So Camel Lancers plus Archers. Pretty much what every Ibe player wants to do. Their bread and butter, if you will. Yuumi Mount Samurai has become very popular recently. It is a little bit weird into this comp. Just because the Camel Lancers. But the thing that can be desirable about Yuumi is their movement speed. They're raiders. Very disposable raiders. They only cost 60 resources, rather. Super cheap for an archer. So we are getting the forward infrastructure cleared up. Makes a lot of sense. You don't want to basically dive the enemy base and then find there's 2 golems killing your gold line. Better to just remove the threats, because right now Dimmu doesn't have anything else to do. And a curious horseman switch emerges. It's a bit weird, actually. I feel like the more I'm watching Dimmu build units, the more I'm not seeing the answer to Lancers. Could he be thinking Horseman Spearman? Spearman not really done by Japan in Castle Age. The biggest benefactors come in the Imperial Age via Nagayari, which gives them the extra range and damage. In theory, the Bannerman is pretty good for spears as well, but there's just usually better options when you're in Castle. So, I think Dimmu's thought process here is that Core's going to run out of food. So, although the current threat is Lancers, the long-term threat is Archers. So, he's trying to solve for that. And wow, Core is actually kind of running into a counter unnecessarily here. We've got Spearman getting added in. A slow death for the poor little camel. Does get a lot of info, knows his opponent's going into Horseman, has a lot of Yumi. So I guess Core's going to probably try to just play Spear Archer from here. By the way, Dimmu is flowing a lot of food consistently. Would either benefit from additional stables, or there's some sort of crazy idea here of Imperial Age? His food is okay, but his gold is abysmal. No, instead I think Dimmu's just getting ready for a full pump. In fact, the Stone Gathering Rush is so he can get the Daimyo levels. Won't be enough for Shogunate, and the additional stone is pretty far out. Could he 2TC? Kura's going to make it easier to afford. I think with the Yoroshiris, you don't necessarily need the second TC. Right now, it's a race for scale. Like, you're playing Yumi, so inherently your army count is a lie. You don't feel like you have 58 firepower. It's more like 48 firepower military. It's like Lancer. Wait, what? Was that a select all army? Probably could have got 2 or 3 more kills in the back there. He's going to head back, but now it's too little too late. Man, this game is slowed down a lot compared to how it started. And that's interesting because, like, when you're looking at these type of comps, it's easy to sit here, like we've said, maybe this is wrong, maybe that's wrong. The interesting thing is, obviously, both of them are playing blind with a composition in mind. So what Dimmu's doing, he's trying to solve for the Archer issue, assuming that Core is just not going to have enough food to do Lancers. He'd be right, food is literally just ran out for Core. On the other side, Core is paranoid about the Horseman he spotted, so Spear's coming in, but like Yumi counter that. So you're already setting yourself up to be like double countered with these details. Realistically, what you need as Core is Golems or Lancers. He just can't afford it. Flash coming in. Start's going to look good for the Camel Lancers. There is a few Onimusha in there. Mount Samurai slows down. The Spearmen need to be targeted, so Dimmu stretching the fight out is beneficial. Gets him away from the Mangonel. Lets him leverage the Yumi count. The retreat is so expensive, though. Feels ugly. Decent amount of the cavalry goes down, but he's got a second wave brewing. Core, on the other hand, I don't think I've ever seen an IB player research that in their life. We have Phalanx on the way. Yeah, so he sees Master Yumi and responds with more spears. And it looks like a really bad play. Like he's kind of throwing the game, but the reality check is what else can you build with 600 food income? He went 2TC as well? It kind of looks like Core's not quite sure what to do next. He's aware he needs a farm transition. He doesn't want to do it. The deer is kind of accessible but dangerous. Boar is unplayable for him. His Civ can't do it. The other problem is he's moving more and more towards a static comp, so he doesn't have rotation potential. if you look at everything Dimu's built in this game, it's all about rotation potential. It's not just about fighting directly, it's how I can hit your flanks and you can't react. It's overall elegantly and well drafted approach. Spears are underrated. Spears are definitely not underrated. They're just not that valuable for Ibids compared to a lot of alternatives. Spears is statistically the most valuable unit in the game. Like, in terms of what it can do and what it costs. And, oh my dear god, why? Funnily enough, the units that are countered by camels turn around. Dimu, oh dear. Cool. Food access just went full fin. He's only set up his first farm cluster now. The camel answer count is now down to 6. If he loses that unease, he has no answer to cavalry. The game will feel like it's over. Your horsemen getting a bit cheeky are going to dive into the workers. Siege take a while to counter them. Actually, it might be more worth it to kill the siege. Meanwhile, on the farm, spearmen are able to hold firm for the moment. But the numbers tell the real tale here, folks. Dimu has double the military strength. We're looking at a gradual trend towards Imperial as well. And Core's not ready for that. Keep in mind, Dimu's also adding in farms at a better pace. Like, this is ridiculous. 23 farms, soon up to 30. Meanwhile, Core has got 8 going up to 15. Poor guy's just getting outpaced here. Japan song, true. Yoroshiro dropping the TC. He'll eventually turf these knights out of his base, but I don't know what the state of things are going to be afterwards, really, for him. And gold access is at least going to be secure for a little bit longer. He has got the walls coming up. Unfortunately, the timing's a little bit ugly. Some of the villages are going to get stuck outside. And wait, no, don't do it, don't do it. No, don't shoot, Okay. I honestly think he's lucky that wasn't a dive for the kill. Instead, he goes for the gold. Oh my god, that springboard almost griefed him big time. I mean, technically it did. It just wasn't a reaction. So Dimu instead clubs 2 villages, forces a bit of idle time. He was looking for an out. Unfortunately, he's about to realize it's all been walled in, so he has to make his way all the way back down to the south side. And there it is. Is it Castle of the Crow? Probably Tanegashima. Yeah. Castle of the Crow can feel really good on this map, but you'd have to build it all the way over here to trade from here. Or rather, like, central at least. And your opponent isn't really at the point where he needs that gold just yet, so much better to get the scaling. Should have never went Castle Ace with the amount of damage I'd have done in the first 7 minutes. Agreed. I think you had, like, full control of the game, and all you had to do then is, like, run the timer on your opponent. You know he's going to run out of food first. You've blocked his deer shove in. You keep harassing him there. His berries are forward spawn. Like, there's a lot of value in just closing the game out in feudal. Or rather, at least building an insane lead off of feudal. But you chose the macro game, you chose the long game against Dimu. Dimu, I think he has more long games than short games on average. I don't think he knows what a short game is. You've seen how tall the guy is. It literally, like, height, length. That's where he thrives. In fact, he's not happy until every map has been deforested so it looks like his head. I don't know if we're going to get that deep into this game. But we are definitely deep into the Japanese affair. Full upgrades on the way. Yumi plus the horseman. Cool. Going for a nice little rotation here. Unfortunately, the outpost will see him early. The villager will break off. Alright. Pre-season 9, these type of walls we would have seen a lot. Not so common these days. And wow, yeah, he just realizes it's over. GG gets called. Game number 1 to Benny Boy. Insane comeback. Core in just such a dominant position. Will this shake him a little? He had to feel it. He had to feel like he had full control in this game, but back to the drawing board. Best of 5, not over yet, but hell of a turnaround for Ben in G1. You're Tool and Dimmu? Yeah, but you're both Tool. Okay, G2 is Mongols versus House of Lancaster. What happened? I was doing dishes. Japan economy, boom. Japan eco, turn of the 21st century. Can't stop them. Best stock market. Whoop, whoop. Convert to inches for us Americans. Isn't it weird that we all have our own, like... Isn't it weird that we all have our own, like, measurement metrics for different things, but when it comes to PP size, we all just accept inches? Alright, weird shower fort. Now into game number 2. We've got Core on the Mongols, Dimmu on House of Lancaster. T-posing his way to victory, maybe. So this is a bit weird, and let me flip the score, because it is actually Dimmu leading. So Mongols are pretty good here, actually. Because you do the Uvu, you don't do the racks, and you just go for the dot drop. And the whole idea is you get economy quite quickly. What I'm curious about is it worth getting that economy quickly, which will slow down your aggro, while Lancaster get their own economy that's infinite. That's what I'm not so sold on. We'll see, though. I hope he doesn't go for the racks beginning. I just don't see it hitting well here. Good news is Dimmu got kind of a looser spawn. The House of Lancaster would have to place their Lancaster castle here to mana spam both sides. Is there a world in which he ever does Abiv Kings? No, we like winning games. It's unfortunate. I think the Lancaster castle is way too safe and obvious of choice. It's especially good against civs like Mongols because Mongols is an aggressive civ. And Lancaster castle stops you doing exactly that. You measure your PP in CM? Oh, okay. Props to you, man. If you need the number to be bigger to feel confident. So we'll go 2x speed just as we get ready for the tech up. Huh? Wait, why have we got stables? Early horseman against Lancaster. Wait, does he think there's a dog? I am confused, but curious. And what? Who outposts the stone, man? This is quite rare. Usually Lancaster doesn't give a duck. But... Oh. Wait, if he sees him, he can just come back out and shoot him. So I get the idea on why Core went horseman here, by the way. Like, to defend it, the full process is... They dominate English villages and Lancaster villages because they have short bows. So it's actually better than doing spears because spears will get kited and shot, but horsemen will dive. It's just so expensive for an outpost Russian. I mean, if he wanted to do mana spam, which he wants to, it's bad. And that's why you're seeing this pull come in. Oh my god, if it wasn't for the outposts, this could have been sick. Because Core done it just out of normal vision. But yeah, like, this is too late now. It's not going to work. He's going to force him to dive here. He's the only early horseman, so kind of just made of plastic. Going to hide next to the TC. He can just pull the villagers now. In for the short bow attack. Never getting this up. If Core didn't take that first shot, maybe there's some hope, but like he already took too much damage on the villager. He'd have to pull a second one when his opponent's already H2. This is brutal. Only one horseman, that's nowhere near enough DPS, and he gets baited onto the scout. Okay, yeah, like this is... He sells attack up, maybe Core could play Silver Tree. Super risky, but it would give you an eco skill point against House of Lancaster mana spam. But damn, this looks rough. He hasn't got a play onto the fish. And yeah, okay, like I agree with this choice. Like it seems weird, but you need to try and play an eco game now, because otherwise you're going to try to dent one of the most defensive civs in the game. Actually, That's interesting from Dimmu. He built the Lancaster castle not in the center. So his manners can't be buffed here. I think it's due to the outpost, though. So he wants full protection on the gold. And then because he built the outpost, he doesn't need to worry about the manners being loose. Why do you think Japanese are playing? Because they just played game 1. I don't know, though. Adding in another 2 horsemen, I don't think this really achieved anything. If anything, it kind of just slowed down your timing more. I've seen Mongols in this type of position, by the way. Like, you just kind of don't know what to do with it. When the outpost rush fails, it just kind of hits a foolish shrug. He's going to go for a backup out. 3 villages? Oh my god, come on. You can't be serious right now. Did he see them? How does he know? How does he hide that third eye on his head with no hair? I can't believe this. And his arrow slit straight away. And guys, you're about to learn why you do not outpost rush English or Lancaster. Short bows out. Villagers to their grave. Gonna try to run away. Horsemen are gonna come around the back, but the outpost is already getting upgraded. He will commit in again to complete this. We'll get a villager kill. Okay, a little bit of a weird micro there. Dude, I think you seek shelter and it went towards the outpost instead, but you had to cancel it. Oh my god, he's out of moves. That's it. He says, okay. I tried it twice. This is chalked. I want to defend him on this. In fairness to him, like, technically, Lancaster, some outpost rushes do work against them that don't work against English. But when you get counterplayed on that opening outpost, yeah, it just feels bad. Like, to defend Core on that one, he legitimately tried to double down. Because, like, at that point, you're so far behind, you might as well still try to play for what you were going for. But now, there's not much standing in the way. And sorry, did it have Anatan there? Yeah, so Core now 2 points down against Dimmu. Let's see if you can pull one back. Just realized that hadn't been updated. Whoops. Core's like, no, that's fine. Anatan can he can take claim this series. Yeah. Like, oh, golf clappers, Anat. All right, into Dry Arabia. Sushi versus French. Yo, what is up? Who is that? Hey, it's good old Marv. Thank you very much, mate. Appreciate the gifted subs. Hope you're having a good day. Always here and supporting the channel. I appreciate everyone who's come through. Marv, do you have the record? I think you have the record for gifted subs. 135. What a legend. Got some other people that are big donors, like Fat Blob, I know, is always up there. I think he's like 110. You guys are incredible. All right. So, did I update everything correctly this time? I think I did. I just need to add the map, which is going to be Dry Arabia. Let's hype it up. Let's make it good. Let's get into game number 3. What is up with this Beastie 4 that keeps getting spammed in my chat? You got a weird-ass keyboard. Stop pressing the Obj key. Also, get yourself some animated flags, man. Come on. Oh, we need to flip it around. So... Boink. Can you sum up the meta or viable builds for us noobs? Easier said than done. There's a lot of diversity in where people are going now. Between all-ins, map control, fast castles, 2 TCs, and pro scouts. Well, there might be a lot of diversity, but this matchup tends to be pro scout oriented. Core. It's not going to be Chinese. He's got the Shushi. Pretty solid choice for him. One he's got a lot of expertise and efficiency with. Dimmu is angry about that. It's his Baldy boys, and it got taken away from him. He's going to be on the French in game number 3. looking like we could be heading for a clean sweep. This matchup has gotten a little bit different recently. It used to be that Shushi would still play for Pro Scouts with Spears, but I've been seeing a lot of Shushi players going towards the 2TC idea, where you go for Jiangnan straight away with the Meditation Gun. It's a curious one. I'm not the best and biggest fan of it, just because of what French do in response. Usually they can either go onto the D instead of playing Pro Scouts, and then harass you to death, or they could gradually go to castle off the harassment anyway and kill you then. Yeah, I think French is like turning out to be a pretty good matchup here. Shushi's aggressive lines don't really make much sense. You don't benefit from going Chuk Nu into French, so for anyone who's seen a very long French Shushi/Chinese matchup, the way it normally goes in Feudal is that you spam Knights and Archers as French, and the other side spams Spears and Chuk. The issue there is the bigger the armies get, the better the Knights get, because Knights will get healing in Feudal Age, something that Shushi can't, and it just puts you at a very notable disadvantage. Cool. It is going to be the double stone grab here. I don't mind this. This is nice, actually, for a semi-fast castle build, where down the line you can build 2TC. But more importantly than that, early on it's going to give you access to the hand cannon select play. What also would be sick here for core is the idea of eventually warding this off before Pro Scouts comes in. But I think instead, it's going to focus on bringing the goodies home. Gold, definitely looking like it's going to be a PS. Dimu, not so much. It's 2TC? Wait, what? Alright, we'll stick to 2XP for the moment because we're getting two macro-focused openings. I'm not sure if French need to necessarily do this. But then again, with his spawn, he probably feels like he can't deny... No, he doesn't even know about the deer yet. He's about to discover how outrageous this is. No, he's not. Oh my god, he sees one deer here. I think he's going to check the other side of the base for the second. We'll slow it down now to the 1x speed. Feudal all-in 2TC fast castles, that's what most people do the most. That's what I was looking for. Yeah, I mean, like, there's... If you talked about Season 9, it's easy. Just do Pro Scouts. But now there's more diversity. Like, for a start, you'd have to highlight what civs you're playing. What civs you're playing dictates what strategies make the most sense for you. It's like French right now are actually pretty good for playing 1TC aggro all-in. Or Pro Scouts. 2TC is more rare. We used to see a lot of French 2TC back in the days, but it fell off pretty hard when the TC meta got nerfed. And if you guys remember, that was a stage where French was kind of in this shrug of, what do we do now? Like, what is our identity? Since then, they've bounced back and they have a lot of potency. But yeah, there was actually a time where this was the go-to. Still remember the Divine DFP era, as we call it. Looking for General because you're a noob? But like, if you're looking for a General, I'd recommend not playing all civs. You should play a civ or two and figure out the game. Understand the core points of it, the baselines and the basics, and then you expand your arsenal of civs. Like, when you start playing Dota 2, it would have been kind of different, because in Dota 2 it's fun exploration, but also even in Dota 2 you reach a stage where, to understand like why warding is important, why this is better to stick to one or two heroes, and then flesh out those basic processes before expanding the pool. Because like, otherwise you're just going to keep misinterpreting the basics, because each civ's basics can be drastically different, but there are some overlapping elements. Did the same thing in Dota? So did I. But like, once you start thinking about, okay, I want to learn the game on a deeper level, like there's a point where you start thinking, okay, I need to understand all the matchups from this civ's perspective. I guess you could argue like different POVs, but for most players it's easier to start with one or two civs. Because the other thing is, it's better to just figure out something you enjoy playing versus having to play everything to a middling degree until you get good. Does that make sense? I find when people try to take the I'll play everything approach, they get burnt out. Because some of the things they'll be trying to play everything, they don't like. You bought the game today, what's a TC? A TC is a town center. So a few acronyms to be aware of. TC is town center. CA is castle age. Sometimes we will call age ups by age 1, age 2, age 3, age 4, or we'll call them by their actual ages of Dark Age, Feudal Age, Castle Age, Imperial Age. Pro Scouts sometimes gets called PS. Cavalry Archers sometimes get called CA. Where I don't do that one very often, for very obvious reasons, because CA also means capture age and castle age. Just find you can't truly learn a Civ and thus counter it unless I play it for a bit. Got you. Okay, that's fine then. Yeah, so what you mean is you want to, like, pick them up and figure out the baseline mechanics. But, like, once again, it'd be easier to guide you if you're like, okay, how does French work? How does Sushi work? Because I can't give you an answer that applies to every Civ. It doesn't exist. It did last season. Last season was literally Pro Scouts. And if you couldn't Pro Scouts, your Civ sucked. So, that in mind, Pro Scouts is sucking all the deer off the map. Dumu did go for the Archer Knight comp to try and block. Eco scaling's looking really good, man. He's 12 ahead already. Shalom Monastery is going to offer up a way for Core to try and vacuum the map. But the Knights can play very well as a blocker to that play. So for Core, it's much more value to rush Lancers first, and then come back for Shalom Monk second. In fact, funnily enough, in this matchup, a lot of players have started to shy away from Shalom Monastery into Mount Lu Academy. It gives you more food to work with, and what you do instead is you delay your Monk timing, but then you supervise to rush them out, which means it's actually quicker to hoover relics than Shalom Monastery. 2 sheep you found? I don't think we did. Where did you find them? You seem very proud of those sheep. Both of you on what, like, oh, okay, no, I was about to say, why did Doom have no sheep? Yeah, he's got 10 still. I think Doom is just going to spam Knights until the end of time now. You could maybe force him to go arbitrary on a tech up, but obviously, until he has that tech up, Knights just make the most sense. This is an opportunity to out-micro Core. Anytime he gets away like this, it's painful. Because you know your opponent's going to be healing up. To make matters worse, you went Shalom Monastery. You won't even have monks to occasionally heal your own boys. Dumu now in the retreat. Chivalry did just get teched in, so... Actually beneficial what he just done there. He doesn't necessarily want the fight, just scaring them away is good. Protects the injured. Core should be able to actually flood this, though. As long as he's able to afford supervision. Look at the food numbers. That's a bit debatable, though. The worry now is if Core slows down at this stage, the dance back and forth is eventually going to lose him the game. He needs to brute force here, because if he doesn't, his bar gets low, these bars heal. So you see why he's urgent to get in. The problem is he doesn't have the troops here yet. It's going to ride by. Oh, no. Wait, what? Is that pathing to the gold? To dive in. Doesn't get anything. Great micro by Dumu. Now 21 villager lead. Okay, this is getting ridiculous. We done it. We killed him. Vive la France, my butthole. Get out of here. Core just increased his worker kill count by 1,000,000%. Yeah, it's looking a bit grim, though. He hasn't even produced Shalom Monks yet. Like, this is the tricky part we talked about. Even when you want to start priming that, it's going to feel slow to come out. There we go. He does start priming them. So first monk on the way. It's just so many knights. You're like, brother, can you just not build them for a minute, please? The crazy part is Dimu's getting ready for attack as well. So I guess his second worker kill. Loses 2 lances for it, though. If Dimu was running out of food, like, you'd feel pretty good. And he is getting low on food, but the problem is he's not at the exhaust point. And what? He actually snuck deer north side. Actually, not just deer, the boar. That's disgusting. With double outposts, you can't pro scout this either. He's going to try to ride up there. The knights are on the way. The health bars look depressing, though. So Dumu's probably going to lose 3 or 4 villagers here. French knights are almost... Wait. Whoop. French knights are coming in. That repair did buy some time. Yeah, okay, I like this. Dumu, he's going to run the villagers around because losing 3 is better than losing 5. And that bought enough time. The knights are now here. Man, Dummy's actually played this quite well. I think for Core, the problem is the idea is right. You want to try and block your opponent's food gather. But the timing, maybe not so much. He came north at the worst possible moment when Dumu was teching. Also, it's just the frustration of dealing with Dumu. Those early little battles between the Lancers and Knights. He just kept getting recharged onto and staggered. And just look at the ramifications. Like, these health bars are the ripple effect of those fights. Meanwhile, when I look at the French health bars, clearly these guys have got Medicare. They've got free healthcare for. France is just going to abuse the charge damage from Knights to take favorable trades. Yes, because if you charge in, you get an extra +3 per strike for the first 5 seconds of combat. So you get an extra 9 damage, which, if you look at the damage metrics, puts you on par with the Shushi. Now, Shushi Knights are going to have more health. The difference is they can't heal. So just over time, this type of approach grinds you down. There is an argument that Core could have probably split the Knights up more, but usually players freak out about doing that against French Knights because they just lose the Knights 1 by 1. But if you're getting enough worker kills, it can be worth it. Like now, him coming in like this. Unfortunately, I think the biggest issue Core's had in this game is Dimu's just been so switched on. Yeah, you got 8 worker kills, but considering how much castle advantage you had, it doesn't feel like you've killed a lot. Anytime it's a very big clump of villagers threatened, Dimu's micro away from the threat has been on point. Now Knights with the upgrades. Veterancy into Royal Bloodlines. This is starting to feel over. Cool. Has he got anything upside-wise? Okay, actually, he's got a second relic on the way home. 2 TC. Does Core have food for that? We've got these berries. Look at all these berries, guys. We're gonna... Yeah. Maybe we, like, eat the leaves as well? We're really hungry. The range limit on charge? So yes. After a certain length for charging, I forget how many seconds it is. I think it's like 6. Your unit will stop charging. And then it goes on cooldown for a little bit. There's no minimum distance on a charge, by the way. There's actually some really sick tricks you can do to force that. Inherent behavior is if like a unit's too close, your guys will just get the swords out. But if you A-click a certain way, I think it's usually you A-click past them, then you can get Knights to charge at like 0 distance. There's players like Vortex who have been ridiculously impressive with that. Okay, so Core's hunkering down. We have got the spear crossbow transition. Didn't really hit his win condition of 3 to 4 relics though. Because if you have 3 to 4 relics, you can just transition pagodas, hunker down, play for the late game. It's kind of limited. And that's worrisome because gold is also a problem here for Core. You can just A-click? Yeah. I mean, like, it's not really OP. If you look at RTSs, even games like StarCraft, although there's value to individual targeting, like, A-clicking is also incredibly popular. That's now on the relic. So, for example, if you watch someone doing a marine blob in StarCraft, they're going to A-click, move, A-click, move, A-click, move, A-click, move a lot. Okay, so Dumu has got his infamous gold haul going on. Usually this is a sign of him gradually going Imperial. Not as valuable per se in this matchup, just because your opponent, or rather you, have already got the Royal Institute, so you've got a lot of the value that Imperial would give. Instead, I think his biggest goal should be to switch to wood. We've got more farms coming in. Yeah, in fact, how many? Yeah, 45 people on wood. So he's done gathering the gold. Dumu likes doing this, by the way. I've noticed it a lot historically. There are 2 different types of players. There are those that like to kind of finesse it, where they have the perfect amount of like people on each resource. That becomes very hard to monitor and track as the game goes on. there are other players who just prefer the idea of focusing on other intricacies in the game that take time and attention, and just prioritizing a resource at a time. So Dumu tends to do this a lot with gold. He'll rush a bunch of villagers out into gold, and then a bunch of villagers out into gold. As an example in this game. So that he can go for the next step. And then he'll rebalance the economy a little bit down. So that's why usually you see Dumu in the macro standpoint, you know, you might argue it's not as clean as like X or Y player at the absolute highest level, but it usually sets him out quite nicely for what's next. And yeah, Core does have Dali horses. Problem is your opponent now has royal bloodlines. You're no match for Dali horses. Yeah, and I think Core just got the bad news. Maybe he wasn't expecting this many farms so soon. Maybe you were, though. I mean, it is 2 TC. Even enlistments incentives on the way. So castle's being built up. Big discount's going to be coming in. And that, I'm afraid, is going to equal a lot more night spam. Yeah, he already even has the castle over here. Makes sense. Secures the stone outcropping and the gold. Bad news for Core as he tries to dive over here. Oof. Can't even hang around for a worker kill. Didn't even scout the TC. I think you had a knight come through here earlier. But... wait, you saw the stone gathering in the front. Was that not suspicious when he was in feudal? Because that should have been like a giveaway, right? Is your opponent was gathering stone in feudal. Maybe you thought it was just castle into a castle drop. I will say, like, you got a very weird pathing where 2 knights early on came through the tree line to go to the gold. And it didn't seem like you were aware you went through the tree line at all. Tower upgrades on deer. Ah, got you. That's unfortunate then. Yeah. But this is what I warn about Pro Scouts. I think Pro Scouts has turned people into bad scouting pros. Which is confusing based on the name. But if you think about what Pro Scouts does, Pro Scouts encourages you to go for economy, not information. But information is king in RTS. So you put yourself at a huge disadvantage when you don't realize what people are doing. Springles, I wish they'd go a bit deeper because this hurts me. If you hit like 8 spearmen at least. But anyway, Night Charge. Woohoo! Knights be all. Guten Nacht to the army. And Guten Nacht to Core. That's going to be enough. He calls the GG. Frio is going to be an interesting one, especially if in Game 1, Game 2 had some swings and roundabouts about it. But commiserations to Core. He will not be making it deeper in Midweek Muster 22. His journey ends in the quarterfinals. Yeah, no problem, Core. Yeah, we didn't notice the 2 sheep like you found because we were going over some other like wider things to help the community. But GG's. But no, like it wasn't target you saying, oh no, you just don't scalp. I think in general, Pro Scouts did create a wave of poor vision interaction in the pro scene because it just became optimal to go for the deer. But if you're going for deer, you're not seeing what your opponent is doing, right? Okay. So, there is one more series, but it is pretty far away. So, Voldemar versus Louis isn't due for over 2 more hours. And we're already about 6 hours in. And my throat's obviously buggered. I think we might just have to not cast that one. So we'll see what's going to be happening with semifinals. The goal will be we'll try to have at least one of them for Thursday. If not, I'll go over the replays of one of them anyway. It's unfortunate some people just refuse to play it on Thursday. Like, I don't want to play back-to-back series, blah, blah, blah. But then, like, if the schedule's dragging, I mean... The TLDR of it is I don't usually do Wednesdays. It's probably not worth it coming online for just 2 series and then going off compared to like Thursday for 2 series because finals day, right? And we've like seen how that can backfire. So last week it was 3030. If I'd gone live on Wednesday, it would have been 2 hours broadcast and done. Plus not feeling well. Plus we do a bunch of different things behind the scenes, so I have to find some time in the week to do that, which is why that is Wednesday. And I really need to go to the doctors anyway for other things. So hopefully we'll have one of the series at least live for Thursday. Is finished? Yes. We're done for today. So semifinals, we'll look to go over those on Thursday. Grand finals as well. We will post the time there on Reddit. It'll also be in my Discord, !Discord. If you're not part of that, you should be part of that. It lets you know when we go live as well. Also, make sure you're following here. Make sure you're following all those things and have notifications turned on so you know when videos go up, etc. If there are some series you're looking for today, check the YouTube VODs. YouTube's the best way to support me when it comes to VOD watching after a live stream. It's much better there because Twitch doesn't give streamers ad revenue on their VODs for some reason. But also, there'll be constant uploads going there. I think we're doing 2 uploads a day right now, so be sure to check those videos out. There'll be some in there you haven't seen. But YouTubers yourself, I'm going to end it now. Thank you for tuning in, and I'll see you